A man was resting on a bench when a little girl suddenly came up to talk to him out of the blue. She told him he had to return to the underworld to claim his inheritance and carry on the will of his ancestor, the king of Beichi. His mission: unify the underworld and become the great emperor of the underworld. It turns out that back when the great emperor ruled, a 10,000-year calamity descended upon the realms. Even the underworld, one of the three realms, was in grave danger, looking across the entire realm. There was only one person capable of withstanding the chaos and breaking the cycle of calamity. One of the 12 lords of the underworld. That was the king among kings, the king of Beichi, to save the souls of the underworld. He gambled his entire century of cultivation, although he eventually quelled the calamity. He fell during the final stage of his quest to unify the underworld and become the great emperor. It happened while he was forging the war artifact. At that critical moment, all of his former confidants betrayed him. His countless treasures and territories were carved up and stolen, so you must take revenge on behalf of your ancestor. Against those subordinates who once betrayed him, Lu Wu reached out and rubbed her head. Then how about you help me and become my right-hand man? Beila's face turned bright red. All right, Lu, Wu continued. Once we've conquered the underworld, we'll take on the heavens and rule all three realms. But first, wait a few days so I can call Qin Shi Huang and borrow a few tens of thousands of troops from the underworld. Hearing this, Beili immediately got angry. You're just humoring me. You don't believe a word I say. With that, she lunged forward with a brutal headbutt. How dare you lie to me? I'm taking you to the underworld right now to claim your heritage. Lu Wu collapsed to his knees. Projectile vomiting last night's dinner, he never imagined such a little girl could have such incredible strength. After vomiting for a while, he suddenly remembered the girl mentioning something about going to the underworld. But as soon as he looked up, he saw a black vortex rapidly expanding in front of him. Lu Wu thought she was doing something reckless. Kid, don't do anything stupid. Don't end it all. But as soon as he spoke, a sudden feeling of weightlessness washed over him. Lu Wu was forcibly sucked right into the vortex. I'm still a virgin. I don't want to die. Meanwhile, in a certain region of the underworld, a pillar of light descended from the sky, crashing into the earth along with Lu Wu's screams. Lu Wu stood there, his face filled with utter disbelief. No way. Was everything you said true? Is my ancestor really the king of Beichi? Beili said as she walked. Yes, this area used to be your ancestor's domain. It's called Beichi, and it's one of the 12 hells of the underworld. Lu Wu asked further, so does that mean in the new lord? Am I one of the rulers of the underworld? Beili replied. Of course, but before that, you have to find a way to reclaim your lost territories. After all, everything that belonged to you was hearing this. Lu Wu got excited. Reclaim them. You bet it's my duty. And the traitors who turned on my ancestor must be punished. So, did he leave behind a massive army? Maybe some god-tier cultivation techniques, or perhaps a peerless system. Once I level up, I'll sweep through the underworld and conquer everything in sight. Beili simply shrugged her shoulders. Nope, not really. Strictly speaking, you're just a commander without an army. You have to start from scratch. Lu Wu froze. What? Ancestor, you're really leaving your descendant out to dry. He turned around to leave. I can't do this job. I'll just burn some extra offerings for you back in the real world. You'd better find someone more qualified. Beili said calmly. While it's true, you don't have any of those things, you still have the war artifact in me. Lu Wu immediately turned back, even though you don't look like you have much combat power. That war artifact sounds pretty impressive. Beili nodded quickly. Of course it is. This is an artifact that once dominated the underworld. Your ancestor, the king of Beichi, painstakingly forged it to unify the entire underworld, although he fell during the final stages of its creation. I helped him complete the final step, so its functions are perfectly intact and incredibly powerful. Its greatest feature is that it can harness the omnipresent yin energy of the underworld to condense immortal physical bodies. As long as a soul exists, the physical vessel can be replaced at any time, achieving a state of neuromortality. As long as you have enough souls, you can have an army of undead soldiers that can never be truly. She then slid the ring onto Lu Wa's thumb. A voice quickly rang out, "War artifact activated. Detecting wearer's identity, bloodline verification successful. Host confirmed as the descendant of the king of Beiqi, formally binding the war artifact. Basic functions unlocked, physical and soul travel between the yin and yang realms." Lu Wu was dazed for a moment. This kind of power was truly extraordinary. But where am I supposed to find so many souls? And what happens if we don't have any? Hearing this, Bailey immediately burst into tears. I didn't think of that. If we don't have souls, the artifact seems to be useless. Lu Wu reached out and rubbed her head again. There, don't cry. In my opinion, this isn't actually a problem at all. You do know what my profession is, right? Bailey let out a couple of sniffs, then flipped through her little notebook and read, Lu Wu, 23 years old. The 365th generation, descendant of the king of Beiqi. An unsuccessful entrepreneur for 3 years, and still a total loser. You started a small gaming website that gets almost zero traffic. And you're still single? Lu Wu immediately cut her off. Hey, stop exposing my secrets, you know? I'm a game developer. Can we expand the functions of this artifact? For example, can we guide mortals from the world of the living? And let them enter the underworld under the guise of playing a game. They could become our immortal warriors. As long as the game is popular enough, won't we have an endless army of soldiers? Do you catch my drift? Bailey gave it some serious thought. She concluded that the method was viable if a player's body was destroyed. It could simply be recondensed from soul energy, which was exactly the same as respawning in a game. His reaction surprised Lu Wu. I didn't expect that at such a young age. You would grasp the true essence of this method. Bailey burst out laughing. I've been a pro player for 100 years, you know. Lu Wu was a bit worried, because turning the underworld into a game was a massive undertaking. It needed a proper game system, like quests, shops, dungeons, classes, and so on, but Bailey told him not to worry. The war artifact's function isn't just creating immortal soldiers. It can also use yin energy and soul power to condense all sorts of things, including buildings, maps, and equipment. Soul power is the key indicator of how powerful an underworld creature is. The stronger the creature, the more soul power it yields. Players can use it to level up or buy items, most importantly. We can take a cut of the soul power players get from hunting first. It makes you stronger. Second, it's used to rebuild the mansion of the king of Beiqi and serve as rewards for quests. How about we set the tax at 20, Lu Wu? Immediately told her to change it to 30. No sooner said than done, once the direction was set. Bailey led Lu Wu into the ruins of the Beiqi royal palace. She pushed open a hidden door on the side. This is where your ancestor developed the artifact. And I was his sole assistant. I was involved in its development from start to finish. Though the place was in tatters, the grandeur and glory of the past could still be felt. About 2 hours later, Bailey collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. The modifications are finally complete now. All we need to do is connect the artifact to your game server. Lu Wu was thrilled. Good work. Let's head to my place next. This was an online game crafted from the underworld itself. A soul transference array was added to the VR headsets as long as a player downloaded and started the game. Their soul would be pulled into the game server and sent to the underworld via the VR headset. Lu Wu was utterly impressed. Not only would players never realize they were in the actual underworld, they would think it's just a game with incredibly high realism. Bailey had even thought of a name. Named after the artifact, it would be called Conquest Online. This was the ambition within your ancestor, the great king of Beiqi. Soon, the game went live on Lu's game platform to attract users, it claimed. That there were no microtransactions, and it featured 100 realism. But 2 hours later, not a single user had even downloaded it to try it out. It turned out Lua's game platform barely had any traffic to begin with. This worried Bailey greatly. This won't work. We have no more time to waste. To the east of the main city, the mansion of the king of Beiqi, lies the Glaze district. Where Ghost General Shana is stationed, He commands over 500,000 soldiers. And Haze constantly expanding, no one knows when he might decide. If the main city is lost, we're completely finished. And your soul, being in the underworld, will be tormented for eternity because you are the heir of Beichi. You'll never have a chance at reincarnation. Hearing this, Luwu turned pale with fright. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier, something this important? Where am I supposed to find 500,000 players right now? If I can't, I'll be tortured for eternity after I die. Just as the two were looking dejected and trying to think of another way, a ding suddenly came from the console. A player named Demang Wang had logged onto the Conquest server. As it turned out, the man was there to debunk it. A crappy 800 megabytes game dares to claim 100 realism, even the most popular game right now. Atlantis only has 55 realism. This isn't just hype. This is a flat-out scam, so he followed the login process. Time for a pro gamer to debunk this junk, then I'll hit you with a report. And collect a little reward money. At that moment, the two behind the scenes were watching. Luwu asked, 100 realism? The description is definitely hard for players to believe, just like when you told me to return to the underworld. To inherit an empire and unite the realm, Bailey casually threw a punch. So it's all my fault? I was just telling the truth. Luwu gagged again from the impact. Why is she so strong for her size anyway, if it's 100 realism? Does that mean the pain the players feel is also 100 real? Bailey said, don't worry. I anticipated that. I've nerfed the pain sensation as much as possible. Of course, only the pain. Meanwhile, a few drops of blood rain fell onto Demang Wang's face. Under a hazy blood moon, blood rain drizzled from the sky. Chilly gusts of wind blew around him. It felt as if he were truly in hell. Everything before his eyes was so real that he couldn't believe it. How could an 800 megabytes game achieve this level of realism? He even began to wonder. If he had been electrocuted the moment he put on the headset and ended up in the real underworld just then. The lore Bailey had written appeared before him. A calamity of 10,000 years has descended. The king of Beiche sacrificed his life to resist the disaster, saving billions of souls in Northern Qi. However, after the king's death, his subordinates betrayed him en masse. They carved up and occupied the land of Beichi as the sole heir of the king of Beichi. It is time for you to embark on a journey to reclaim your ancestors' glory. After the intro text faded, a prompt appeared in his mind. Please select a class. Warrior, a power type wielding a greatsword mage, a long-range DPS wielding a staff. Assassin, a burst damage dealer wielding daggers. Demang Wang let out a sigh of relief. Thank God I'm not dead. It really is just a game. But there's no way the starting zone environment is only 800 megabytes. My instincts as a pro gamer tell me this game will definitely be a hit. But why aren't there any healer classes? The two profiteers behind the scenes snickered. If there were healers, how would we sell health potions in the shop? And earn soul coins? Demang Wang hesitated for a moment. In the end, he chose his specialty, assassin. A moment later, he was enveloped in light. He slowly stood up like a blooming lotus behind him. A shadow wielding a dagger spoke in a cold voice, born in the darkness. Walking in the darkness, dancing upon the scythe of the Reaper, blooming for a fleeting eternity within death, I am the hidden killer. The shadow then transformed into basic assassin cloth armor and daggers, equipping itself onto Demang Wang. He immediately felt power surging through him, and his agility increased significantly. Just then, a starter quest popped up. Starter quest, slay 10 wandering souls. Reward, 5 soul coins. Luwu felt the starter gear was too weak. He was afraid players wouldn't be able to kill any mobs, but Bailey was helpless. We rely on players hunting underworld creatures to earn soul power. This is only our first player. We don't have any spare soul coins to craft powerful gear yet. Once we have more soul coins, there will naturally be plenty of power. Demang Wang looked dismissive. Wandering souls are probably just low-level mobs, right? Just kill 10 of them, for a pro like me. This'll be a piece of cake. He gripped his daggers. Filled with confidence, he headed toward the outskirts. Time to show off my real skills, you starter mobs. Your daddy is here. Tremble before me. But as he walked, low sobs echoed from the distance, sounding desolate and mournful. Reckless Wong couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. Holy crap, these eerie sound effects. This horror atmosphere is giving me actual goosebumps. Can a game really make details this realistic and immersive? He tried to suppress his nerves with some self-talk. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. It's just a game. But as soon as he spoke, an eerie white shadow streaked past him. The wandering spirit actually spoke. Living flesh, it's a living thing. Such a delicious soul. I'm going to hack you to pieces with that. It charged straight at Reckless Wong. But being a pro-gamer, Reckless Wong quickly parried the blow with his dagger. He grumbled, "Why is a starter mob so terrifying? It's like a boss from any other game." But a starter mob is still just a starter mob. It's all just for show. Hearing this, the wandering spirit grew even more enraged. "You filthy human. How dare you look down on me? I'll cut you down." It began relentlessly lashing Reckless Wong with its tail. Reckless Wong was stunned. This game even made the emotional systems for mobs this realistic. Incredible. But getting angry won't save you? I'm a pro-gamer. Drawing aggro, kiting, breaking line of sight, and the execution all in one smooth motion. Without missing a beat, Reckless Wong slashed at the spirit repeatedly. Soon the spirit was covered in wounds. It wailed in a trembling voice. "Damn human. To think you're this strong, it seems I must use my ultimate move." Reckless Wong continued to taunt. "Bring it on, let me see just how powerful your ultimate move really is." But before he could finish, the spirit charged like a dragon crossing a river, transforming into a tornado as it slammed into him. It was so fast that Reckless Wong was caught off guard, taking the full brunt of the damage. Sent flying, Reckless Wong couldn't stop cursing. What the hell kind of starter mob has such a powerful second stage skill? I don't even have one skill yet. Reckless Wong lay on the ground, gasping for air, his equipment shattered. Too real. Not only is there equipment durability, but also environmental damage still. We're both down to 2 HP. It's a one-hit kill now. There's no reason to retreat. I'm a pro who's survived countless battles. I won't be stopped in the starter village. Witness my final strike, the one I stake my dignity on. The man just wanted to play a realistic game, but in the starter village, he was beaten down to his underwear by a mob. As a pro-gamer, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? He brandished his dagger and charged. Witness my final strike, staked on my dignity. But just as he spoke, his toe caught on a stray rock. The unsupposing Reckless Wong instantly ate dirt. Who would have thought his dignity would bite the dust like this? His HP dropped to 0 right then and there. A system notification popped up. Player Reckless Wong has died. Entering 3-hour respawn timer behind the scenes, Bailey was utterly disappointed. This guy can't even beat a starter mob, yet he calls himself a pro. That was painful to watch. Lu Wu gave a sheepish grin. Maybe we can tune up the durability a bit, and the environmental damage needs a rework. By the way, why did you set the respawn cooldown to 3 hours? Bailey replied, because while the player's bodies in the underworld are condensed from Yin-Ki, when they're destroyed, the soul snaps back to the original body instantly. This causes slight mental strain, so a cooldown is necessary. Elsewhere, Reckless Wong took off his helmet, his face pale with rage. He couldn't believe his legendary reputation was ruined by... Even more infuriating was the 3-hour death penalty. He immediately shared the game in his Atlantis team group chat. He boldly claimed, if it's not good, he'll give everyone 10,000 gold coins. And eat crap on a live stream, with Reckless Wong egging them on. A wave of players began entering the game, but what followed was the same shock Reckless Wong had experienced earlier. The near-perfect realism stunned them. After choosing their preferred classes, they received the same starter quest Lu Wu had set up. A wandering spirit emerged with the same line, "Delicious soul. I'm going to devour you?" One person said timidly. "What a terrifying monster. This game is too real. Run." But another shouted, "Run for what? We're a bunch of top-tier players afraid of a starter mob? Everyone charge. Let's hack him down." After some discussion, They excitedly prepared to explore the game as a group. That's right. We almost let the realism scare us. It's just a starter mob. Behind the scenes, Bailey said, "Look how much fun these players are having." "We've succeeded." Luwu hummed in agreement. Their adaptability is fast, and their teamwork is seamless. They're likely from a pro gaming team. Meanwhile, Reckless Wong was staring at the chat, constantly sending messages, but 30 minutes passed, and they were so immersed that no one replied. Inside the game, a berserker named Zhu Chen snatched the kills on 2 HP spirits brothers. "It'll take these last 2 low-health spirits. Let me complete the quest first for the reward." To boost our team's strength, just as he spoke, he leveled up to LV2. Holy crap, this level-up sensation. It's totally different from other games. It's not just a change in stats. I can actually feel the power surging through my body. The others cheered immediately. That's incredible, doesn't that mean? We can feel what it's like to be superhuman in this game. Zhu Chen curiously opened the level 1 shop. To see what he could buy soon, the shop interface appeared before him. He noticed that mage items were significantly more expensive than other classes. He felt lucky he chose Berserker, looking at his 14 soul coins. He gritted his teeth and bought an ogre's club. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Shu Chun raised his new weapon high. "I feel stronger already, brothers. It'll lead you to wipe out every wandering spirit in the starter village according to Bayless settings. They take a 30 cut every time a player kills a mob. In other words, in just half an hour, the 30 spirits netted Lu Wu 27 soul coins in passive income," Bailey added. "That's not all. We also get a commission on shop purchases. Since the items are crafted using the artifact, we sell them at a 30 markup. The more they buy, the more we earn. It's a win-win. The players have a blast." And I rake it in, the scene shifts. After 3 hours of trekking, Shou Chen and the others finally reached the Ghost Mountains. The fog on the map began to spread, the realistic terrain. Its appearance began to emerge. At that moment, a quest notification popped up. "Special monster discovered. Side quest triggered. All participants who help kill the Nether Muscle Man will receive bonus soul coins. Dropped items can be recycled in the shop." The notification sound had just faded when a creature with bullhorns, its body a cage of muscles, the immensely powerful Nether Muscle Man appeared before them. "You living things dare intrude upon my territory? You're seeking death?" Shu Chen took the lead and charged forward. "I have the highest level. I'll pull aggro first. Everyone else, go all out on DPS. Watch your positioning and dodge his attacks. Don't be stingy with the... We have the numbers. Even if we're just chipping away, we'll wear him down." But every time the Nether Muscleman threw a punch, it left a crater in the ground. No one dared to tank it hidden. It could only keep kiting and moving. Lu Wu asked Bailey, letting them fight an elite mob like this. "Isn't it a bit too early?" Bailey replied. "Not at all. These players are tougher than we thought. Low-level wandering souls can't satisfy them anymore. So we have to keep giving them new thrills. More importantly, this Nether Muscle Man drops an item that will be very helpful to you." Hearing this, Lu Wu was instantly intrigued. "What kind of good stuff is it?" Bailey played coy. "It's a secret for now. You'll find out soon." Clearly, this Nether Muscleman was incredibly strong, but luckily they were with sharp reflexes while dodging attacks. They continued to inflict wounds. His HP dropped to only 2. They had been zeking him for a full hour. Crap, I'm out of healing potions. We're so close to killing him. Is an hour's worth of hard work just going to go to waste? But right then, above the Nether Muscleman's head, a white light suddenly flashed. Then came Damon Wang's voice. "I told you, bastards. Didn't wait for me, and now you're suffering. See, you're nothing without your Grandpappy Wang." The next moment, Damon Wang used a backstab, sliding precisely down the Nether Muscleman's back. It instantly emptied his remaining HP. Soon, white light began to flash on everyone. They had clearly leveled up, enjoying the rush of their stats increasing. Meanwhile, the war artifact stripped away the Nether Muscleman's outer layer, revealing a black palm-sized bead. Nether bead can be sold in the shop. It was worth 28 soul coins after they sold the bead. It was immediately teleported into Lua's hand, the helpful item you mentioned. Is this plain-looking dark bead? What does it actually do? Bailey said you'll find out once you eat it. Luwu took a bite immediately and found the taste quite strange. It was a disgusting sensation. Soon after finishing the nether bead, Luwu felt a warmth spread through him, his body radiating heat from the inside out. So this nether bead can improve and strengthen my constitution, Bailey explained. You're a descendant of the king of Beichi, but your basic constitution is too ordinary. We need to use items like this to strengthen your body, to make your true self more and more powerful. Hearing this, Luwu was suddenly filled with fighting spirit. Then what are we waiting for? We have to step things up and get more players into the game. That way, we can avenge our ancestors and unite the Underworld sooner. Playtime has reached 12 hours, force logout imminent. Players, please prepare. The appearance of this notification left everyone stunned. What the hell? There's a time limit. This game is way too healthy. Are you kidding me? Can't you give me some extra time? You'll even pay for it? 5 minutes later, amidst the players' complaints, they were all forcibly kicked out of the game. Luwu was very confused. Little Bailey, I just set up so many new quests for them. Why did you force them to log out? Bailey explained it was to protect the players. While their souls come to the Underworld, their bodies are still. In the real world, if they stay here too long, their bodies won't be able to take it. Luwu understood immediately, so it's sustainable development. You have to harvest the leaks gradually, meanwhile. Back in reality, Demang Wang still wanted more, a life without Conquest online. Is there any point to it, with nothing to do? Damon Wang checked his group messages. He found his boss looking for everyone, it turned out. The game Atlantis was preparing for a team tournament, but not a single member logged on for training today. Seeing Boss Wang's insults, the already frustrated Demang Wang got even more annoyed. Since the contract hadn't been signed yet, he fired the boss right there. Seeing this, the other team members followed suit and left the group chat together the next day. The group met up at a restaurant. They wanted to make it big. In this new Conquest Online, Team Captain Zhu Chen found it strange. This game has no top-up portal and hasn't been promoted on any major platforms. Maybe the owner really isn't short on cash. Meanwhile, the two creators of the game were eating instant noodles. Bailey was even crying while she ate, as the descendant of the king of Beichi. To end up like this, we're just too poor. Luwu patted her head. Be good, little Bailey. Once we have more players, we'll have plenty of ways to make money. Then he'll take you out for a feast and make sure you're wealthed and healthy. By the way, little Bailey, most game companies make money mainly through top-up channels, right? Should we set one up for Conquest Online too? Hearing this, Bailey slammed the table excitedly. No, soul coins in Conquest Online are extremely scarce. Players have to earn them. We can't be penny-wise and pound-foolish. We should focus on promotion instead. Getting more players into the game is more practical. Luwu felt helpless. He was really broke right now and had no way to pay for promotion. Bailey was also dejected. Right now, besides eating instant noodles, she only had more instant noodles. She hadn't tasted any other delicacies. Then Luwu spoke up. No matter how hard it gets, we can't let the kids suffer. Don't worry, I have a plan. Bailey was stunned. What plan do you have? It turned out Luwu had just discovered an event, the best new game PK rankings. All new games would be scored by reviewers. The maximum score is 10. A score of 8 or higher earns a front-page promotion reward. The event lasts 30 days. Best of all, the event is completely free, however. The game must reach the minimum score of 8. Luwu confidently submitted the application, because a game with 100 realism simply didn't exist in the current market. Meanwhile, at the game platform's headquarters, a game reviewer had just finished testing a game, another piece of trash. And they dare enter the new game PK rankings with this? What a waste of time. This is only worth 2 points after finishing the rating. He followed the list and clicked on the next game for testing. But the description left Mu Qingshui utterly speechless. Conquest Online, an 800 megabytes hyper-realistic game. Are you kidding me? Mu Qingshui cursed while putting on his VR helmet. This isn't even trash. It's a blatant scam. You'll just log in, leave a review record, and then fail it with a 1-star rating. But the experience that followed made him question reality. Everything inside was far too real. Just like that, he played for 12 hours straight. After being forced to log out, he was completely entranced. This game, its compatibility with me is perfect. 10 out of 10 easily. The only downside is the limited playtime. He immediately dialed his boss's number. The phone rang 7 or 8 times before finally connecting. "Hello, boss. It's the reviewer, King Shui Mu. I've found a treasure during my testing. I discovered a game with nearly 100 realism. I played it for 12 hours straight. If we can just secure this new title, our company will definitely become the #1 game platform in the country." Wu Guo immediately opened his email and snorted coldly. "A treasure at only 800 megabytes, are you joking? Realistic games on the market right now usually start at 50 gigabytes. Mu Qingshui spoke rapidly, clearly in a panic. "Boss, please, don't be angry. You simply must try it out. If you're even slightly dissatisfied, I'll resign immediately." Hearing this, Wu Guo put on his gaming helmet. "I've played countless games in my life, and long since numbed to them. A game that can satisfy me, it doesn't exist." But when he logged in, he was left. The realism was exactly as Mu Qingshui had described. It reached a level of perfection. It was an experience unlike any head had in his life. This game is going to be a massive hit the next day. Bailey finally got to eat fried rice at a roadside stall. It was her second food after instant noodles. At that moment, Luwu answered a call from an unknown number. "Hello, who is this, please?" Wu Guo said. "Hello? Excuse me? Are you the owner of Conquest Online and the head of the 173 game platform? I'd like to talk to you about something. Are you free?" Wu Guo hadn't slept all night. He had unknowingly played that game for 12 hours if it weren't for the forced logout mechanism. He'd probably still be playing. Lu Wu readily agreed. "No problem, they'll come over in a bit." This caught Wu Guo by surprise. He agreed so easily. "Looks like I've got a good shot at taking over this game." He quickly replied, "No need, just send me your location. I'll come to find you personally." Those words made Lu Wu realize his game was being taken seriously. He felt a surge of anticipation. He then sent the coordinates over once Wu Guo received them. He said excitedly, "What a coincidence. We're actually in the same city. Give me 20 minutes, I'll be right there." True to his word, 20 minutes later, a sports car came speeding toward them. Stopping right by the fried rice stall, a middle-aged man stepped out. "Hello, I'm Wu Guo, head of the 173 game platform. "I'm the one looking for you?" The stall owner shed tears of joy. "Am I dreaming? Is this big boss in the supercar? Going to spend a fortune to buy my fried rice stall." But when he saw the man talking to his 2 customers, he suddenly felt the grief of $100 million slipping through his fingers. Wu Guo bowed. "Could we talk in private?" Bailey said while eating, "Don't be in such a rush. Let me finish eating first." Seeing she was unwilling to leave, Wu Guo spoke up. "Little girl, let's go somewhere else for even better food." Only then did Bailey reluctantly put down her chopsticks. She took Luo's hand and left the stall. The scene shifted. The two were taken to the most prestigious hotel in Jialan City. A single bottle of wine cost 680,000. Woo, Guo asked. "I wanted to ask this excellent game of yours. Was it developed independently by your team or outsourced to a famous studio?" Lu Wu was stunned. He hadn't thought about how to answer that at all. If he said the team was just 2 people, had only be considered a developer at best. Seeing his hesitation, Wu Guo got straight to the point. "It's fine if you can't share trade secrets. I'll be honest with you. Brother Lu, I really like and believe in your game, and I want to buy it. Name your price. He'll definitely give you a figure you're satisfied with," Lu Wu thought to himself. "I knew it. His real goal is to take over my game." He then politely declined. Sorry, Mr. Wu. Our team poured a lot of heart and soul into this game's development. We have no intention of selling for now," but Wu Guo seemed to have expected this. he said directly. 10 billion. What do you think of that price? A man created a 100 realistic VR game, only to have a platform CEO IIEAT and offer 10 billion to buy the rights. For Lu Wu, who lived on instant noodles every day, he couldn't help but tremble. He even accidentally spilled some of the $680,000 wine. He put the glass down, trying to act calm. "I'm sorry," he said. "I developed this game out of passion. It's not about the money." Before he could finish, Wu Guo immediately added, "Is 15 billion enough?" That price made Lua's heart pound. It was a near-resistible temptation. Unfortunately, the game simply couldn't be sold because the Underworld is real. The game was bound to him, other than the one who possessed the war artifact. No one else could control it, thinking of this. He spoke while suppressing his greed. "To be honest, our team really isn't planning to sell. Passion and dreams are priceless," but inside his heart was bleeding. This was 15 billion. Wu Guo had never seen a young man so steadfast in the face of 15 billion. His maturity and foresight far exceeded his. It was as if he saw his younger self, so he tried a different approach. "In that case, if you're willing to launch exclusively on our platform, it'll give you 100 million every year," Lu Wu fell into thought. He had promised Bailey he would reclaim Beiqi and even the entire Underworld. For that, the number of players would be the deciding factor. If he agreed, Wu Guo would undoubtedly be limiting the maximum player count for Conquest Online. He then decisively refused. "I'm sorry. I still can't accept your proposal, however. I'm willing to list the game on your platform exclusively for 2 months, provided you agree to promote my game on your homepage during those 2 months." Wu Guo was stunned. This young man was tough to handle. He wasn't following my lead at all. He consistently held the upper hand in the negotiation. He then raised his glass. "Brother Lu, while you're a headache of a business partner, you'll take that deal. I'm betting this game of yours will be a hit. Also, regarding the PK leaderboard event, regardless of your ranking, it'll give you a spot on the homepage." For a promotional display, Lu Wu thought to himself, a homepage display, that's their most expensive form of promotion. It really was an important way to recruit players back at home. The two of them struck while the iron was hot and immediately expanded the game. For the subsequent designs, Bailey provided a plan right away. Under the former king of Beiqi, there were 3 ghost kings and 10 ghost generals. After the king of Beiqi died, the entire Beiqi realm was divided into 13 regions by these forces. The area where the Underworld mansion is located is on the eastern path, currently occupied by Ghost General Shana. Lu Wu said, "Ghost General Shana is the closest to us." "Right, I remember you saying, Bailey, that he could invade us at any moment, once the main city is gone. It's game over for everything, and he'll never be able to reincarnate." "Then let's start the initial main quest with him. The level to unlock the main quest should be set to level 15 if the players' levels are too low. They won't even be able to kill a single ghost, let alone form any organized combat force. There's still one more problem. How can we easily manifest bodies for NPCs and give them self-awareness?" Bailey patted her chest. "Leave that to me. The Underworld is the destination of souls. We'll look for primordial beings just born in the Underworld, those without intelligence yet, and use the artifact to reconstruct and modify them. Then we just give them new memories and missions. We can issue a quest, letting players find these primordial beings for us, and then turn them into NPCs. Everything was linked together. Soon, the two set up a permanent quest in Conquest Online. Every primordial soul found could be sold in the shop. Each one was worth 100 soul coins, and next was how to create a promotional CG trailer that would make players want to click. "I don't think that's an issue at all. I can feel my blood boiling." But Bailey said making a high-quality CG will surely cost a lot of money, right? "You're so poor. What are we going to do?" Those words instantly snuffed out Lu's fighting spirit. However, Lu Wu had another plan. He didn't need to spend a fortune on a professional team for the CG, because everything in this world, from mountains and rivers down to every flower and tree, was actually real. I just need to use the war artifact to gather yin energy and temporarily restore this ruin to its former glory. With a wave of Lua's hand, the artifact's power activated, Vast amounts of yin energy surged from all directions. It immediately condensed above the underworld mansion. A mass of churning dark clouds formed and slowly descended. Shrouding the abandoned mansion, he watched intently. And soon, a magnificent underworld hall appeared before their eyes. As the descendant of the king of Beichi to film the trailer, he used the artifact to transform himself in an instant. Countless wisps of yin energy condensed around him. A set of brilliant armor, gleaming like black gemstones, formed on his body. This touched Bailey deeply. She clung to Luo's leg and sobbed. "This domineering look of yours is exactly the same as the original king of Beichi." Lu Wu told her to get away, as the appearance formed by yin energy wouldn't last long. Soon, Lu Wu gathered more yin energy ahead, creating countless terrifying ghosts and monsters. Some of these monsters were as large as mountains, while others had wings on their backs. Their appearances were hideous and horrifying, since they didn't have cameras. Stood to the side using a VR headset to record the scene, the plot officially began. Above the dark clouds, a hideous dragon let out a deafening roar. "King of Beichi, do you really think you can protect your subjects?" "The entire Beichi realm will be mine," Lu Wu, transformed into the king of Beichi, channeled an energy sphere in his hand and replied coldly, "If you want a war, you'll get one. Are there any Beichi soldiers left to fight?" Accompanied by heavy footsteps, rows of armored undead soldiers emerged from the black mist. "Fight, fight, fight," at Luo's command. Hundreds of thousands of undead soldiers on the ground charged recklessly into battle. It was a brutal fight. Figures constantly fell from the sky. The ground was littered with severed limbs. Countless soldiers died, but the opposing monster legion also suffered heavy casualties under the tenacious resistance of the Beichi army. The king of Beichi stood atop a pile of corpses as tall as a man, coldly staring at the black dragon in the air as it tore through the ranks. How boring at the end of the battle. The Black Dragon King personally intervened, facing off against the scarred king of Beichi. The surrounding air was torn apart by the dragon's violent breath, just as the battle reached its climax. The king of Beichi let out a roar, and his body began to ignite. Turning into a fireball, he charged directly at the terrified Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King's head was pierced instantly, but that wasn't enough to kill him. It turned out the king of Beichi had planned to go down with him from the start. A massive explosion of flames swept across 10,000 miles. Countless monsters were caught in the blast and turned to ash. The dragon's pathetic screams finally stopped at the end of this war. The Beichi army was victorious, but they had lost their leader forever. The magnificent Beichi mansion was also set ablaze by the falling sparks. The raging fire heralded the passing of a legendary hero. A baby in swaddling clothes burst into tears. The king of Bacchus will drifted onto the baby's forehead. An undead soldier held the air high. "The king's heir lives. Our new king shall eventually return." The next morning, Guiwu held a meeting. An executive loudly reprimanded King Shuimu. "What kind of occasion is this? Is someone of your level allowed to attend?" Guiwu said flatly. "I'm the one who invited him." The man was stunned. Guiwu continued, "Because he was the first to discover Conquest Online, at the mention of Conquest Online." All the executives began to whisper. They had never seen a game that could capture President Wu's attention. Guiwu silenced the room. "King Shuimu, show everyone the game CG we just received." King Shuimu asked everyone to put on their VR headsets. "I've already uploaded the game CG to the meeting room computer." One of them was surprised. In a high-level meeting like this, watching a game trailer together, that's a first. A few minutes later, everyone was mesmerized by the CG. They tearfully begged King Shuimu to recommend the game to them. After the meeting ended, Guiwu called, "Brother Lu, I've seen your CG. To be honest, I can't believe you produced the CG so quickly. Were you guys already prepared? The CG is absolutely breathtaking. Everyone in my company is raving about it. Both the visuals and the audio are top tier. But it's missing one thing to be perfect." Lu Wu immediately asked. "What's missing?" Guiwu said. "The BGM. It lacks the music needed to set the atmosphere. If a game wants to go big, the BGM is crucial. That's exactly what you're missing." Gui's words hit the nail on the head, making Lu Wu realize the problem. Bei Li got excited too. How are we going to make the music for the game trailer? The main problem is, you're really, really poor. Lu Wu was speechless. Thanks for the reminder. But it was indeed a major issue, he thought to himself. How could a CG not have BGM to set the mood? Following that thought, there was also the theme song, and things like that. Is there really no way to make music without Gui Wu smiled. Actually, that's not a problem at all. You just pay someone to compose the music and write the lyrics, then get a big star to sing it. Lu Wu replied, but I'd rather. Let the players experience the game in its purest form first. Beside him, Bei Li muttered under her breath, My foot, just admit you're broke. Gui Wu was stunned. So Lu Wu didn't include game music. Because of such a unique consideration, indeed. Given Conquest Online's 100 realism, Lu Wu's idea wasn't without merit. I suppose I didn't think it through. Then he spoke to Lu Wu about the game's rating. There are 15 games with a score above 8, and 3 of them got a 9. But our Conquest Online got a perfect 10, putting it in first place for now. Starting tomorrow, these 15 games on the PK rankings will be voted on and rated by players. That's when Conquest Online will officially launch on my platform as well. The man wanted to create an NPC with a soul and independent consciousness. With a casual wave of the initial soul in his hand, a green glow quickly condensed into a human shape. Soon, a handsome man with a black robe and snow-white hair appeared before them. Before they could get a good look, a majestic power surged around him. No one expected a newly born NPC to possess such incredible power. Bei Li suddenly realized, if Hei's a truly complete life form, with his own consciousness, he might actually attack us. The NPC slowly approached and suddenly knelt on one knee. Lowering his head, he said in a reverent tone, I, Lu Mo, pay my respects to the descendant of the king of Beiqi. Bei Li was somewhat taken aback. It turned out Lu Wu had anticipated this. He had set everything up long ago. Now, Lu Mo's identity was the adopted son of the king of Beiqi. Lu Wu beckoned Lu Mo and instructed, I shall inherit the king of Beiqi's ambitions. For that, you must work twice as hard to assist me. I'll leave this place to you. The self-aware Lu Mo was moved to tears. I will defend Beiqi with my life. I will do my best to help Lord Lu Wu fulfill the king of Beiqi's last wish. Lu Mo's role was like a beginner village. Chief, he could answer players' questions about the daily lore of the great emperor of Beiqi. Also, once a player reached level 20, they could pay him 50 soul coins to establish a guild. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Tenalong Studios, many members cheered. Their game, Evolutionary Disaster, had received a high score of 9.2. But the boss, Tiangsha Li, looked disdainful, because producing this game had taken them 7 full years and a massive amount of effort. He even felt the score was too low. He asked about another game, Rise of the Gods. How much did it get? An employee replied, 9.1. Tiangsha Li chuckled. Losing to us is no shame for them. Looks like first place is in the bag. But the employee interrupted him. Boss, first place goes to a game called Conquest Online. It got a perfect 10. Hearing this, Tiangsha Li couldn't accept it. He thought his only rival was Rise of the Gods, but now a dark horse had suddenly appeared. He read the game description of Conquest Online, word by word. 100 realism. Installation package size, 800 megabytes. Soon, his expression went blank. Are you freaking kidding me? A game with 100 realism that's only 800 megabytes? It completely defies common sense. This is a total fix. There's definitely some shady business going on. On the other side, Gui Wu was full of anticipation in just a few minutes. Lewis Conquest Online would go live on his 173 game platform. But just then, the CEO of Tenlong Studios, Tiangsha Li, called him as soon as Gui Wu answered. He was met with a barrage of insults from Tiangsha Li. Old Wu, I treated you like a brother. But you're out here rigging things. Our team spent 7 whole years. To develop Evolutionary Disaster, Gui Wu had already guessed that it was about Conquest Online taking first place. Brother Li, you're feeling slighted. And unconvinced, aren't you? Tiangsha Li believed he must have taken a massive bribe. Otherwise, how could a crappy 800 megabytes game claim 100 realism? And shamelessly be given a 10, Guiwu said. Why don't you just download it and play? You'll know then. This left Tiangsha Li, who had come to demand answers. Completely confused, Guiwu didn't say another word. And hung up immediately, Tiangsha Li hurried to his computer. Fine, I'll try it. I want to see exactly what this so-called Conquest online is all about. He casually browsed the reviewers' comments and found them filled with dense praise. Moreover, every single one of them was a perfect 10. Tiangsha Li gritted his teeth. They must have paid a fortune for this. Even the shills they hired are so professional. An 800 megabytes game reaching 100 realism? What a joke then. He chose to download the game. After putting on the headset, he began his experience. After watching the CG, he entered the game. He found the area crowded with new players who had just logged in. In his opinion, with current technology, game realism could never reach 100. But this game had done it, setting aside the gameplay, just based on this level of realism alone. A 1010 was no exaggeration at all. The man logged into the 100. VR game just to debunk it, but who would have thought a berserker would call out to him? It was the CEO of the country's largest game platform, Guiwu, a man worth hundreds of billions. Guiwu said, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help me steal these mobs. If you're any slower, they'll be gone." Tiangsha Li was stunned on the spot. He never expected a billionaire CEO to ask him to help steal mobs. Suddenly it hit him. No wonder he was in such a rush to hang up the phone. He was in a hurry to get online and farm a few minutes later. Guiwu and Tiangsha Li teamed up to farm mobs. He urged, "Brother Li, hurry. Give it the final blow while you can. Just one more wandering soul. And our side quest Monster Hunter will be complete." Tiangsha Li replied, "Don't worry. Old Wu, I'll definitely take it." But before he could finish, a large man with a shield slammed into him before Tiangsha Li could figure out what was happening. He was hacked to death with an axe by that man. Wandering soul secured, miss. My side is done? Mob stealing successful? Meanwhile, Tiangsha Li was sent flying dozens of meters away. He scrambled to his feet and shouted to Guoi, "Wu, watch out! Some bastards are stealing our kills!" But as soon as he spoke, a dagger suddenly plunged into his neck. Instead of worrying about your partner, you should worry about yourself soon. A system notification popped up. You have been killed by players where? Dear player, you have died in-game, entering a 3-hour respawn cooldown. Tiangsha Li was dumbfounded. What the hell? You stole my mob. And then you kill me? And this respawn cooldown? Which idiot game dev designed this crappy feature? This is insane. But then again, this game was truly terrifying. Even a veteran game developer like himself had been completely sucked in without even realizing it. Judging by the reviews, old brother Wu and I aren't the only ones getting our kills stolen. This also indirectly proves how popular the game is. Meanwhile, on the global world chat, quite a few professional players have already formed guilds and are posting recruitment ads. On the game's backend, calculations from the war artifact showed that those who weren't online after logging in were all in the respawn cooldown after dying. In other words, the player retention rate for this game had reached 100. Luwu thought this was far from enough. We must attract even more players, Bailey, you said. That Ghost General Shana has over 500,000 soldiers and could invade us at any time. So, we must attract more players before then and build an unstoppable undead army. Just then Wu Gui called. Brother Lu Wu, you have to help me this time. Lu Wu was confused. Old brother Wu, what happened? Wu Gui said, while I was hunting wandering souls, someone actually stole my kill. I even got killed. Tell me, how can I let... So, give me some soul coins. I need to buy some decent gear for revenge. That shouldn't be hard for you, right? Lu Wu looked at the soul coins displayed on the artifact. Feeling quite helpless? Old brother Wu, to be honest with you. Now that the game's development is on track, soul coins can only be obtained by hunting mobs. Even our development team has no way around it, however, before the game launched. I kept 100 soul coins for myself. I'll give these 100 to you. But there won't be any more after this. Wu Guo was surprised. You mean now that the game is on track? Your dev team is no longer in control, Lu Wu answered. Exactly. Everything in the game develops organically. Even we don't know what will happen next. So please understand, this middle-aged man worth hundreds of billions. The CEO of the country's largest game platform was now hiding in a grove with his teammate. Preparing to steal a kill. Brother Lee, don't get excited. They stole our mob so well. Steal theirs. But we have to time our ambush right. I used the 100 soul coins Lu Wu gave me. To buy this python sword, I won't miss. Further away, the Zawar and the others were addicted to hunting. They had no idea two people were lying in wait in the bushes, just as they whittled the monster's health down. Wu Guo and Li Tiangsha exchanged a glance. Brother Li, now's the time. It's time for revenge. Soon, two berserkers wielding great swords jumped out from nowhere under their startled gazes. A strike landed on the man. He cried out, "Miss." Oh no, it's those two from last time. The Zawir was as light as a swallow. Dodging the heavy slash with a graceful backflip, she flicked them off. You want to beat me? Warriors trying to ambush an assassin? Are you two idiots? Wu Guo was embarrassed. Brother Li, what happened? Li Tiangsha tried to pull his sword out. Damn it, I missed. Then he said smugly, don't worry, old brother Wu, it's 2 against 1 now. The advantage is ours, as soon as he finished. The elite monster they had almost killed suddenly attacked. The three of them looked up in unison. Next, a system prompt popped up. A remnant warrior has killed Wu Guo. A remnant warrior has killed Li Tiangsha. A remnant warrior has killed the Zuer. At that moment, a voice echoed through the entire family manor. Those two idiots, they got me killed by a low HP monster. I can't let this go. Revenge. I want revenge. Butler Lu, call my brother immediately. Tell him someone bullied me. Tell him to bring people, as many as possible. Meanwhile, at the 173 game platform headquarters, Wu Guai found his assistant, arranged for the employees who aren't busy too. Meet me in the large conference room, on the other side. Li Tiangsha suddenly patted an employee's shoulder, startling the subordinate. I'm sorry, boss. I didn't mean to eat breakfast in the office. Li Tiangsha's eyes were bloodshot. It doesn't matter. Tell everyone to put on their VR headsets. Get ready for war. Meanwhile, the Chen arrived at the Zwir's house with a few brothers. Z-Wire, I've brought them in. Tell me, who bullied you? We'll go chop them down right now, the Zwir chuckled. As expected of my good brother, you got here so fast. She instructed the butler. Uncle Mu, hand these out. 1 for each person, the Chen said. Zwir, we brought our own weapons, the Zwir explained. Blades are useless. You need this. I was ambushed by 2 shameless guys in the game and they got me killed by a mob. Doesn't that just make you furious? The Chen looked dazed. Yeah, furious. Seeing this, the Chen turned harshly toward his subordinates. What are you all standing around for? Get ready to log in. Everyone pick your classes and group up, then follow my sister and kill them. If you don't help my sister vent this anger, you're... So led by the Zuir and the Chen, the Guardian Angel Guild was established. Meanwhile, Wu Guo and Li Tiangsha led all their employees to form the Avengers Guild. Lu Wu had just taken a nap, only to find the game currency he created was skyrocketing in value. A player named the Zir was aggressively buying soul coins. The rate had jumped from 1 to 100 to 1 to 700. The game had only been live for 2 days, and official guilds hadn't even been formed yet. But 2 factions had already emerged. Both sides were at each other's throats over kill stealing. Now, as long as they were out in the field and saw a player from the opposing alliance, they'd start fighting immediately. Soul coins, which could quickly boost strength, naturally became a vital strategic resource. With wealthy players on both sides competing to buy, the price of soul coins multiplied in an instant. Bayless' eyes lit up. If this keeps up, we'll be rich soon. We can buy so much delicious food. Lua's eyes were also shining, indeed, with a 1 to 700 exchange rate. Calculating the soul coins I have on hand, That's millions of dollars in an instant. But Bailey was conflicted, even though I really want to sell them for food. Soul coins are very important to us. What should we do? Lu Wu also felt the dilemma. When Wu Wu Guoi offered 15 billion before, he had felt the same way, turning the underworld into a game. Was meant to rebuild the mansion of the king of Beichi, which required massive amounts of soul coins. They were still far from reaching that grand goal, but he feared that, before they could, they wouldn't be able to survive in reality. So, I plan to sell 500 soul coins first. To ease our financial situation, this amount won't hurt our progress. Upon hearing this, Bailey agreed wholeheartedly. So, Lu Wu activated the war artifact and disguised himself as an ordinary player. Then he logged into his own game to trade, Bailey asked curiously. By the way, Lu Wu, what class are you planning to choose? As her voice fell, Lu Wu put on the Mage Beginner's set. The Mage class is quite weak in the early game. Aside from the starting skill, Yin Energy Bolt. There aren't any decent damage-dealing skills, but I'm only going there to trade. Not for PvP. Being killed by a player is even less likely to happen. Besides, mages have huge potential. The library in the Underworld Palace houses many of the Underworld's spells and combat techniques once we successfully rebuild the palace. All those techniques can be recorded into the war artifact, then we'll be able to design class skills. And if we add a skill purchase slot to the shop, the player's strength will take another massive leap forward. The currently weak mage will definitely outdamage other classes in the late game. As someone with administrative privileges, Lu Wu opened the map directly. The flashing red dot on it was Zuir, yes, current location. Then, riding a phoenix condensed from yin energy, he flew toward her position. Watching Lua's back, Bailey marveled silently. Lu Wu was becoming more and more proficient at using the war artifact. A few minutes later, Lu Wu arrived deep within the Ghost Mountains. But he was stopped at the entrance by Zuir. Yes, people. You wouldn't happen to be from the Avengers, would you? Lu Wu cut straight to the point. I'm looking for Zuir. I have soul coins to sell, he sighed inwardly. He didn't expect the conflict between player factions in the game. To be this deep in such a short time, it was beyond his expectations. A man wanting to sell game currency came alone to the territory of a top whale. Standing on a tree, Zuertha asked, "Looking for me?" "Who are you?" "I don't know you," Lu Wu said. "I heard you're buying soul coins. I want to sell at the current market rate of 1 to 700. "How about it?" With a flash, Zuertha jumped down from the tree. "Then how many do you have? I want them all." But inwardly, she was very dismissive. He was all by himself. And he was a major class with the weakest output that almost no one chose. "How many soul coins could he possibly have?" Lu Wu said. "I have 500, hearing this. Zuertha thought. With a blushed face, she immediately leaned in. Wait. How many soul coins did you say you have?" Lu Wu was taken aback. "I have 500? Zuertha suddenly felt suspicious. "You wouldn't be lying to me, would you? How could an ordinary mage like you save up 500 soul coins?" Lu Wu didn't want to explain and put the 500 soul coins directly into the trade window. "Check them. Do you want them or not?" Seeing the 500 soul coins in the window. Zuertha was shocked beyond measure, because including the coins she got from farming mobs, she only had about 60 at most. Blushing, she replied, "I want them. I'll take them all with these soul coins. I can finally buy that red-tier equipment I've wanted from the shop." Lu Wu didn't waste words and told Zuer the two trade through the official site. There was a platform guarantee there, but Zuer said it didn't need to be so troublesome. "Just give me your account number. I'll transfer the money to you now." Seeing she was so straightforward, Lu Wu sent over his account number. However, he was still surprised. 500 soul coins were worth 350,000. This wasn't a small transaction. Perhaps she was so wealthy that she didn't even care about 350,000 while her subordinate went to process the payment. Zuertha was very curious. How did this little mage get so many soul coins? Lu Wu made up a random excuse. "It's from that permanent quest, Soul Collector. I got lucky. I was wandering around and found 5 initial souls. I sold them to the shop and made a clean 500 soul coins. Soon, the subordinate transferred the money Zez, where the stopped obsessing over where the coins came from. She said, "The money should be in your account. Go check it." At this time, Bailey sent him a voice transmission, telling him that Zuir, though, wasn't a scammer. She confirmed the full payment had arrived. Then, Luwu propped up an umbrella, turned around coolly and said, "No need to check. Since you trust me, I trust you. I've transferred the 500 soul coins. I hope we can work together again." The subordinate nearby thought this man must be very rich in real life, not even checking a few 100,000, but Zuir that disagreed. It's not about money, that unique aura about him was something money couldn't measure, while Zuirtha was lost in thought. Her subordinate's cry came from behind. "Sister Zuir, this is bad. The guys were ambushed." Zuirtha was stunned. The Avengers again. The man was sprawled on the ground, looking panicked. "No, it's the villain NPCs on the other side. Hundreds of wolf-riding ghost soldiers." Approached slowly, their leader spoke. "Which Ghost General subordinates are you? How dare you intrude into the territory of Lord Shana, the Ghost King?" Bayless' mouth watered and her eyes sparkled as she shouted, "Food. Food, Lu," Wu said calmly. "Just eat as much as you want." Their daily living problems were solved for now, but this highlighted the importance of soul coins even more. "I still have too few soul coins. I need to find a way to collect enough to rebuild the Underworld skills once this feature is open. There's also something that's been bothering me when I left the Underworld Palace. I noticed Swir Yes team being attacked by ghost soldiers on bone-riding wolves." Bailey explained, "Those are ghost wolf riders. Ghost General Shana, who declared himself king, leads them," Luwu said. "I see has his influence already expanded from the Glazed district to the vicinity of the Underworld Palace. It seems we must take action." Bailey felt this was easy. The player count has increased and is still growing. You can set a quest for the players to scout out Ghost General Shana's territory. This way, we can use the players to understand Shana's situation while stimulating them to spend soul coins to get stronger. It kills two birds with one stone, Lu Wu suddenly understood. "Great idea then, let's set the quest level to 15. If it's set too low, players will just get it, which would crush the player's confidence." With that, he activated the war artifact on his thumb. Although the strongest player was only at the level of a common ghost soldier, and the difficulty of this quest would undoubtedly be high for them, the player's specialty was their immortality. They were perfect for scouting the strength of Shana's ghost army once the situation is clear. Il customized the attack strategy just then. A server-wide message popped up. Player Zuchin ID One Strike Soul has successfully established the Dragon Guild. Luwu remembered this player. He was among the first batch of programmers to think he had already reached level 20, which was required to officially form a guild. Thinking of this, Luwu grabbed Bei Li by the collar while she was still stuffing her face and started hauling her toward the door. He shouted, "Waiter, check, please, and pack the rest to go." Bei Li was helpless. She was right in the middle of enjoying her meal. Meanwhile, outside the Northern Key Mansion in the Underworld, a massive crowd of players had gathered, lining up in an orderly fashion. Everyone wanted to join the game's first guild, but they only accepted strong players at level 10 or higher. Furthermore, members above level 15 were told to stand by as they were about to embark on a scouting mission. Shu Chen asked the NPC, "Brother Lu Mo, how much do you know about Shana, the ghost general entrenched in the east of Beichi?" Lu Mo immediately became agitated. "My adoptive father nurtured Shana with such care, yet he chose betrayal for the sake of profit. I wish I could kill him with my own hands." Shu Chen noted that Ghost General has 500,000 mercenaries and occupies the Glazed district near the Yellow Springs Sea. If you're going scouting, you must prioritize your own safety. Zhu Chen was momentarily stunned. He felt like Lu Mo was a living person with flesh, blood, and real emotions. This game was as realistic as ever. He didn't dwell on it and sent a voice message to the Dragon Guild channel. "All Dragon Guild members level 15 and above, get ready to move out. We're doing the scouting quest together. Shirley shouted along. Let's go. Once I finish this quest, you'll have 3 sets of men's clothing. Life is good. The 2 masterminds behind the scenes were also surprised. The quest had only just been posted. The Dragon Guild was already rushing to clear it, truly worthy of programmers. Such efficiency. Bailey then pointed at Lumo and said, Luwu. Look, Lumo is surrounded. He's a game NPC with his own consciousness. Because of his handsome looks, a huge crowd of female players had mobbed him. They were even shouting about wanting to have his babies. Bailey looked speechless. Only now did she realize why Lu Wu had created a male NPC in the first place. To attract female players and keep the male players interested, Lu Wu thought for a moment. It was indeed time to create a new NPC. He planned to set this one as a mysterious merchant wandering across the land of Beichi. This NPC would be spawned in random locations. Players who found him could purchase rare items not found in the shop. This would add more fun for the players. Then, using his god view, Lu Wu teleported the mysterious merchant near the wealthy Shirley. Done, he said. Let's go see how the Dragon Guild's scouting mission is going. But Bailey was worried. There's conflict between players now. I'm afraid they won't unite against a common enemy. When it comes to fighting the rebel ghost general, Lu Wu patted her head. Bailey, your worries are unnecessary. You'll understand eventually. The scene shifted to the border between the Glazed district and the civilian areas. Outside a ghost wolf rider camp, several ghost soldiers were on patrol. Just then, Shirley returned from scouting and deactivated her stealth skill. Captain, I've checked it out. This should be an outpost. But there are at least 2,000 ghost soldiers inside. Shu Chen was secretly alarmed. That was too many. We can't handle this. Let's change direction and keep moving. But right then, a lion wolf close to them suddenly let out a wail. Reckless Wong was frustrated. You stupid dog, why the hell are you barking? At that moment, countless ghost soldiers looked up toward where Zhu, Chen, and the others were peeking out. Su Chen immediately shouted, Crap! We've been spotted. Brothers, run. But Shirley said, Captain, these ghost soldiers are riding corpse wolves. We can't. Reckless Wong drew his blade to fight. In 3 hours, he'll be a hero again. Shu Chen gave the order. Fine. We fight. Kill one, and we break even. Kill 2, and we're in the green. Soon the player faction and the ghost cavalry collided. Men and mounts were thrown into chaos. The scene became extremely messy. After fighting for half an hour, Reckless Wong was covered in wounds. We brought players level 15 and up, so we should have stood a chance. But we're getting wrecked by their numbers. Looks like we're finished. As the strongest, Shu Chen was still holding out. Shut up and fight to the last moment. Meanwhile, the 2 masterminds were watching in secret. Bailey thought the scouting quest was set too early. Night was falling. In the dark, the Ghost Wolf Riders would have the advantage of night vision. The Dragon Guild was about to be wiped out. This will hurt player morale. What do we do? Lu Wu was unfazed. So what if night is coming? The torches have always been in the hands of the players. Don't you ever underestimate them. Just as he finished speaking, Shirley appeared, leading several hundred players. Brothers, kill them. Wipe out these Beichi traitors. Avenge our brothers they killed before. Wash away our past humiliation. Bailey noticed Shirley's equipment. She finally understood why Lu Wu sold it to her for 500. Soul Coins. It was to boost her strength, so she could rush here as backup. But Lu Wu said it's not just them. Soon Gui Wu and Tiangsha Li arrived with the Avengers army. Bailey was stunned. Aren't the Guardian Angels and the Avengers sworn enemies? Why would they put aside their differences and fight together? She looked at Lu Wu with admiration. He could actually plan this far ahead. He was just like the former king of Beichi. These 2 guilds were bitter rivals, who would normally kill each other on sight, but now to kill the villainous Ghost Wolf Rider NPCs. They had called a temporary truce, Gui Wu said. Kill the enemies first? We'll settle our score later. Shirley, the coldly replied, agreed, facing the vicious Ghost Wolf Riders. The 2 major factions set aside their grudge and lunged at the Ghost Cavalry together. Lu Wu had expected this. to achieve victory, player unity is essential. Secondly, they need a strategy. To catch the bandits, first catch their king at that moment. Surely Yes' gaze locked onto a ghost commander in heavy armor in the distance. She leaped forward and attacked. But facing the incoming Shirley, the ghost commander's lips curled into a sneer. He reached out and gripped the massive warblade on his back. The moment Shirley Yes's figure appeared, he swung the warblade violently. A surge of blade energy shot toward the sky. Shirley Yes' eyes went blank. How can he swing such a massive weapon that fast? She couldn't dodge in time and was struck hidden by the energy. Her vision gradually turned gray. She didn't expect her new gear to fail against a single hit. Seeing his sister's HP bar emptied, Chen the Who was surrounded flew into a rage. He roared, "Damn you! How dare you touch my sister? Boys, charge with me, avenge Zhuir." The brothers around him swarmed forward, helping him push through the front lines. Seeing this, Zhu Chen also let out a roar, "Target the leader. It doesn't matter if we die, just make sure that Ghost Commander goes down with us." But the Ghost Commander didn't retreat. He charged forward, holding his warblade horizontally. With a sudden, forceful swing, a black blade light swept across the battlefield. A large group of players was instantly cut down. Xu Chen barely managed to block it. But he wasn't in much better shape. The other players weren't so lucky. His health bar was instantly drained by a single move from the Ghost Commander, and his body turned to ash. Guo Wu roared, leading the charge. "Drown him in numbers. Kill him. Ignore the other Ghost Cavalry. Focus all fire on that commander." Although battle-hardened, even the Ghost Commander was shaken, seeing the heavy losses among his Ghost Wolf Cavalry. The Ghost Commander let out a howl to the heavens. A green fluorescence flickered over his body. At that moment, he entered a mayflies shaking a tree. No matter how many ants show up, it's futile. As he spoke, the green light suddenly expanded. It sent all the surrounding players flying. He raised his warblade high. Blade light crisscrossed as an incomparable power surged into the clouds. It instantly wiped out all the surrounding players. Lu Wu, observing from behind the scenes, was also shocked. The player army had been annihilated. It was a total one-sided slaughter. It seems I still underestimated the power controlled by Ghost General Shana. This was just a single Ghost Commander, yet he decimated the strongest group of players. Without them standing a chance, if it were the peak power of Ghost General Shana himself, couldn't he slaughter every single player in the game alone? It seemed the players still needed to grow. As for the Glaze district to the east of the Underworld mansion, he would have to set aside the idea of capturing it for now. Later, he asked Bei Li to design an in-game video recording function this way. It would be more beneficial for promoting and exposing the game, attracting even more new players. 3 days later, on the game's public chat, the price of soul coins had been hyped up to 1 to 800. Various factions were also recruiting powerful players, Lu Wu said calmly. The exploration mission from a few days ago was forced into a direct confrontation by the 3 major alliances. However, because of that, they've basically set aside their grudges and started developing peacefully. I heard it's because the leaders of the 3 strongest player alliances held a meeting. They decided to temporarily cease their infighting and unite. To take out the ghost outpost at the edge of the Glaze district, Bei Li added. That's not all, Lu Wu. Look closely at the forum comments. The price players are paying for soul coins has gone up again. We're making a fortune once again. Lu Wu replied. Yes, and the recording function is working well. The player count has already increased to 150,000. The rise of Conquest Online also attracted a large number of gold farming studios. However, they were left stunned to find that the game didn't allow multiple accounts per person, and accounts couldn't even be lent to others. No matter what methods they used, they couldn't crack the game. Little did they know, Conquest Online is actually soul-bounded. Less a player possesses 2 souls. As the number of players grew daily, many technical experts began to emerge. On the forums, 3 technical players caught Lua's attention most. One player named Nalanlin had hand-drawn a topographical map of the Ghost Mountains, detailing monster distribution across different areas. It even included annotations for each monster's weaknesses. Another player, Dwarf King, displayed his explored maps on the game forum after the new recording feature was launched. It was said that he barely killed any monsters. Instead, he explored the world with the mindset of a traveler. On Dwarf King's map, the fog surrounding the Underworld mansion had completely vanished, revealing for wild regions the familiar Ghost Mountains, the Wolf-Tooth Scorchlands to the west, and the desperate cliffs and Death Forest further ahead. However, the one that interested me most was the player named One Punch, One Kick. He said he used to be a firefighter. This man was a firefighter who, during a rescue mission, had lost an arm and a leg. Although hailed as a hero, only he knew his own pain. He had gradually become self-destructive. By chance, he came across the game and used the virtual world to numb himself. At least in the game, he was a whole person. But it all still felt fake, lacking any sense of realism. Just like a prosthetic limb that was, until he played our Conquest online, the absolute realism brought him to tears. For the first time, he felt his missing limbs truly existed. Hearing this, Bailey couldn't stop her tears from falling. It turns out a game can also give someone a brand new life and hope. Lord Beichi King would surely be proud of us too. After reading the players' feedback, Luwu had a new idea. Conquest Online didn't have to be strictly a combat game. It could also be open and casual. For example, if they capture Ghost General Shana's Glazed District in the future, then players who enjoy fishing could cast their lines in the Yellow Springs Sea near. There are many rare species of fish there that can even strengthen one's soul. Or take the area below the Desperate Cliffs, the territory of the Rock Ghost King. There are many Yinrik lands there, perfect for nurturing new spirits. If they capture that region, they could unlock a pet system, or even allow players to raise battle pets. One could say this underworld is full of infinite possibilities. As long as the players can imagine it, it can be developed into game content. I believe as the world map gradually unfolds, more and more players will flock to our game and fall deeply in love with this world. The scene shifts to the border between the Glazed District and the mansion. The Ghost Commander was slowly approaching with his troops. At that moment, a subordinate spoke. "Commander, further ahead is the former mansion territory of the King of Beichi. Those who call themselves players haven't fought us hidden since the battle a few days ago. Instead, they keep provoking our camp in small squads without pause. We thought a few bloody purges would scare those weaklings off. But their harassment is only intensified. This undoubtedly provoked the Ghost Commander. This time, he decided to lead all his subordinates to the mansion to investigate. But as the army crossed the boundary line, the clear sky suddenly turned gloomy. This instinctively reminded the Ghost Commander of that king who had intimidated the Beichi lands for millennia. He suppressed his fear, only to hear the voices of those players. Holy crap, those ghost soldiers actually left their camp and came to us on their own. Can NPC aggro really be pulled this far? Listen up, everyone. We are the descendants of the King of Baichi. You traitors better wash your necks. Get ready to die, especially that leader over there. Come at me, bro." The Ghost Commander was instantly enraged. What descendant nonsense. I saw the fall of the King of Beichi with my own eyes. Kill them all. With those words, another major battle broke out between the players and the wolf cavalry from the outpost. On the other side, Bailey noticed this as well. This is bad, Luwu. The wolf cavalry crossed the border. They've launched an attack. The players are being slaughtered. But Luwu just smiled slightly. I know. There's nothing to worry about. Everything is going according to plan. Meanwhile, the players who had gone to provoke them were quickly wiped out by the wolf cavalry. The Ghost Commander raised his blade and pointed toward the distance. Keep moving toward the Beichi mansion. Prepare for a slaughter in an instant. Thousands of ghost cavalry began waving their weapons and charging toward the nearby mansion. He was the leader of the Ghost Wolf Cavalry stationed in the Glazed District. A Ghost Capital commander, yet now arriving at the gates of the Beichi mansion, he was shocked at a single glance. There were at least 100,000 of them, even for a Ghost Capital commander capable of taking on 100 men. His scalp went numb. He repeatedly shouted orders to retreat. Retreat, but just then, figures emerged one after another from behind him. They formed yet another human barrier. It turned out the stray players from before were just bait. The goal was to lure the Ghost Capital commander here. At that moment, the leaders gave the command. The total annihilation operation had officially begun. The massive tide of players surged forward like a flood. Charging straight at the Ghost Capital commander Bailey, asked Lu Wu. "Is this the plan you were talking about?" Lu Wu replied. "Yes." After their previous defeat, the three major alliances reached a consensus on the forums. They posted this total annihilation plan, and I just happened to pin the thread for them. Taking on 10 men isn't scary. What's scary is when ghost soldiers have to fight hundreds each. My 150,000 Beichi troops couldn't destroy Shana's ghost generals, but they're more than enough for a wolf cavalry squad. On the battlefield, the Ghost Capital commander was suffering a massive headache. Their way of fighting had no formation, no command, and no technique. It was all pure brute force for us ghost creatures. Though we are bloodthirsty and cruel, we still fear a second death. But these guys are the exact opposite. They don't value their lives and even with his overwhelming strength, under the constant waves of the human swarm. He couldn't break out. Soon, the Ghost Capital commander's HP dropped to 40. He entered a berserk state. Suertha called out, "We meet again." This time, indefinitely clearing my name. Everyone had already figured out this move. Guiwu shouted, "Brothers, be careful." He used this move to instant kill a lot of us last time. The commander recognized the two. "How is it you impossible? I killed you with my own hands just a few days ago." The commander began to feel despair. He eerily realized that these people could revive infinitely. His will to fight grew weaker, but the players only grew more frantic. They all crowded in, desperate to get a hit on the boss. Soon, the flames in the commander's eyes began to dwindle before his energy was exhausted. A green light exploded from his body, blowing the surrounding players away. Ghost Wolf Cavalry Outpost Boss, Ghost Capital Commander, has been slain. Ghost Capital Short Blade 18 Strength, Skill Sharp Edge, can be activated once per hour to deal double-ranged damage. Requirement, Level 30 Warrior Class, Ghost Capital Armor, 15 Defense. Skill, Protective Light Barrier. Requirement, Level 25 Any Class. Demon Rune, no one's set piece can be sold to the shop. Value 500 soul coins. Lu Wu, watching the battle, was curious. He wondered which lucky player managed to snag the final blow. Bailey was surprised. That's Lu Wu blinked. "What is it, Bailey? Is there something special about this gear?" Bailey explained. "Remember you wanted to set up some hidden classes? Now's the chance." The Demon Rune was once used by Baka's top blacksmith to create special soldiers if we get that Demon Rune. I'm confident I can help you. Develop a promotion path for Rune Warriors. It's a special soldier system created by Baichi blacksmiths. They're called Rune Warriors. The forging process requires many materials to be fused with the person, although the process is extremely complex. The resulting combat power is terrifying. And since we have the war artifact, we can skip many of those complicated steps. Once we fully analyze that rune and input the template into the artifact, we can create the hidden class Rune Warrior. Its growth isn't just about leveling up, but also a rune collection growth mode. Each new rune added will significantly boost the Rune Warrior's strength. Bailey sighed. I just don't know when the player who got the rune will sell it to the shop. But right then, Lu Wu held out his hand. The blue light of the Demon Rune flickered in his palm. This thing was useless to players for now. So selling it to the shop for 500 soul coins was the logical choice the next day. A showcase for the Berserker class advancement appeared in the game. Demang Wang, an assassin, got excited immediately. He put on his headset to log in, but he quickly stopped. Wait, am I an assassin? What was I so happy about? But if Berserkers are getting advancements, can assassins be far behind? Let's check it out anyway. Rune Warrior, to pursue ultimate power, Berserkers discard weapons. Using their bodies as vessels, they engrave heavenly runes. to forge the ultimate physique, class trait, with each new rune. Their strength increases significantly, and they gain the skills of that rune. Weapon, gauntlets, requirement, initial class must be Berserker. And level 30. After the description faded, the rune warrior moved. The strength runes on his body began to glow. The next moment, he slammed a fist into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. A huge crater appeared, with cracks spreading in all directions. Defense rune, the rune warrior shouted again. Blue gems shimmered with brilliant light. He crossed his arms over his chest. A blue arc of light instantly formed a barrier around him. A figure holding a staff approached. The mage figure hovered in the air, and a meteor shower of condensed yin energy rained down from the sky. However, as these attacks hit the blue barrier, they only caused ripples. Failing to break the defense, after the defense rune demo ended, the rune warrior activated the speed rune. A green gem lit up. A cyan mist enveloped the rune warrior's body. With a flash, his figure vanished from the spot. After the demo, the game description appeared again. The rune warrior class has multiple growth paths. As the level increases, the number of rune slots grows. After watching the entire demonstration, Demang Wang suddenly threw a fit. Damn it, I chose the wrong class at the start. Is it too late to switch? This completely subverts everything I knew about the warrior class. The system continued the update announcement. Added Berserker advancement. Added advancement trainer NPC, Sushi. Rune warrior advancement requires completion of a specific quest. Luwu ruffled Bayless hair, you're amazing. You actually developed a whole new class from just one rune. Bailey blushed slightly, of course. Now I'm researching the mage advancements when the time comes. Well, launch 3 mage branches for players to choose from. The mage class was about to get 3 branches. The curse branch, specializing in control and debuffs. The demon branch, specializing in damage. And finally, the spirit branch, specializing in transformation. Each has its own unique features and is extremely powerful. Luwu asked, what about the assassin? How should their class advancement work? Bailey hesitated for a moment. Assassins, am still weighing my options. The class's one design requires special materials to be integrated into the players. It's basically like creating a new physical template for them. I can't just add whatever I want on a whim. So, every class advancement needs careful thought and repeated research. Luwu felt a bit sorry for her. You've been burying yourself in research this whole time. Is there anything I can do to help? Bailey smiled. Just buy me lots of delicious food every day. After all, this research is brain-draining. I need all sorts of tasty food to keep my strength up. Luwu suddenly burst out laughing. I think you just want to eat good food. All right, I promise. It'll definitely get you whatever you want. The scene shifted to the shores of the Yellow Springs Sea, near the Glazed District. A low voice asked, how did the Yellow Springs Sea respond? One of the leaders kneeling on the ground replied, Lord Shana, the Sea King said that as long as you're willing to pay 100,000 heroic spirits as a sacrifice every year, then the Yellow Springs Sea will recognize you as the hegemon of the Glazed District. Hearing this, a flame of rage ignited in Ghost General Shana's eyes. When the king of Beichi was still here, would he have dared to be so arrogant? Does he really think I, Shana, am easy to push around? The soul ferryman in black robes trembled. Then what are your orders, Lord Shana? Shana replied. Endure for now, agree to his demands. Once I break through to the Ghost King realm, I will settle this debt. The soul ferryman nodded, but seemed to remember something. Lord Shana, Ghost 3 South Soulfire has been extinguished. Shana was stunned. Ghost 3, wasn't he stationed at the border of the Glazed District and the Underworld Palace? Why would he die in such a safe area? The soul ferryman shook his head. Not only is he dead, but it seems all his subordinates are dead too. Not a single one returned to report. I suspect the Rock Ghost King of the Northern region did it. Shana said it couldn't be him. He wouldn't be stupid enough to make an enemy of me right after occupying the Northern region. It must be another force. Go investigate personally. I want to know exactly who is targeting me in the shadows. Meanwhile, the video of the player's final battle against the Ghost Commander was uploaded to major video platforms. The player count for Conquest Online reached 200,000 and Luwa soul coins. Finally broke the 50,000 mark. He decided to spend them all to restore the Underworld Palace. Controlled by Luwa's war artifact, a massive amount of soul energy enveloped the abandoned palace. Soon, a mysterious Sinhal Felusari and Hal Frilla appeared, a towering black and brand new building rose from the ruins. The two pushed open the doors to the library. Books lined the shelves as far as it housed every cultivation technique and combat skill the king of Beichi had collected in his life. Bailey said, since we're opening this to players, we should rename the library. Lu Wu already had an idea. Since it's 4 players to train, let's call it the Cultivation Pavilion. As soon as he spoke, the war artifact on Luwa's hand vibrated. Surging soul energy gushed from the ring. All the original texts in the library were reindexed and transformed, becoming a fantastical space better suited for players. Lu Wu then realized that the Cultivation Pavilion actually existed within the war artifact, and the books had turned into humanoid phantoms. Players could click on a phantom to see detailed explanations. As well as combat demonstrations, Lu Wu beamed with joy. It's so convenient. No need to hunt through books. You can just ask these phantoms. But they'll have to pay soul coins to learn here. Bailey nodded, of course, besides soul coins. There will also be level requirements. Even though the players' bodies have been upgraded and strengthened, they still can't handle some of the more domineering techniques. The man spent 50,000 soul coins to rebuild the Underworld Mansion and even upgraded the Cultivation Pavilion. For now, Lu Wu divided the area into 3 main class zones: Warrior, Mage, and Assassin. Then, he subdivided these into 5 tiers: Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Master. In King level, additionally, because of the massive player count, he used the war artifact to create several parallel spaces. Each space could hold up to 1,000 players, similar to setting up different game channels. Once Lu Wu finished the setup, an announcement popped up. Class skill learning is officially open. Players level 20 and above can visit the Cultivation Pavilion to select combat skills for their class and begin their training. However, shortly after the announcement was posted, a massive wave of players swarmed the Cultivation Pavilion, and they were almost all mages. Undead Summoning Mage. Manipulate yin energy to manifest undead warriors to serve you. The strength of each warrior is equivalent to a level 1 player's strength. A maximum of 10 warriors can exist at once. Skill available at level 20. The number of summoned warriors doubles with each upgrade. Frostburn Erosion Mage. A Malice type skill releases corrosive yin mist with negative status effects. Deals sustained IOE damage. Skill available at level 20. Each upgrade increases damage area and intensity. Haunted by Malice Mage. A Malice type skill. Summon wandering evil ghosts to possess yourself. The caster gains the protection of evil ghosts. Skill available at level 30. Outcome is unpredictable. Ghost strength is affected by the environment. The higher the level, the stronger the ghost. Previously, mages were neglected. Even at level 20, they only had that trash yin energy bolt skill. Now, seeing a bunch of mage skills appear, the mage players who had seen themselves as a bottom tier class were moved to tears. That damn dog dev finally remembered this red-headed stepchild of a class, Bailey, as one of the developers, felt awkward. Lu Wu, it looks like the mage players were holding a lot of grudges. Lu Wu waved his hand. Let's go. We need to continue. With the next upgrade for Conquest Online, to help players save time on travel, he spent 5,000 soul coins to build teleportation arrays. He placed them at the Ghost Mountain's entrance. In several key areas near the mansion, this was undoubtedly great news for the players. After all, every time they respawned, they had to spend forever traveling back to the Ghost Mountains to grind. Driven by the desire to become rune warriors, the warrior players began leaving the mansion to hunt for class advancement materials. The teleportation arrays would greatly improve their efficiency. Rune Warrior Advancement Phase 1. Hunt designated monsters. Phase 2. Collect materials. To craft runes, must complete one of the following. Strength rune fusion materials. Black glue, or wolf fangs. Glue clay mine produces fire melt cores. Blazing hell produces black armor shards, dropped by black armor evil spirits. Defense rune fusion materials. Black glue, or Deepwater river produces nether beads, dropped by nether wrestlers. Speed rune. Destruction rune, flight rune, burst rune. Burst rune, special rune fusion for Q new wrestler, special rune fusion for Xing Tian wrestler, etc. Phase 3, advancement successful. Activating the advanced class mode, Bailey said, so. Even though the initial investment in teleportation arrays is massive, it's definitely a worthwhile investment. Luwu stated that the teleportation arrays wouldn't be free for players to use either. They'll have to pay a fee of 1 soul coin per use. With so many players, we should earn it back quickly. Next, it's time to add the long-awaited live streaming feature. This would give players who had died and were in the respawn cooldown a place to satisfy their cravings for action. Then, he set up a total of 6 types of gifts. For any of these tipped items, Luwu would take a 50 commission. In an underground road lab, rows of virtual gaming pods were flickering with lights. The final testing was underway. An elderly white-haired researcher sat with a dazed expression. Watching the indicator lights flicker on one by one, he said excitedly, "This batch of virtual gaming pods, paired with the nutrient solution, has successfully achieved our goal. Players can stay inside for 24 hours without any negative impact on their bodies." "We did it soon," Chairman Chen called an emergency meeting. "Everyone, I just received some good news from the road department. Our virtual gaming pods are finally a success. Now, we should find game developers to collaborate with and use their popularity to break into the market. Then we'll look for more distributors just then." His secretary burst in and said frantically, "This is bad. Chairman Chen, JD Company from Country U just announced at a press conference that they've developed a virtual gaming pod." She then synced her tablet with the conference room projector. The scene of the press conference appeared because the long-awaited virtual gaming pod has been successfully developed by our JD company after countless data tests. I guarantee the stability of these pods. Meanwhile, Wu Guoi called. "Brother Lu, check the news. JD Company has released virtual gaming pods. You can stay in the game for 24 hours. The operations department of JD Company just contacted me. They want to collaborate on a promotion, so I've invited 30 major game developers, including you. Make sure you're here tomorrow morning on time." Luwu agreed and hung up. He said excitedly before, for the sake of the player's health, "I was forced to set a 12-hour limit, but now that we have these gaming pods, the opportunity for our Underworld player faction to grow faster has arrived." The next day at the 173 company headquarters, representatives from many famous domestic game developers had all arrived on time then. The JD Company representative said impatiently, "President Wu, the meeting is late. Are we still waiting for someone?" "Who else are we waiting for at this moment?" Wu Guoi looked anxious, checking his watch repeatedly, but Lu Wu was nowhere to be seen. Soon, Lu Wu burst in, holding Bela's hand. There was a traffic jam on the way. "Sorry I'm late." Wu Guoi didn't blame him. "It's good that you're here. Have a seat. But you've brought your sister, too?" "I didn't arrange an extra seat." Lu Wu sat down immediately, saying it was fine, then pulled Bailey onto his lap. "My sister doesn't like being alone," he said, making Wu Guo's mouth twitch. "Everyone's here, Elisa. You may begin." Elisa nodded. "All right. As you all should know, our JD Company is already a world leader in the field of virtual headsets. We are the first in the world to manufacture virtual gaming pods that are more advanced than headsets." This self-praising presentation lasted for a full hour. By this point, Bailey had already fallen asleep on Lu's shoulder. The meeting was finally nearing its end. Elisa's proposed terms were that game developers must pay 20 of their annual profits as a platform fee for using the gaming pods. The representatives of the various game companies looked shocked at this proposal. The atmosphere in the conference room fell into a dead silence. Finally, one of them said, "We are indeed interested. But a 20 cut is "I need to report this to my chairman," Elisa said coldly. Once our virtual gaming pods are on the market, countless players will flock to them, and the games on our platform will surely rake in a fortune. In her heart, she was certain she had all the game developers cornered. Even if she asked for more than 20, they wouldn't be able to refuse. But just then, Lu Wu suddenly spoke up. Actually, am not interested, so I won't be participating. Elisa smiled slightly. Sir, do you have any questions regarding our terms? Or did you not understand what I said? At this, Bei Li rubbed her eyes. If it costs money, then forget it. Talking about money ruins the mood. Beside them, Wu Guo was stunned. Brother Lu, don't be so quick to refuse. This is a business negotiation. If you're not happy with the terms, we can talk it out after all. For any game developer, this is a massive opportunity. Elisa's expression changed instantly. She glared at him. Sir, please think carefully before you make a decision. But without a second thought, Lu Wu stood up. That's enough. My sister's thoughts are my own in passing on this collaboration. Then he turned and walked out coolly. Sorry, Brother Wu. Just like when I refused your buyout, I will never share the profits of Conquest online. With anyone else, that would be an injustice and a desecration of our team's ideals. We'll be going now. This man was live streaming himself taming a lion wolf as a mount. First, he tied it up and used force to suppress it. Then, he used food to entice it, seeing the lion wolf fall into a weakened state. The taming success rate rose to 60, just as he was about to succeed. A mass of black energy emerged from nowhere. The surrounding trees began to wither at a visible rate. Even the lion wolf tied to the tree instantly turned into a pile of white bones. Soon, a black-robed soul ferryman floated in the air. The man who was streaming drew his sword immediately. What the hell? You're asking for death? The soul ferryman spread his arms. Wisps of black energy shot out from behind him, turning into tough black vines that instantly trapped the three players where they stood. They struggled desperately. What kind of ghost energy is this? We can't break free. And what the hell is that thing? The soul ferryman's crimson pupils suddenly flashed. He spoke in a raspy voice. Next, I will ask, and you will answer. Tell me where you come from. Do you know how the ghost captain stationed here died? The player wasn't stupid, so you're one of Ghost General Shana's men? The soul ferryman reached out again, repeating the same words. I ask, you answer. The black vines were tightening. The yellow-haired man pleaded, being suffocated feels terrible. Don't let these vines tighten any further. The three looked at each other. Are we screwed? Probably. The debt collectors have come knocking. I remember I even kicked that ghost captain back then. The soul ferryman froze on the spot. You were the ones who killed Ghost 3. Wait, no. Given your power, how could you have killed Ghost 3? The yellow-haired man looked dismissive. Hayes just an NPC. If you have the guts, let us go. Once I've changed my class. We'll have a 1v1. The other two also chimed in with hollow bravado. Don't you dare kill us. The three of us are very vengeful. Whoever kills us, we'll kill them back. Don't make a mistake hearing this. The flames in the soul ferryman's eyes flared up. Do you have any idea who I am? I am the soul ferryman under Lord Shana, in charge of collecting heroic spirits. Encountering me, you won't even get the chance to return to your primal soul form. With that, he sent black vines boring into their bodies. But the soul ferryman quickly discovered that the souls of these three could not be absorbed. It was as if some powerful force had anchored their souls within their flesh. In that case, it'll just destroy your physical bodies and see where your souls can flee then? He waved his hand again, and those black transformed into razor-sharp spikes, instantly shredding the three players. Soon, the corpses turned into mist and vanished. This was unbelievable to the soul ferryman. Not only was there no loss of soul power, but the spirits originally fused with the flesh disappeared along with their bodies. This completely defied the laws of the Underworld. When an Underworld creature dies, the soul enters the cycle of reincarnation, while the soul power dissipates and merges back into the world. But this situation completely violated that law while he was distracted. Several more players appeared behind him. One of them misread the situation, Thinking the soul ferryman was the hidden NPC announced by the devs, the mysterious merchant, the blonde leader shouted. The soul ferryman muttered, "Mysterious merchant?" "I saw it on the forums. Some lucky guy ran into the mysterious merchant and spent 5 soul coins on a class change material and flipped it for over 100 soul coins. Brothers, we're going to be rich." He was actually the soul ferryman under Ghost General Shana, responsible for collecting souls. Now, he was being mistaken for the mysterious merchant. A man put an arm around his shoulder and said, "Hey, are you selling anything? 1 deal makes us acquaintances. 2 deals make us friends. Meeting like this must be fate. How about a discount?" The soul ferryman was completely bewildered. He suspected these bizarre creatures had heads filled with nothing but turbid air. Everything they said was incomprehensible. He released a surge of black energy and said coldly, "Do you have any idea how the ghost commander stationed nearby died?" But these idiots thought he was just showing off his power before selling goods. One of the lackeys suggested, "Should we compliment him first, get him in a good mood, then ask for a massive discount?" Hearing their conversation, the soul ferryman spread his fingers. "You bunch of morons. Just die already." The black mist turned into razor-sharp spikes. Killing all 5, however, their souls and soul power vanished inexplicably the moment they died. The soul ferryman seemed to realize something. With a flash, he turned into a dark shadow and sped toward the Underworld mansion back in the human world. Bailey said while snacking. "Luwu, Shana sent someone to investigate." Luwu nodded. "What's the deal with that soul ferryman?" Bailey explained. Soul ferrymen are high-ranking officials under Ghost Kings and Ghost Generals in charge of collecting spirits. Every Ghost King and General is assigned 1 soul ferryman. Their strength varies, and they're skilled in blood sacrifice techniques. Luwu didn't know much about spirits. Bailey continued her explanation. "They're basically like money in the real world. Many areas in Bocce produce them, and they can be harvested by underworld creatures. Heroic spirits are different from primal souls. They're more like materials that can be used for cultivation or for crafting weapons and gear. Those Ghost Kings and Generals never occupied the mansion, because this area is the most resource-poor in all of Baichi." Then Bailey swallowed a mouthful of snacks. That soul ferryman can merge into shadows at any time. With the player's current strength, it'll be very difficult to kill him. Suddenly Bailey froze. She seemed to sense something. After a moment, she turned and said, "Luwu Hayes here. The soul ferryman has reached the mansion." Meanwhile, at the gates of the Underworld mansion, a dark shadow slowly emerged. How? How is this possible? The mansion was in ruins after countless wars, yet it's been restored. Terror filled the soul ferryman's heart. Could it be that the king who looked down on the entire underworld has really returned? No, impossible. I saw the king of Beichi die with my own eyes. I still remember the scent of his soul power dissipating when he died. Just then, a figure began to slowly materialize within the mansion. The soul ferryman suddenly felt yin qi gathering. He turned his gaze toward a corner of the mansion. Who's there? Soon, a majestic voice echoed from the figure. "Who do you think I am?" The soul ferryman was instantly shaken to his core. He fell to his knees and bowed his head, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Welcome back, my king." When this traitor saw the former ruler of the underworld return, he was so terrified he knelt straight on the ground. "This subordinate knows his crime. I am willing to pay for it with my life. Please, my king, for the sake of my years of service, do not refine my soul." He had another motive. Death meant he could still enter reincarnation. But if his soul was refined, he would be completely erased. The king of Beichi reached out his hand. "You betrayed me. Do you think you can get off that easily?" Hearing this, the soul ferryman's body jolted. "I beg for your forgiveness, my king. Duyan is willing to atone for his betrayal." Watching from the side, Bailey was stunned. She hadn't expected Luwu to use yin qi to impersonate the king of Beichi. Initially, Luwu wanted the soul ferryman to kill himself to atone. But then he had another idea. Atone. How do you plan to atone? The soul ferryman answered quickly, "This subordinate is willing to help my king reclaim his lost territory and restore your glory. But as soon as he spoke, the panicked soul ferryman suddenly froze. He stood up and pointed at Lu Wu. "You're not the king of Beichi, the real king. Would never let me live, no matter how much use I might have. Who are you really? Why have you come here? And how did you restore the mansion? The death of the ghost commander. Was it your doing, seeing his ruse was exposed?" Lu Wu admitted it frankly. "That's right, my people killed the ghost commander. And Shana is next." The soul ferryman's tone became much calmer. "You've got guts. Beichi isn't a place where an outsider like you can act wild." He spoke while quickly raising both hands. Soon, a burst of black flames erupted from the ground. The figure of the king of Beichi was dissipated by the black flames, instantly turning into a wisp of white smoke and dissipating. "You can't kill me with just that." Du Yan was stunned. Then Lu Wu's true form appeared behind him. "Du Yan, I may not be the king of Beichi, but his blood flows through my veins. I will inherit the lands of Beichi." Before he could finish his grand speech, Bailey bit down hard on his hand. "Now, the soul ferryman won't easily believe you anymore if you want him to submit again. You must make him certain that you are indeed the descendant of the king of Beichi." Just as the soul ferryman was about to continue his mockery, he saw drops of blood floating toward him one after another. He caught a drop of blood in his palm, feeling the overwhelming power within the bloodline. "Are you really the descendant of the king of Beichi?" Lu Wu, still in the guise of the king of Beichi, replied. "Don't you already have the answer in your heart? Why bother asking the obvious? Now he'll give you a choice. Submit to me or die." The soul ferryman was in complete turmoil. "Wait, there's one more thing I want to confirm. Are those creatures calling themselves players also your creation?" Lu Wu answered truthfully, "Of course." The soul ferryman's fear resurfaced, even if those players' bodies were completely destroyed. Their soul power wouldn't dissipate, and the person who created them is this guy. In other words, he has already mastered the laws of samsara in the underworld. This is a supreme power that even the king of Beichi never possessed. Just what kind of magnificent being am I facing right now? Seeing him hesitate, Lu Wu immediately flew into a rage. "I'll ask you one last time. Submit or die." At those words, the soul ferryman hesitated no longer. He knelt on the spot to pay homage to the king. "Your servant Du Yan pays his respects, my king. I will serve you just as I served the king of Beichi." The soul ferryman knelt in the sea valley. Back at the mansion, Lord Shana's subordinate returned from his investigation. Ghost General Shana spoke slowly. "Have you uncovered the cause of Ghost 3's death?" The soul ferryman handed over a withered branch. "Look at what I found at Ghost 3's camp. This is the severed limb of a tree demon." Ghost General Shana was surprised. A tree demon? That's one of Rock Ghost King's subordinates. Was it really him? Isn't ruling the entire northern region enough for him? Does he want to lay hands on my Glaze district as well, after a long silence? Ghost General Shana said angrily, Go to the Yellow Spring Sea and tell the Sea King that his previous condition of paying 100,000 yin souls annually as a sacrifice. This king agrees to it. Tell him to wait until I break through to the Ghost King stage. To help me conquer the northern region, the scene shifts to Lu Wu's home. It was already 3 a.m., but the light in his room was still on. It turns out that recently on the game forums, the players have been hoping that Conquest Online would open a top-up channel. This gave Lu Wu a massive headache. He had no choice but to add new game settings to appease their grievances. Bailey was curious about what happened earlier. The Soul Ferryman wanted to pay for his crimes with his life. Why didn't you just let him commit suicide? Lu Wu said. Look at this. You'll understand soon. Shortly after, a live stream appeared on the screen. This was the border between the Glaze District and the Yellow Spring Sea. A few players had snuck into Shana's territory to start a live stream, but then, at the crest of a wave, a sea monster with a human upper body and an octopus-like lower body appeared, clutching a trident. It popped out suddenly and roared at the sky. The massive sound waves turned into nearly tangible ripples, sweeping toward the shore in circles. The players lost 100 HP just from being hit by the sound waves. The sea monster kept shouting, Shana, come out! Right after the shout, a figure materialized in midair. What exactly do you want, appearing so suddenly? Sea King, don't push me too far, Ghost General Shana said through gritted teeth. He faced off against the menacing Sea King from a distance. Meanwhile, watching the stream, Lu Wu had a wicked grin. Push you too far? In bullying you? What are you going to do about it? Beside him, Bailey looked shocked. Lu Wu, you look terrifying like this. I don't know what's happening yet, but I have a premonition. That Ghost General Shana is going to be royally screwed over by you over in the Underworld. Ghost General Shana's expression was grim. Sea King, barging into my territory with such fanfare. Isn't that showing me a bit too much contempt? The Sea King said furiously. If the king of Beichi were still here, I would have some respect for Beichi, but now that Beichi has no king, you're nothing more than a joke in my eyes at those words. Ghost General Shana lost face. Not only had the enemy barged into his territory, but they had also insulted him. His fists slowly tightened. He said, Sea King, if you want a war, I'll give you one. The Sea King continued to curse at him. Finally done hiding like a coward? Since you dared to reject my proposal, I assume. You've been prepared for this battle for a long time, hearing this. Ghost General Shana, who was about to strike, froze in his tracks. Reject? But I clearly ordered Duyan to accept the Sea King's proposal. Why has it become a rejection? He immediately called out, Wait, Sea King, I think there's been a misunderstanding. But to his surprise, a trace of contempt appeared in the Sea King's eyes. Coward. Isn't it a bit too late for regrets? A war between the Sea King and Ghost General Shana was about to erupt. The Sea King struck first. He formed 100 merry tidal wave around him and sent it crashing toward Ghost General Shana. The massive wave continued to bear down with no sign of stopping. Ghost General Shana's body was engulfed by the wave. He was both aggrieved and furious. Sea King, when did I ever reject your proposal? He let out a feral roar. His body expanded instantly, transforming into a giant over 10 meters tall. A blue-fist monster with fangs. I already agreed. I agreed to pay you 100,000 yin souls a year as a sacrifice. Why do you keep hounding me like this? He roared, as he raised his fist to meet the attack, but the Sea King wouldn't listen. You still dare to toy with me, Shana? I really don't know where you get your nerve. With that, he clenched his fist and charged. Soon, their fists collided. A violent wind erupted instantly, along with a deafening crash that echoed across the entire Yellow Spring Sea. The next moment, Ghost General Shana was blown back hundreds of meters. He couldn't believe his full-power strike, couldn't even withstand a single punch. Ghost General Shana was shaken to his core. What overwhelming power! It turned out there was still such a massive gap in strength between him and the Sea King. He leaned weakly against a massive rock on the shore. Sea King, I told you I agreed to your demands. Something must have gone wrong. But he thought to himself, it seems before I break through to the Ghost King stage, I must continue to endure, seeing Shana suffer. The Sea King's anger subsided slightly. What problems? You clearly sent an envoy to provoke me and reject my proposal. Do you still dare to play dumb to my face at those words? Ghost General Shana's eyes widened. An envoy? Was it Duyan who told you I rejected it? The Sea King chuckled. I think I get it now. Looking at your face, were you played for a fool by your own subordinate? How laughable. You can't even handle a mere soul ferryman. And you actually think you can become the hegemon of all Beichi without the king of Beichi. Your Beichi empire is truly nothing more than a disorganized mess in this underworld. Clutching his wounded arm, Ghost General Shana said, Sea King, now that the truth is out, there is no need for us to continue this fight. I give you my personal word. I accept your terms. I will pay you 100,000 heroic souls annually. Seeing him yield, the Sea King immediately changed his tune. Good. I can accept that, but double the sacrifice. Without the king of Beichi, anyone can bully your Beichi territory now. You've lived a long time. I shouldn't have to remind you that it's a dog-eat-dog world. Shana's face turned livid, but after the Sea King had shown his true strength, there was no room left for negotiation. Fine, I agree to your terms. The Sea King laughed heartily. That's more like it. Go back and discipline your subordinates properly if something like this happens again. I'm afraid you won't be so lucky With that, he sank into a vortex and vanished once the Sea King was gone. Shana finally tensed his muscles and cursed loudly. Duyan, how dare you subject me to such humiliation? I will tear your soul to shreds. You'll ensure you never find peace? Lu Wu looked on, bewildered. That's it. The Sea King is just leaving, Bailey finally realized. So you kept that soul ferryman around just to play the mole. You really screwed Shana over this time. Lu Wu was surprised. I intended for them to both end up injured, but instead Shana just got a one-sided beatdown. Who exactly is this Sea King? Bailey explained. He's a pretty tough character. He used to get into many scraps with the king of Beichi. Lu Wu was astonished. The Sea King fought my ancestor. Bailey continued. Oh, they fought. They fought all the time. Whenever the king of Beichi was bored, he'd go find him for a fight. He even took me along once, and then I saw the king of Beichi wipe the floor with the Sea King. It looked painful just watching. The Sea King is strong, but not that strong. The Yellow Spring Sea is massive. The Sea King is, at most, the hegemon of the waters bordering the Bachi territory. The Yellow Spring Sea connects all the great realms. It's divided into 7 sea sectors. The Sea King can't even dominate one of them entirely. Lu Wu was shocked to hear this. The Sea King, who just wiped the floor with Shana, can't even rule a single sector. Bailey chuckled. According to the king of Beichi, the waters near our land are known as the Wangshu sector. The top overlord of the Wangshu sector is Tao. His strength is truly unfathomable. Word is even the king of Beichi was no match for him. Lu Wu was scared out of his wits. Even my ancestor couldn't beat him. If an enemy from the sea decides to invade, won't all of Beichi be in grave danger? Bailey nodded. Yes, exactly. That's how it is. After a long silence, Lu Wu suddenly had an idea. Shao Li. Once we take the Glaze district, let's build a navy. Otherwise, if the Sea King or anyone else attacks, we won't be able to hold them off. But Bailey said, I've thought about that, but we'll have to repair the mansion's armory. It contains many blueprints, including one. For a ghost ship that grows by consuming materials, a ghost ship is a special vessel that eats spiritual materials. To self-modify and evolve, even if it's damaged or completely dismantled. As long as the core remains, it can be fully restored by consuming massive amounts of materials. It's perfect for players once we have the blueprints. We can build basic ghost ships to sell to players, and let them handle the cultivation and evolution themselves. Lu Wu was instantly interested. Then, can we start a plan for simultaneous land and sea development? But when Bailey mentioned it would cost 500,000 soul coins to repair the armory, Lu Wu's face turned pale. 500,000? That's way too much. How about we set up an auction house in the game? That way players can find the items they need much more easily. They can just type the item name into the search bar to find listings from other players. And players who have leveled up and want to upgrade their gear can sell off their old low-level equipment at the same time. Bailey gave a wicked grin. I see what you're doing. Then for the service fee, let's take a 20 cut of the sale price in soul coins. Lu Wu nodded in agreement. Shao Li, you really are my best partner. The thousandaire lowly picked up a dagger and started swinging it wildly by the bed. The man nearly wet the bed in fear. Let's talk this out. Just stay calm. Put the knife down first, Bailey said excitedly. Lu Wu, I've found the class advancement path for assassins. Then she sliced through the air and said, this is a relic of the cursed tribe. To think a player found it. I think the assassin's advancement is looking promising. Lu Wu took a look. He noticed the dagger was not only covered in rust, but also missing several chunks. It didn't look special at all. Bailey hurried to explain. This dagger is a weapon of the cursed tribe I've been considering. Using them as the basis for the assassin's advancement, the cursed tribe was once an incredibly powerful race on the land of Beichi. It's said this race is connected to the hells of the Underworld. Every one of them was a natural-born killer with a terrifying ability to summon cursed demons. Arrogant and powerful, the cursed tribe killed indiscriminately, slaughtering all they encountered. They even openly challenged the king of Beichi. Unfortunately, he suppressed them with his army. After that, The cursed tribe vanished from Baichi. I thought I'd have to wait for the armory to be fixed, to look for clues inside, but I never expected to find a cursed tribe item in the auction house. I don't know what idiot listed this, but it was only 5 soul coins. What a steal. Then she grabbed Lua's hand and activated the artifact's power. They were transported instantly to the Underworld mansion. Let's go straight to the mansion to create the template, then release a server-wide announcement. It'll show it to you, and the players will see it at the same time. Soon, a server-wide announcement appeared. Game update, new assassin advancement class added. Cursed Disciple, those who willingly embrace the curse and abandon their faith, transforming into a cursed disciple who governs death, absorbing the power of curses through pain. In their eyes, death is the true beginning. Class trait, mastery of cursed power, ability to summon cursed demons. Weapon, dagger. Requirement, initial class must be assassin and level 30. Hell Path 1, Yechu, summon demon. Yechu becomes a guardian apostle for 30 minutes. During this time, all damage dealt is infused with Yechu power. Damage taken is reduced by 15 under Yita's protection. Hell Path to Avicii, summon Avicii demon. Become an offensive apostle for 1 minute. Gain the ability to fly during this period. You can target an area for the Avicii demon to attack, dealing massive AIE damage. Hell Path 3 Borin, one of the 3 ultimate sacrifice paths. Transform into the Borin demon for 1 minute. During this time, you can place a selected target into a bound state. At the same time, any damage taken by the user is reduced by 85. The selected target suffers that portion of the damage instead. Additionally, cursed disciples can master 18 demonic transformations of the Hell Path, possessing 18 different forms of offensive. These are divided into 4 ranks: Mian, Wu, Su, and Ji. Among them, the 398th path is the path of extreme evil. It is extremely difficult to master. Details can be consulted at the class advancement trainer. Players seeing the cursed disciple advancement went completely wild, feeling this class was even stronger than the rune warrior. You can take someone down even if you kill yourself. The advancement requirements for Cursed Disciple have been released. Cursed Disciple Advancement Quest 1. Assassin players must reach level 30. After accepting the advancement quest, hunt any other monsters. This excludes players, but you will receive additional blood essence. Collect 10,000 points of blood essence to open Hell Path 1. Successful advancement, Cursed Disciple Quest 2, Class Progression. Hell Path 2, Abiwu, find 3 sources of cursed power. Submit them to the class advancement trainer, who will then inscribe the 3 curses into your body. This completes the second class progression, Abi Demon, Hell Path 3, Prajna Sacrifice, also known as Formless Void. Prajna Sacrifice. Comprehend the true essence of Prajna through death. This is extremely difficult and requires players to figure it out on their own. Hell Path 4, Mid-Mountain, collect mountain spirit shards and submit them to the trainer to complete the progression. Seeing this, all the players were dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen such high difficulty advancement requirements. They even had to figure out the tutorial themselves, seeing the complaints on the public screen. Bailey felt helpless. The Cursed Disciple template is well designed, but progression relies entirely on the players themselves, especially the Prajna Sacrifice skill. Even within the original Curse clan, very few could master it. Luwu sighed. At this stage, the standard class advancements are slowly being perfected. But the hidden classes are still a complete blank. Bailey said that was simple. Luwu, you just need to repair the Phantom Spirit Room. The Phantom Spirit Room is where the King of Baichi used to store defeated enemy generals and fallen heroic spirits. It contains many fierce generals who once followed the King of Baichi to expand his territory. The spirits are in a sacrificial building. Among these heroic spirits are several warriors with extremely high talent. Their legacies can be stripped away using the war artifact. Then, we can set some randomly triggered advancement quests in the game. Once players complete them, they can obtain this legacy power and become hidden classes in the game. Meanwhile, Black Sea Technology Headquarters was holding an emergency meeting. It turned out Jeed Company was one step ahead of them. They successfully developed a game cabin, thereby monopolizing the most popular domestic game developers. While the man was at a loss, his assistant suddenly spoke up. President Chen. According to news from the 173 platform, there is still one game developer. That has not reached an agreement with Jeed. In fact, they were the ones who proactively rejected them. The man sighed. One is better than none. Go negotiate immediately. See if we can secure a partnership. Try to satisfy their requirements as much as possible. On the other side, Lu Wu was troubled. Lately, there were too many game features to expand. Even with soul coins growing rapidly, it was completely insufficient. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. After answering the call, the other party got straight to the point. Hello, Mr. Lu. We are from Black Sea Technology. We hope your game can collaborate with our virtual game cabins for promotion. Before he could finish, Lu Wu stated directly, I've heard of you. There's no need to meet. I only have one question. If we collaborate, do you charge fees? The assistant was stunned upon hearing this. President Chen, standing nearby, saw this and said, Give me the phone. You'll talk to him directly. After taking the phone, President Chen didn't waste any time. He directly promised Lu Wu there would be no fees. At the same time, he was willing to make the game. A built-in software for the game cabins, so players wouldn't even need to download it. They would be able to see it in the game list. Seeing he was so straightforward, Lu Wu agreed immediately. After all, virtual game cabins were more conducive to player stability and growth. The man cut his palm open, just so he could press his blood against the wall. Soon, the phantom of a white spirit deer leaped out from the rock wall, circling and dancing above the man's head. In an instant, it restored his health to full, while the man was feeling depressed. The white spirit deer suddenly turned into strands of golden light, flowing through the pit. A server-wide announcement popped up. Congratulations to player Key's son for successfully advancing to the hidden class, White Phantom. The golden light centered around him and enveloped him, and a golden cocoon began to. Moments later, the large golden cocoon suddenly burst, instantly filling the entire pit with thick golden mist. This live stream caused an uproar in the game. The number of spectators reached over 100,000, but when the mist cleared, a clumsy-looking little white dog suddenly appeared at the bottom of the pit. Player Key Sun, LV21, Class, White Phantom, Spirit Beast, Form 1. The players watching the stream laughed hysterically. The comments on the public screen exploded instantly. It turned out Sun Key was just someone who had accidentally fallen into a pit somewhere on the game map. Because he lacked the ability to escape, he started a live stream to ask players how to get out. However, all of this happened to be seen by Bei Li, so she just made up a name and egged the man on to spill his blood, allowing him to advance to a hidden class. Class trait: growth stats increase by 100 with every level at each major level milestone. The player comprehends a legacy skill at level 150. The second form can be unlocked. Plus, the blood in the White Phantom's body has divine healing effects. Now, Lu Wu was curious. How is it that even when I use the war artifact, I can't save the White Phantom's advancement panel or replicate it for other players? Bei Li felt helpless too. This is entirely down to luck. If other players want to become a White Phantom, they must find the legacy of life left behind by the White Phantom, just like this player did. The odds of that are extremely slim. Meanwhile, Sun Qi used the powerful stat boost from his new body to easily escape the pit. He took a look at his stat panel, and a look of wild joy appeared on his face. As a low-end player with no skill and no money, possessing this class meant he was about to reach the pinnacle of his life. But just as he fell into a wonderful fantasy, a net made of vines suddenly fell from the sky, covering him in an instant. He was then violently beaten by 3 passing players. Ha ha ha, we finally caught a corpse wolf. I was trained by a beast-taming master. I must successfully domesticate it. At this moment, a girl holding a staff said disappointedly, Bro, this doesn't look like a corpse wolf. It's just a little white dog. The man laughed. It's fine. Tie it up first so we can practice. After all, corpse wolves are hard to tame. So, while Sun Qi looked on in bewilderment, He was tied to a withered tree. Sister, look, creatures in the wild have a feral nature. Don't be fooled by its size. It's very fierce, so you have to whip it hard. Make it fear you. That's the first step of domestication. I learned this from the beast-taming master. The girl pulled a wooden stick out from somewhere. She pouted and smiled. Bro, I know what to do. Seeing the female player eager to try, Sun Ki immediately bared his teeth and started barking, woof, 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 the woman, as the head of Jeed Company. After learning that Lu was Conquest Online had partnered with a rival company, immediately ordered her assistant in the game cabins we release. Blacklist the game Conquest Online. Also inform our headquarters. Have headquarters coordinate with us to boycott this game. We must make these game developers in the Dragon Kingdom understand the consequences of refusing us. JD Company will make them pay. Meanwhile, in the Underworld. Lu Wu sneezed for no reason, by the way, Bailey. How is that player who received the White Phantom's legacy doing? Bailey said. The players watching the live stream couldn't stand it and stepped in to save him. But that torture almost made him cave in. Just then, Lu Wu sensed Du Yan's arrival and immediately used the war artifact to manifest the silhouette of the king of Beichi. Du Yan bowed deeply toward the figure nearby. Greetings, my king. Following your orders, I returned to Shana's side. First, I used the branches from the belt to deceive him about the cause of Ghost 3 South death. Then Shana sent me to the Sea King to agree to the internal tribute ceremony. I followed your instructions and told the Sea King that Shana had refused his demands. He then presented an item. These are all the heroic souls Shana possessed. I've collected them all into this heroic soul orb. I followed your commands exactly. And didn't leave a single spirit for him. He then cowed out with all his strength. My king, my cover is completely blown. Shana is ruthless. And he will never let me live. Please, my king, take me in. The heroic soul orb floated into Lua's hand. It contained a total of 230,119. Yin Soul's Bei Li immediately gave him a thumbs up. Not only did you arrange for Shana to get trashed by the Sea King, but you also had the Soul Ferryman swipe every single soul he worked so hard to collect. Luwu, you're a genius. A smile played on Luwa's face. He waved a hand. Du Yan, you've done exceptionally well. This is your reward. A mass of soul power quickly merged into Du Yan's body. This soul power acted like an accelerant, causing the soul fire inside his skull to erupt. Du Yan was stunned. He can manipulate soul power so easily, and boosted my strength by half a realm instantly. Your subordinate thanks my king for the blessing. Lu Wu thought to himself. Unlike players, boosting Du Yan's power isn't actually that difficult for me. Player growth is like digging a canal to fill a lake. Must be done step by step. But Du Yan has been cultivating for thousands of years, in simply adding a bit of water to his lake. Still, this display impressed even Bei Li in Du Yan's eyes. This was an earth-shattering technique, and you know how to? Use both carrot and stick. You truly have the bearing of a ruler. Lu Wu didn't want him staying in the mansion. He spoke up. Du Yan, I have a new task for you. Du Yan looked up. Please speak, my king. I will give it my all. Lu Wu continued. Next, you will go and seek refuge with the Rock Ghost King. Hearing this, Du Yan was overcome with terror. He wanted to refuse, but couldn't bring himself to speak, he thought. Had been sentenced to a life as a career mole, a man sentenced to be a mole for life. Having just finished with Ghost General Shana, he was now being sent to the Rock Ghost King. Seeing his lack of response, Lu Wu said, I want you to sabotage the relationship between the Rock Ghost King and Ghost General Shana and investigate the current state of the Rock Northern region. Report your findings to me once you have them. Du Yan hesitated. I'm afraid the Rock Ghost King won't trust me so easily. But as soon as he spoke, Lu Wu handed him a heroic soul orb. Take this and present it to the Rock Ghost King. As your token of loyalty, Du Yan nodded. Your subordinate understands. I will not fail you with that. He turned into a streak of light and disappeared. Then, Lu Wu dismissed the manifestation of the king of Beichi. He asked, I was going to give him the whole orb. Why did you make me extract 150,000 souls first? Bei Li explained, because spirits can be used to construct traversal channels. Lu Wu was startled. You mean teleportation arrays? Can't those be made using soul power? Bailey wagged her finger. Teleportation arrays and traversal channels aren't exactly the same. The former only requires soul power, but the latter requires sacrifices, and heroic souls are those sacrifices. To put it simply, there are certain special regions in the underworld that cannot be reached by normal teleportation. You must sacrifice souls to open a channel. And these special regions that require traversal channels to access can be turned into the game dungeons we've been wanting to create. At this point, Bailey excitedly grabbed his hand. I had you save 150,000 souls because the requirement to open a certain area is exactly that amount, and that special area is the Hell Realm. The Hell Realm is a forbidden zone in the underworld with 18 levels. Demons are constantly born there. The deeper you go, the stronger they become. It's perfect for players to grind, especially assassins. Many of the class promotion materials they need can be found there. Hearing this, Lu Wu focused his mind. He released all 150,000 souls he had just taken from the war artifact. Meanwhile, Bailey began to draw a bizarre magic circle on the ground. Eerie green particles, resembling floating jellyfish, began to drift around them. After 10 minutes, the ground began to vibrate slightly. A crimson glow radiated from within the etched patterns of the circle. Driven by the array, the surrounding spirits surged toward the center. Watching this, Lu Wu felt a sense of dread. Was Bei Li going to sacrifice herself too? If anything goes wrong, it'll pull her out. Soon, a terrifying sight appeared behind Lu Wu. A pair of crimson arms, dripping with lava, suddenly extended out. Lu Wu frantically asked Bei Li what those arms were all about. Bei Li formed hand seals and began to chant. Words Lu Wu couldn't understand. Then she said solemnly, "Don't just call them arms. That is one of the oldest deities of the underworld, even though Hei's deceased. He was once a supreme being. I used an ancient sacrificial language. To summon his lingering consciousness, I hope that by sacrificing these 150,000 spirits, we can trade for a traversal channel to the Hell Realm." The giant arms quickly tore the array open, revealing a bottomless chasm, a girl sacrificing 150,000 spirits. Just to unlock a game dungeon, she summoned one of the oldest gods of the underworld and used him to forcibly rip open a path to hell within the magic circle. Even though the god had long since died, he was still the one presiding over the forbidden zone. The god of the Hell Realm. After opening the path to the Hell Realm, the giant hands began to fade away. The magic circle turned into a bottomless abyss at that moment. Lu Wu asked, "Does this mean we'll have to do this every time?" "We want to create other dungeons," Bailey replied. "Yes, all forbidden zones have the lingering consciousness of ancient underworld deities. That's exactly why those areas are considered forbidden. To open more new dungeons, we must find ways to obtain more heroic souls. By the way, Lu Wu, I've actually never been to the Hell Realm myself. I really want to go see it." Lu Wu was a bit stunned. "Won't it be dangerous?" Bailey tugged on his sleeve. "Don't worry, I'm going to manifest a body using yin energy. Then it'll sneak into a player party. Sounds good?" Lu Wu acted fast. A server-wide announcement popped up. Dungeon system unlocked. Hell Realm dungeon now open. NPC dungeon guide added. The Hell Realm consists of 18 layers designed for leveling and training. Each area features several boss monsters and countless elite creatures. Raid requirements. Minimum party size of 10 players. Time limit, 1 hour. Hearing this, players who had been itching for action began logging in. They all rushed toward the dungeon teleporters. In less than 10 minutes, near the NPC teleportation point, Surely Yes Guardian Angel Guild had already assembled 30 people. They were ready to start the dungeon crawl. Then, she reached out and tapped the dungeon teleport notification. A panel appeared. Dungeon selection, Hell Realm, teleporting now. Suddenly, the entire team felt a sense of weightlessness. Meanwhile, Bei Li had created a mage character for herself. To blend in with the players as their senses returned, the environment had changed completely. The ground was parched and scorched. Red-hot lava surged through the cracks. even with sensory settings turned down. A wave of intense heat still washed over them. Surely you scanned the area and said, "Everyone, don't touch anything, move forward as a group." According to the dungeon guide, this place is filled with rare materials and treasures. Search thoroughly. Don't miss a thing just then. Chun-Yi spotted a cave to the left of the waterfall, but because he got too close, his health began to tick down one by one. Surely the walked over. "Brother, you're taking damage. Get away from that lava waterfall." Chen replied, "It's fine. It's only 1 HP every 5 seconds. There's definitely some treasure hidden in here." So, the group ventured deep into the cave, only to find it wasn't hot at all. This dungeon was truly strange. Outside was a furnace draining health, but inside was freezing cold. As it grew darker, surely they felt a wave of fear. But as the guildmaster, she couldn't let it show. This guild leader entered the dungeon only to be spooked. She looked toward a noise and found her brother smashing a stone coffin. "Brother, what are you doing? You scared me to death." But Chen this said, "Don't be afraid, Zier. If got you," surely the replied, "it's because you made that sudden loud noise that I got scared, all right?" "Wait, am not scared? How could I be scared?" Chen the scratched his head. "Sorry, Zuer, I just thought. There might be some secret inheritance in this coffin, or at least some loot." Surely you blinked. That did make sense. Everyone helped him smash it half an hour later. They were all exhausted, and more importantly, extremely disappointed. No matter how hard they hit them, the coffins wouldn't break. The gameplay experience was awful. Can't there be a button to just slide or flip the lid open? Bailey, hidden among them, thought, besides the coffins, that item should be here. She spoke up quietly. Maybe a touchscreen model would be more advanced? At that, everyone's heads snapped toward her. Startled, Bailey raised her staff and shyly shrank back. Chen-Yi sighed. "Now what? There's treasure here, but we can't take it." "This is torture." Surely Thee was also frustrated. "I guess we have to move on, mark this location. We'll come back to open them once we're stronger." Just then, an assistant shouted, "Sisters Weir, look at this." There are 3 stone urns here, however. They seem to be made of the same material as the coffins. I can't break them. A sturdy berserker tapped an urn. "This looks like the stuff buried in my village's fields. If you're lucky, it's fine aged wine someone stashed away. If you're unlucky, it's an ancestor." At that, surely they immediately lost interest. "Let's go, since we can't open these anyway. Let's get out of here and spend our time exploring elsewhere." Inside, she thought, "I definitely don't want to dig up anything weird." Tucked away in the corner, Bailey almost laughed, "If you guys don't want them." "Don't mind if I help myself." She activated her artifact. A blue light quickly enveloped the stone urns. Moments later, they were tucked into the artifact space. No one looked back. As they exited the cave, only to hear players shouting, "Brothers, help, save us," seeing Shirley's team. The lead player was thrilled. Finally, another party. "Brothers, help us." Shirley's eyes fixed on the man's hands. He was holding a fiery red egg. It was large, covered in dragon-like scales. Suddenly, a massive fire dragon dove from the sky. Unleashing a torrent of flames, Chen the cursed, "Stay away. You stole a dragon egg and brought the boss to our doorstep. If you come any closer, I'll kill you myself." But they didn't stop. They just ran faster. This man had stolen a dragon egg on the verge of hatching and was being hunted by a crimson fire dragon. Seeing them bringing the dragon toward them, "Surely," Yi ordered, "into the cave. We can't handle this boss yet." Within seconds, the man with the egg followed them inside. The cave was narrow, leaving the dragon to roar furiously at the entrance. Surely the pointed her dagger at the man. "Hand over the egg," the man pleaded. "Wait, listen to me. Even if I give it to you, it's useless. This dragon egg can't be put into the private inventory space. If it could, we wouldn't have had to carry it the whole way." As he spoke, surely the assassin flickered behind him and cut him down. "You led that dragon right to us and got us trapped in here. Taking the loot as compensation isn't asking too much, right?" She tried to store the egg, but couldn't. Now the dragon is camping the exit. We'll die the moment we step out, and the egg will drop anyway. So this thing is worthless just then. The eggshell cracked with a snap. Golden light poured from the fissures. Bailey, hidden in the crowd, focused. Her artifact component pulsed. She thought, the dragon egg is hatching. Perfect timing. I just got 3 free stone urns from them. Time to return the favor. Soon, an adorable little fire dragon suddenly hatched from its shell. It tilted its head back and let out a cheerful cry. The next moment, the little dragon actually turned into a streak of light and entered her body before disappearing at the same time. A floating notification popped up. Congratulations to players worth 4 hatching the first pet. It was a fire dragon hatchling. Standing nearby, Chendi immediately got excited. That's my sister for you. Your luck is off the charts. Zweir, hurry and summon the pet again. Let's check out its stats. Zweir then tried to summon the fire-eating dragon, and rows of attributes appeared before her. Pet details: a fiery attribute beast that inhabits high-temperature regions year-round. Possesses fire immunity, watching the fire-eating dragon circling above her head. Zweir let out a long sigh. It seems a bit weak. It'll be such a hassle to train it. The fire-eating dragon seemed to understand her words. It immediately nuzzled against Zweir's chest, seeing how cute it was. All right, it's not like I can't keep you. The scene shifts to Luwa's home. A sizzling vortex suddenly tore through space. Then Bailey jumped out from the rift. Luwa's voice came from the side. Zhao Li, you were the one secretly helping with the player's pet hatching, right? Bailey nodded. The timing of the dragon egg's appearance was perfect, wasn't it? So I used the artifact to digitize it, a digitized pet. Must be in a newly hatched larval state, only at the moment it contacts the outside world. Can it be brought into the artifact if it's an adult? Even with the artifact's help, it's impossible to digitize it. It's just a pity that since the pet is fully digitized, it inevitably lost some of its spirituality. The fire-eating dragon should have been a spirit beast level monster. But after digitization, its grade is only high. Lu Wu rubbed her head. It's fine. Your pet settings are already great. Besides, as soon as you digitized it, I set a fee of 30 soul coins for every pet resurrection. That's another way to earn soul coins, the hidden class in Conquest Online. The sun-chasing archer is finally open. He was once under the king of Beichai. As the most outstanding top archer, just now, Bailey returned from the Underworld. She was worried that players might clash over dragon eggs or resources. However, Lu Wu had already anticipated this. He handed over a blueprint. Expecting players to unite voluntarily is unrealistic. We need to rely on game mechanics. So while you were in the Hell Realm, I designed a way for players to vent. It'll build a massive battlefield in 100 cities within the artifact space. Any guild with over 500 members can sign up for this guild hegemony tournament. The theme of this event is Capture the Flag. There will be a flag in the center of every city. Any guild that occupies a city can turn this blank flag into their own guild's flag, of course. Capturing the flag is just a process. Even if your guild takes the city and changes the flag, players from other guilds can still take it back. In the early stage, it's about siege. And in the later stage, it becomes a massive defense tournament. It lasts half a day. Once the time is up, from the guilds that successfully held a city, the top 100 guilds will be selected and rewarded. Bayla's passion was instantly ignited, but even if we can easily condense yin energy to build cities in the artifact space, it's still a massive project. It'll probably take a lot of time to build, Lu Wu said sheepishly. You're right, so this event is still in the preparation stage, but I have good news too. I've finally saved up 200,000 soul coins. We can start building the Phantom Spirit Room we've been planning. 30 minutes later, a towering pagoda appeared near the Underworld mansion. Then, a server-wide announcement popped up. Current update: unlocking the hidden class Sun-Chasing Archer and the Legacy Trial. This hidden class is limited to 10 slots. Inquire at the class mentor for details. Lu Wu was confused. There are clearly so many heroic spirits in the Phantom Spirit Room. Why do I have to create an archer like this specifically? Bailey said calmly. Because he was a subordinate the king of Beichi valued highly. Juri was the top archer under the king of Beichi, with archery skills that surpassed everyone in the empire. His strength was nearly at the Ghost King level, however, during the battle to exterminate the cursed clan. The cursed clan leader sacrificed his life to forcibly kill him. Juri's death deeply grieved the king of Beichi, but there was nothing he could do. Ultimately, the king of Beichi could only store Juri's soul in the phantom spirit room. For future generations to worship, Lu Wu consoled her. What's done is done. Don't be sad anymore. Let's arrange what comes next. Bailey then pulled a bow out of thin air to unleash the full power of the sun-chasing archer's legacy. Masterful archery is essential, and since Conquest Online isn't just a game, but a completely real existence, archery isn't something just anyone can master. We need to screen the players who want to change classes first. Lu Wu immediately condensed yin energy in his hand. That's easy. He'll build a shooting range and open the class advancement challenge trial. He'll pick the top 10 performers to receive the legacy of the Ju-Ri heroic spirit. This was the trial for the hidden class advancement. The number of applicants reached 250,000. To prevent players from interfering with each other, everyone was placed in separate instances. For the trial, soon, the first round of testing was complete. The top 10 players all achieved a 100 accuracy rate. Chenda was among them. He had just fired a few arrows because he was bored. He was quite satisfied with this score. Subsequently, the second round was also completed. For the 100-meter stationary target, Chenda got a perfect score as usual. Taking second place left, Chenda completely bewildered. No way, I was just participating for fun. Who knew my random shooting would hit the bullseye every time? I've never even held a bow before. Could I be a genius? And so, after the third round of testing ended, Chenda not only secured a slot for the hidden class, but even took first place. Holy crap, I really am a genius. I wanted to keep a low profile, but my talent won't let me. Behind the scenes, the two were about to begin the legacy transfer. To help players adapt to this legacy, they decided to spend soul points to let them reconstruct their body templates soon. A message appeared in the minds of Chen Thi and the others. Congratulations on your successful class change to Sun-Chasing Archer. Open your attribute panel for details. The shooting range will remain open for another 30 minutes. Hurry and adapt to your new skills. Sun-Chasing Archer. The #1 sharpshooter of Beichi. Inherited weapon, bow and arrow. Growth attribute increase per level, boosted by 50 additional special passive bonuses. Eagle Eye, extra energy bar, Sun-Chasing Breath, learned skills, Sun-Chasing Volley, slide step, and annihilation strike, Eagle Eye, kinetic vision is developed. Can manually adjust focal length, Sun-Chasing Breath, 100 energy capacity. Sun-Chasing Shot consumes 1 unit of Sun-Chasing Breath, skills consume extra energy. Regenerates 1 point every 3 seconds. Sun-Chasing Volley consumes 5 points. Fires 5 arrows imbued with Sun-Chasing Breath simultaneously for IOE damage. Slide Step. Consumes 3 points. Uses Sun-Chasing Breath to enhance footwork. Performs a short-distance quick slide that can be used to dodge attacks. It can also be used to close in on opponents. Annihilation Strike uses all remaining energy to condense the power of the Sun Chaser into a single spirit arrow. This is a finishing move and does not require physical arrows during release. The second stage of this class will unlock after the player reaches level 100 and completes the advancement. Details can be found at the class mentor, seeing the Sun-Chasing Archer's inheritance panel. The players watching the live stream were filled with envy after the class transfer. The Chen gained 3 skill points at once and began to flex, but who would have thought his shot would completely miss? The distant scoreboard announced the result. Miss 0 points, knowing he was being live streamed. He awkwardly adjusted his stance. That was just a mistake. Now, I'm getting serious. But as soon as he spoke, the arrow he fired missed the target by a mile. The scoreboard continued. Miss 0 points, after missing 5 shots in a row. He finally realized a serious problem. Perhaps those 15 hits during the trial were all pure luck. The man had never studied archery, yet he was flawless during the class transfer trial. But now that he had officially changed classes, every arrow he fired was missing. At this moment, he realized a very grave problem. It turned out those 15 shots during the trial were a total fluke. Suddenly, he had an idea. Maybe there was still hope. He immediately pulled out a longsword. I was originally a warrior. If my archery is no good, it'll just go back to my old profession. But the moment he spoke, the longsword clattered to the ground. A game notification popped up. You have changed classes to sun-chasing archer. Equipable weapon, bow and arrow, unable to equip longswords. At this moment, the Chen finally shed tears of regret. He had a class with a bright future. But instead of cherishing it, he had to come and take this archery trial. I am such a huge idiot. The scene shifted. In the Glazed district, a golden light plummeted rapidly from the sky. It caused the surrounding hillsides to tremble. Ghost General Shana's face was grim. Holding a longsword, he roared in anger. Damn you, Duyan! How dare you betray me and subject me to such humiliation in front of the Sea King? When I catch you, I will tear you into 10,000 pieces. Then a woman's voice came through. Lord Shana, catching Duyan might be difficult now, according to the latest intel my subordinates gathered. Duyan has already defected to the Rock Ghost King and offered him all his yin spirits. Hearing this, Ghost General Shana was stunned. I just personally promised the Sea King 100,000 yin spirits. Now, what am I supposed to give him? My strength was already close to breaking through to the Ghost King realm. Those yin spirits were the key to my breakthrough. Now, how the hell am I supposed to break through? On one side is the Sea King, and on the other is the Rock Ghost King. Both are stronger than me. My breakthrough, which I was so certain of, has been completely halted. What should I do now? The Soul Reaper suddenly spoke up. Lord Shana, our Glazed district is caught between the Sea King and the Rock Ghost King. With Duyan's betrayal, it has become very unsafe. Why don't we relocate our camp? We can hide in the unoccupied Underworld mansion for a while. Once you break through to the Ghost King realm, we can plan our next move. Shana thought about it carefully. This was indeed a viable option. But what about the heroic spirit pool in the Glazed district? We can't just abandon it, can we? But the Soul Reaper replied, Lord Shana, look at the situation we're in. Only if you break through to the Ghost King realm first will we have any say. On this land of Beichi, otherwise, when the Sea King returns and demands those 100,000 yin spirits, that will be the real death sentence. Shana felt her analysis was very reasonable. Pass down the order, pack up every resource we can carry. In 10 days, everyone moves to the Underworld mansion. Meanwhile, in the real world, two people were discussing a certain berserker swordsman in the game. They believed his sword skills meant he must be a top-tier master in real life as well. Just then, a man in ragged clothes blocked their path. Where is this master? Tell me where he is. One of them cried out in pain as the man grabbed him. Conquest Online. In the game Conquest Online. His name is Mu Juge. Seeing the man frozen in place, the two immediately broke free and cursed under their breath. Is he some kind of psycho? What bad luck. Lu Wu wanted to create new game NPCs. On the design paper were models of a fat man and an old man. One represented a chef of dark, and the other was Old Man, a goat-like elder, who could teach players how to use herbs to create poisons. But when it came to popularity, the most popular NPC was still undoubtedly Lu Mo, the beginner village chief. At that moment, Lu's phone suddenly rang. It was Gui Wu, calling to tell him that the 1-month evaluation had officially ended. Just as all the players expected, Conquest Online won by a landslide. It reigned supreme over all other games. Guo also mentioned that he hoped Lu Wu would start considering a theme song, promising to help with any difficulties. Lu Wu was indeed considering it, however, which celebrity to hire to sing, and the production of the song itself were giving him a massive headache. He had once asked Bei Li with some hope, but he only received a look like he was an idiot. I only do development. I don't sing, and I don't compose. However, she did have a good suggestion. They could try to source the composition from the game forums. As for the vocals, he could leave that to Gui Wu. As for funding, they could open up some recharge channels that wouldn't affect the player's motivation to earn soul coins. Like a fashion system, he believed many players who cared about aesthetics would be willing to spend the money. While the two were excited, Bailey noticed something very strange happening in the game. Luwu, this duel is very weird. Lua's eyes fell on the screen, and his expression changed from confusion to surprise. A level 0 player was challenging a level 26 berserker. Meanwhile, in the ghostly mountains, a man in simple green robes held a long sword and said, "I challenge you." Mujuj smiled faintly. "Friend, come back when you've leveled up." Ojian stared ahead with a cold expression. "Are you afraid? The heart of the sword moves only forward. You are not fit to practice the sword." Hearing this, Mujuj brandished his longsword. Anger surged in his heart, whether unfit or not. "Is not for you to decide, you arrogant prick. If you want to fight, I'll give you one." With those words, Mujuj charged directly at him. However, Ojian remained indifferent. He quickly turned and unsheathed his starter longsword. Clashing with the sword Mujuj had bought from the shop, however, Aojian's swordplay and footwork were completely intangible within 3 rounds. Both retreated several steps, but Mujuj was starting to feel the strain. In the exchange just now, he had been struck 10 times in an instant. Yet he hadn't managed to land a single hit, if it weren't for his vastly superior stats and armor. His health bar probably would have been emptied long ago. Throwing dignity aside, he activated his berserker skills. "I didn't want to bully a skillless newbie account, but now you've really pissed me off." Mujuj leaped into the air. He unleashed Earth Splitter, sending a fiery red blade of energy, racing across the ground in a crescent arc toward Aegean. At that exact moment, Bailey seemed to sense something. After double-checking, she said with a solemn expression, "Lu Wu, have detected a sudden fluctuation in one of the heroic spirit legacies within the Phantom Spirit Room. The man was obsessed with the sword, to defeat every sword master in the world. He even entered this virtual game, asking every player he met while still at level 0. He finally found this rumored sword master, despite the 26 level gap between them. He easily ended up killing his opponent. Your swordsmanship is far too ordinary. It's frankly pathetic. You're nothing like a true master." Right then, the game system issued a server-wide announcement. "Congratulations to player Aojian for attaining Sword Heart and unlocking the hidden class, 10 Paths of the Magic Sword." Even the habitually cold Aojian was visibly moved by this. Soon, a phantom appeared before him. He could clearly feel a magnificent power suddenly descending upon him from above. Then, the class panel for the 10 Paths of the Magic Sword appeared. Description: carry 9 spirit swords. These grow alongside your level. Comprehend the deepest Tao of the sword to cleave heaven, earth. Class weapon: special class. No equipped weapon. Class growth: no attribute bonuses. Furthermore, you cannot learn any berserker skills. Watching from the shadows, Luwu. Immediately asked what happened, Bailey explained. Some heroic spirit legacies in the Phantom Spirit Room require specific conditions to trigger, because these spirits actually retain fragments of their consciousness and can choose their own inheritors. Since this player, Aojian, has already obtained a legacy, we can use the link between the heroic spirit and the war artifact to see what exactly is going on. Soon the two of them accessed a memory belonging to Aojian. Atop Crouching Tiger Mountain on the border of Dragon Country, a man in black robes, wielding a black longsword that seemed to breathe the mountain mist, slashed Aojian's arm. "Aojian, it seems you've won again regarding that duel with your father. I killed him by mistake. The fault is mine, and I understand your desire for revenge. But your talent for the sword is still leagues behind mine. Even if I gave you another 10 or 20 years, what of it? You would never be my match." Aojian's heart was filled with bitter resentment. For the sake of revenge, he had trained relentlessly. He had even abandoned his wife and daughter, obsessed only with the Tao of the sword. But in the end, it was all for nothing. When he looked up again, his face was contorted. He tightly gripped his breeze longsword. "I won't accept this. Again, die." His eyes were bloodshot, completely lost in a state of frenzy. As he swung his sword repeatedly, the demonic nature in his heart swelled. Yet the man in black remained as steady as a mountain, holding his sword horizontally. A massive sword projection manifested to shield him. Aojian, your sword heart is unstable if you continue this fight. You will stray into a perverted path of the sword, seeing Aojian's lack of response. The man in black swept his sword downward, releasing a heavy wave of sword energy. It tore through the mist, instantly shattering all the sword ki Aojian had gathered. The breeze sword snapped at that moment. The man in black walked away without a word, leaving behind only a final sentence. Aojian, though you are devoted to the blade, you have completely fallen into demonhood. Repent while you still can. Give up the sword. Aojian's flashback ended, and Lu Wu finally understood. So he shares a similar past with that heroic spirit. No wonder he was chosen. But as a level 0 player without any skills, how did he manage to brute force a kill on a level 26 berserker? Bailey didn't know either. I'd guess it's because Hei's naturally powerful. After real-world cultivation, Aojian's soul strength is already far beyond that of a normal human. Lu Wu was even more bewildered. Wait, Zhao Li, you mean people can actually cultivate in the real world? He didn't believe it was possible, nor had he ever met a cultivator. But Bei Li countered with a piercing question. Had you ever seen the Underworld before? Lu Wu was left speechless, and then asked in return, then why are cultivators playing this game? Have they figured something out? Bei Li waved her hands dismissively. You're seriously underestimating the artifact. It was forged from the life's work of the King of Bachi. No matter how much they investigate, they will only find that this is a game. They won't find a shred of evidence regarding the Underworld's existence. Lu Wu breathed a sigh of relief. He had been afraid of becoming a target for these real-life cultivators. He didn't want to get caught up in some cliché plot involving Kunlan or Mount Shu, where the righteous path unites to capture him. That would be a headache. Bailey told him not to worry, actually. Cultivators becoming players is a good thing for us, because once someone becomes a player, they can never truly be your enemy. Every player's soul is already marked by the war artifact if they betray you. You can simply recall their soul back into the artifact and erase it. The King of Bacchus planned to build an immortal army. This was a crucial feature to ensure that no one would dare to commit treason. Hearing this, Lu Wu he thought to himself that his original plan was to make Conquest Online a global phenomenon, turning the Underworld into humanity's second world where people of all ages could find enjoyment. But according to Bei Li, if he actually succeeded, wouldn't he essentially be the ruler of all mankind? Suddenly, Lu Wu spoke up. Zhao Li, can I ask you something? Bei Li looked up curiously. What is it? Ask away. Lu Wu took a deep breath. What is your true origin? Lu Wu began to find the implications terrifying. She had participated in the development of such a terrifying artifact from the start and held the king's absolute trust. Just what kind of being was Bei Li? Bei Li's expression first froze, then she nervously tugged at her clothes. She said somewhat bashfully, I was taken in by the king of Beichi. Seeing her so nervous, Lu Wu reached out and ruffled her hair. Never mind. I won't pressure you if you don't want to talk about it. Don't force it. Just tell me whenever you're ready. A hint of sadness flashed in Bei Li's eyes, but she gave a firm nod. She thought to herself that no one had ever been this gentle with her, not even the king of Beichi. Finally, she couldn't help but bury her face in Lua's chest. I'll definitely tell you, you have to believe me. My fate is now completely tied to yours, even if the whole world turns against you. I will never betray you. The scene shifts. The next day arrived. Lu Wu posted the recruitment call for the game's theme song. Onto the game's forum, the requirements were quite simple. It had to fit the game's content and include full copyrights. There were 2 reward options. 1. 3,000 soul coins. 2. 1 million in cash. Seeing this reward, Bei Li was startled. You actually set the prize at 1 million in cash. Do you even have that much money? Lu Wu told her not to worry, because players would definitely choose the 3,000 soul coins. Besides, it killed 2 birds with 1 stone, indirectly inflating the value of soul coins. If you don't believe me, look at the forum comments. Currently, 1 soul coin goes for 800 yuan. So, 3,000 soul coins is worth 2.4 million. No player is going to pick 1 million in cash. Seeing this, both of them flashed devious smiles. Luwu, you're so wicked. To cure his gaming addiction, a man climbed to the highest peak of the Kakidwo Mountains alone, his father, owner of countless industries. Sent him to find an expert. It was said the man was over 120 years old. Before long, he encountered a monk on the peak. Are you the master my dad was talking about? Qiming nodded. I wouldn't presume to be called a master. But if your father is Ju Yuan, then I am indeed the one you're looking for. Gu was shocked. Seems I really found the right person. Master, you look like you're only in your 20s. Qiming told him there was no need for more words. Follow me, Qiming said as he walked. Back then, when I was on the verge of key deviation during my cultivation, your father happened upon this place and saved my life. I told him then that I would help him twice. The first time, I helped him gain great wealth. Now that you've come, state your second request. Gu, you followed close behind Qiming. My dad says, I'm a failure. I only know how to play games. He wants the master to enlighten me, to see if I can turn over a new leaf after entering the small hut. Juyu was immediately stunned. He thought to himself that inside the hut, there wasn't even food or blankets. This master lived here alone. How did he survive? Qiming looked Juyu over carefully. He said, your personality is the complete opposite of your father's, just as he said. If you inherit the family business, you'll surely squander the fortune. Gu, you hurriedly asked if the master had a way. Qiming nodded slightly. I can use the 5 ghosts transporting wealth technique to bless you and boost your luck with money. With the protection of the 5 ghosts, your fortune will be very strong. No matter how incompetent you are, preserving your father's legacy will be no issue. He glanced at Juyu and smiled again. Let us begin. Once I've settled this debt of gratitude, my heart will be free of attachments. It is my blessing. Having said that, he pointed a finger toward the ground. A swirling black vortex slowly materialized on the floor, emitting bursts of frigid air. Gu, you couldn't help but shiver. This cold pierced to the very marrow. Even with his heavy protective gear, he couldn't resist it. Qiming then bit his finger and chanted internally, Ghost luck, descend. Descendant Qiming requests power from the ghosts and gods. Qiming flicked his blood and the droplets were immediately sucked into the black vortex. Chanting for the 5 ghosts' fortune, a nearly transparent figure slowly floated out of the vortex. One by one, hideous wandering souls emerged. Ferocious and evil, yet they seemed somewhat familiar. Gu, you fell to the floor, both shocked and pleasantly surprised. These are wandering souls, right, master? Do you play Conquest online too? Qiming didn't pay him any mind. Guyu continued to watch as he raised his hand. Offering his essence blood to the sky, the globule of blood floated in the air, dividing into 5 parts which merged into the 5 ghosts. As if guided, they quickly began to float in orbit. Around Qiming, Qiu showed a hint of confusion. They really are wandering souls under normal circumstances. This kind of weak mob, my team and I, killed dozens of them a day soon. The technique was complete. Qiming waved his hand again, and the materialized wandering souls slowly faded away. The black vortex dissipated with them. Qiming's face was slightly pale. It is done. You may go. My karma with the GU family is severed. We are strangers from now on. Even if you come looking for me again, I will not see you. To help the man cure his gaming addiction, the master sacrificed his essence blood to summon the 5 ghosts of the underworld, yet the man felt no gratitude. Instead, he questioned the master, where are you hiding your virtual projection equipment? As the descendant of the ghost path, Qiming was dumbfounded. Virtual projection equipment? What's that, Ju? You leaned in, master? Stop trying to pull a fast one on me. Were those 5 ghosts you summoned called wandering souls? Do you really think I haven't played Conquest online? I can kill a dozen of those in a day. What class do you play? I've started a guild. Do you want me to help you level up? Qiming just kept shaking his head. I don't know what you're talking about, Ju, you laughed. Don't play coy. They're just 5 wandering souls. I've even killed nether warriors, iron corpses, and fire demons. Wandering souls are nothing. And 5 ghosts transporting wealth? Wealth, my foot, I slaughter dozens of them every day. And not a single one has ever dropped anything good for me. Qiming was even more stunned. How do you know about nether warriors and iron corpses? He thought to himself that except for the fire demon, he had indeed seen those other 2 spirits in his sex records. But the only reason I know them is because in the air of the ghost path. How could a common mortal know about the spirits of the underworld? Goo, you grinned. How could I not? Don't you visit the Conquest online official forums? Do you know that rich guy who buys soul coins every day? Invincible loneliness? That's me. Qiming was frozen once more. And what is this Conquest online? Goo was losing patience. Conquest online? The game? Seriously? Stop pretending. I've explained it so clearly. Qiming was breaking out in a cold sweat. I still don't understand. Goo Yu turned and left with a look of disdain. Fine. The favor is repaid. Now I can go back and report to my dad. Keep playing your part then. He thought this master was just a fraud. I'm not wasting time here. I'm going home to play my game. After Juyu left, Qiming remained there with a deep frown. He thought he had severed his ties to the world and could finally enter seclusion without worry, so his state of mind wouldn't be disturbed, but now his mind was in turmoil. The scene changes. A middle-aged man was playing golf. When his assistant informed him that his grandfather was looking for him, Qiming had called him on a satellite. Do you know about Conquest Online? The middle-aged man replied immediately. I'm not sure. One moment. I'll have someone look into it. 2 minutes later, the middle-aged man found the game. Grandpa, I've checked. It's a virtual game. They say the realism is incredibly high, Qiming instructed. I'll be leaving the mountain to find you in a few days. Have a copy ready for me then? I need to after hanging up the phone. The middle-aged man was somewhat surprised. My grandfather, who seemed so detached from worldly affairs, actually took the initiative to contact me. What on earth happened? After his grandfather had his father, he disappeared with an old man in a black robe. Supposedly, he went to seek the path of immortality, and there had been no word from him since. But just when everyone thought he was missing, he suddenly reappeared one day. At that time, my father was already in his twilight years, yet Grandpa still looked as young as ever. It truly shocked all of us. It was also at that time that we realized Grandpa had truly become a legendary cultivator. And it was only with Grandpa's help that I was able to build such a massive business today. Grandpa had lived in seclusion for many years, but now he was actually coming out of seclusion for a game a few days later. Bailey suddenly discovered that another cultivator had logged into Conquest Online. Lu Wu was very worried. Why are these reclusive cultivators appearing one after another? Have they discovered the game's uniqueness? If someone can travel between the underworld and the real world, and then encounters the players, won't everything be exposed? But Bailey remained confident. Traveling between the real world and the underworld is something only those at the level of Earth Immortals can achieve, with the real world's depleted spiritual energy. It's impossible for a powerhouse of that level to exist. As for the former Earth Immortals, they've all left long ago. They won't be coming back. Lu Wu caught the key point. Left. Where did they go? Bela's expression turned indifferent as she pointed straight at the sky. A man stepped onto the path of cultivation at 20, but after 100 years of training, he was scared silly by a game. The Underworld. This really is the Underworld. Could this game be modeled after the actual Underworld? To figure out the situation, Qiming wandered all over the Underworld. He even visited the cultivation pavilion to learn skills and then headed to the Ghost Mountains. He witnessed the netherworld giants he had only seen in ancient bestiaries. After experiencing the game's content, Qiming was in utter shock. Just how much power is required to create all of this? He then turned to look at his grandson, go investigate the background of the owner of Conquest Online. I want the truth. 3 days passed quickly. The man rushed back to report Grandpa after a deep investigation. We found that the owner of Conquest Online is just an ordinary person. That man has no background at all, but Qiming didn't believe it for a second. He believed there must be a research and development team behind that ordinary person, but for the information to be so tightly sealed is indeed very strange, the man said. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll definitely continue to dig deeper. But Qiming told him to stop the investigation, let the matter end here. The man was a bit curious, but Grandpa, the fact that we found nothing at all is precisely what's so strange. If we follow this strangeness and keep investigating, well, surely. Qiming immediately interrupted him. I said, the investigation ends here. You don't understand at all. Just what kind of existence are you investigating? Do you see this yin soldier I summoned? Although it's not yet complete, this is in the real world. He had summoned something from the underworld into reality. The man misunderstood his meaning. He quickly praised his grandfather. You're truly incredible. Seeing how dull he was, Qiming quickly explained, that's not what I mean. Summoning yin soldiers is a technique I didn't know at all. I learned it in the game. Yet I was actually able to manifest it in the real world, even if ordinary people play the game. They can't use the game spells in reality, but as a cultivator with a powerful after countless attempts, I can barely manifest it in reality. Hearing this, the man was completely stunned. What? You mean the skills in the game are actual magic spells? Qiming began to suspect the game owner you investigated is likely just a front behind the scenes. There must be an incredibly terrifying cultivator. The strength of that person has likely reached the realm of 9 netherworld connection. It can travel between the underworld and reality. They are basically Earth immortals. We must never offend such a great power. The man suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Good grief. Thank goodness you saw through the mystery, Grandpa. Otherwise our family might have faced total destruction. Suddenly, Qiming's voice came again. You may leave now. And don't forget to open an account for me. Deposit a lot of money into it. The man froze instantly. Deposit money. Grandpa, aren't you a cultivator? What do you need money for? Qiming glanced at his grandson to buy soul coins, of course. Haven't you ever played a game? How can I get stronger without spending money? At those words, the man's bewildered expression became even more dazed. Grandpa, the image of a transcendent master I had of you has completely collapsed. Could it be that the end of cultivation is getting addicted to a game this man had cultivated for over 100 years? Only to understand one truth. Pedowin is the only way to improve the gaming experience. Learning skills and buying equipment all cost money. How can one explore the game properly without it? For instance, this elite monster in front of him, the Netherworld Giant, he saw in the game forum that it's one of the rare monsters that drops items. But just then, a swordsman stepped forward first. This Netherworld Giant is mine. Qiming was a bit surprised. First come, first served. Don't you even understand basic courtesy? At that moment, Aljian turned around sharply. A scarlet longsword flew from nowhere and landed in his hand. Do you want to die? Qiming recognized this as sword kinesis. It seemed this person had obtained some kind of inheritance in this world. He then slammed his staff into the ground. Billowing black mist suddenly surged, and soon yin soldiers began crawling out of the dirt. I've seen people fighting over monsters on the forum, but this is the first time I've encountered it myself. Then allow me to teach you a lesson, seeing how stubborn he was. Ajian immediately had 9 spirit swords circling his body. It seems you truly are seeking death. The next moment, Aojian flicked his scarlet sword, sweeping out a shower of sword light. He dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. Qiming didn't show any fear either. He began manipulating the yin soldiers to block him while casting yin filth corrosion on the spot. One by one, the yin soldiers kept pouncing on Aojian for a while. Aojian was actually unable to move a single inch, forced to constantly drive his spirit swords back and forth through the yin soldiers during the exchange. Aojian was also surprised to find that the yin soldiers this guy summoned were very strange. They were completely different from other mage players. These yin soldiers each had their own battle tactics and could even predict his movements. They actively dodged attacks, as if each one possessed its own independent consciousness. Soon, Aojian stopped his attack and asked, "You're a cultivator, aren't you?" "Who exactly are you?" Qiming gave a cold smile, if I'm not mistaken. "Aside from the flying swords, the moves you're using are the Ao family swordplay. Does it really matter who I am?" Since we're both cultivators, then this netherwraith Aogian immediately interrupted him. No way, Haze mine, Keeming replied. Neither of us can best the other anyway. Besides, I found him first, at those words. Algion grew even angrier and drew his twin swords. One red and one blue. He prepared to strike. Neither of us can best the other. You're seriously overestimating yourself at this moment. Keeming was shocked. Crap, I focused too much on his sword technique and didn't notice the flying sword behind him vanish. My position is completely locked by his flying sword. In the next instant, Keeming was pierced by 9 spirit swords at once. His vision began to fade. A system notification popped up. You have been killed by player Aogian, meanwhile. A resonance wave appeared in the spirit hall. It seemed another heroic spirit inheritance was awakened. At this time, Lu Wu and Bei Li appeared in the sky from a god's eye view. Watching Keeming's body dissipate, they felt it was to think he was killed at the very moment the inheritance was about to descend. He was kicked out of the game, however. This awakened inheritance was indeed something to look forward to. Back in the real world, the man wanted to buy the little girl a new outfit, but she wasn't interested. Instead, she ate her way through all the street food they passed. Lu Wu watched the couples on the street, his heart filled with mixed emotions. This Valentine's Day isn't very friendly to a single dog like me. Then he asked about the heroic spirit inheritance. Xiao Bei Li, wasn't the inheritance awakened? Why is there no follow-up? Why won't you let me check it out? Bei Li quickly explained that player named Keeming was killed in-game right at that moment, so the awakened inheritance vanished. Lu Wu muttered, that Keeming guy is really unlucky. Bei Li said, it's fine, since he has the talent. Awakening the heroic spirit inheritance again is only a matter of time. Lu Wu suddenly thought of another question. If players in the Underworld encounter an exceptionally powerful god, can the war artifact protect their souls from being extracted? Bei Li explained. The Underworld's supreme law of reincarnation is intricately linked to the war artifact. I can't tell you the specifics yet, but rest assured, no matter how powerful a god is, they are still subject to the laws. No one can transcend the supreme law. Reincarnation, Lu Wu had more and more questions. Ancestor King Beiqi wasn't the strongest being in the Underworld. So why is he linked to the supreme law of reincarnation? And who exactly is Bei Li? Why does she know so much just then? Bei Li suddenly sensed something and looked at Lu Wu with a grave expression. We need to go home right now. Lu Wu also realized something was wrong. What happened all of a sudden, meanwhile? On the edge of the Glaze District, on this Valentine's Day, there were unusually few players in the game. A player wandering through the Glaze District suddenly spotted a massive army of 100,000 soldiers pressing in. The ghost soldiers stretched beyond the horizon. One player couldn't help but complain. A single dog tries to play a game on a holiday, and I'm still getting bloody slaughtered? What kind of world is this? As soon as he finished speaking, the Soul Hook ferryman had already appeared silently behind them. The scene shifted. High atop the bone throne, Ghost General Shana's voice was cold. What exactly were those creatures along the way? I've never seen them before. The Soul Hook ferryman rang his bell and brought 3 players before the bone throne. Lord Shana, I've captured a few live creatures. For your interrogation, they were pathetic, though. I suspect they're a nomadic tribe from another realm. Ghost General Shana glanced at the 3 and asked, which realm are you from? What is your tribe? Facing interrogation, the 3 bluntly announced their identities. I am a descendant of the King of Beiqi. Da Shonggao. I am a descendant of the King of Beiqi. Da Haiyu. I am a descendant of the King of Beiqi. Wanpeng. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Soul Hook ferryman delivered 3 swift slaps. How dare you be so insolent before Lord Shana? But the 3 had short tempers, even though they were tightly bound. They still unleashed a verbal barrage. Shana, you traitorous dog. Control your dog if you can. At least keep him on a leash. The Soul Hook ferryman dealt another 3 slaps. He regretted bringing them here, instead of getting credit. They were cursing Lord Shana, and he feared being held responsible. The 3 players were captured, but they didn't cooperate at all. Instead, they hurled insults. turning Ghost General Shana's face livid. He immediately ordered his men to kill them all upon receiving the order. The Soul Hook Ferryman raised his scythe and struck. He killed all 3 players. Elsewhere, Lu Wu and Bei Li hovered above the Underworld mansion. Looking down at the approaching ghost army, Bei Li worried that not many players were online today. We might lose the mansion, but Lu Wu told her not to worry. The moment you told me Shana's army was coming, I made arrangements. After disposing of the 3 players, Ghost General Shana issued an order. Since we're moving into the mansion, then here is naturally no place for other tribes to dwell if we see any more. Kill them all. But as he finished, Ghost General Shana's face filled with surprise. He hadn't seen any creatures on the way. Yet now, a massive crowd of outsiders had gathered before the mansion. Their numbers even exceed my ghost army if a battle breaks out. My army will surely suffer heavy losses before Shana could act. Gui Wu, acting as temporary commander-in-chief, roared out, "Brothers, that dog Shana is here. Follow me and take that dog's head." Bei Li was shocked. Lu Wu. "Did you arrange this?" Lu Wu nodded. "I posted a sticky thread on the game forum about Shana's invasion, though I didn't expect so many people to be online on a holiday. And I didn't expect Brother Wu to be the temporary commander on this side of the battlefield. An army of 100,000 charged. The sight was breathtaking. The moment the 2 forces collided, a massive number of players and ghost soldiers were knocked down. The bloody slaughter began. Unfortunately, there were just too many ghost soldiers. The player faction struggled to resist. It was almost a one-sided massacre. However, under Guiwa's command, a small group of top-tier players didn't back down, still able to cut down several ghost soldiers with a single strike. Ghost General Shana was puzzled. These outsiders are indeed weak. By all rights, the death of their comrades should have shattered their morale. So why are they getting even crazier with his remaining 100,000 soldiers? The mounting casualties pained Shana. Finally, he could no longer hold back. He took to the air, his body instantly, transforming into a hideous, muscular giant, if you're not afraid to die. Then ill grant your wish, the Soul Hook Ferryman was also stunned. "Lord Shana, there's no need for you to personally deal with these ants. Just leave the killing to us." Ghost General Shana ignored him and charged toward the players. "No, even though they are ants, their numbers are overwhelming. They will still cause casualties to our ghost army. I will step in personally. To minimize our losses, the 1,000-meter distance was crossed in a heartbeat. Ghost General Shana smashed a massive crater into the earth with a single punch. Every player within that range was instantly shattered by the titanic force. Watching from the sidelines, Bayless's expression turned grim. Lu Wu, the current strength of the players, is still too far behind to face Shana's army. At this rate, they'll be completely wiped out. The Underworld mansion won't survive either. Lu Wu told her to stay calm. If everything goes as if calculated, we should still have one more wave of reinforcements. Ghost General Shana led his 100,000 ghost soldiers, vowing to conquer the Underworld mansion and slaughter all the players. Just then, several NPC request messages flooded into Lua's mind. "My lord, we request permission to join the battle and slay the traitor. We will clear Shana's name for the king of Baichi." Lu Wu looked at the players fighting their bloody struggle. His gaze became even more resolute. He pointed forward and said, "Granted." On this side of the battlefield, Ghost General Shana finally lost his patience. He took a deep breath and suddenly spat a torrent of scorching underworld fire toward the front. Countless players touched by the flames were instantly turned to ash at this critical juncture. A figure suddenly stood before the players, a shield of converted energy, deflected the most lethal of the underworld fire. Several other NPCs also arrived on the field. "You are no match for Shana. Leave him to us. Fall back and regroup quickly." But the players behind them refused to leave, launching yet another assault on Ghost General Shana. "Brother Lu, we're not leaving. Well, fight by your side." Ghost General Shana intensified his power, and the underworld fire from his mouth roared even louder. Lu Mo and the others struggled more and more to resist, growing weaker under the searing heat. Their soul power was reaching its limit in a final, desperate act. A massive shockwave of energy forced all the nearby players back, leaving Lu Mo and the others with only their final breath. Live on, you are the last. Bailey began to panic. Lu Wu, even with your soul power buffing the NPCs. Their baseline limits mean they're still nowhere near Shana's level. Have we really lost this time? Lu Wu gritted his teeth. No. The outcome isn't decided yet. Lu Mo and the others didn't die in vain. They bought plenty of time for the players to return. The real battle is only just beginning. Soon, the underworld fire finally breached the defense of Lu Mo and the others, setting them ablaze even while being consumed by the fire. The way they looked at the players was still filled with hope. Seeing this, the players were moved to their core. They clearly remembered the man who told them stories like an older brother, and had heart-to-heart talks with them brother Lu. They also remembered the stern, yet dedicated mentor who guided their skills, Mentor Ku, on the Conquest online forum. A video was posted by a player who had died and logged out. Our friends are gone. I am calling on all comrades to return, fight with us side by side, and avenge them. This video completely shocked the players outside the game. The sacrifice of Lu Mo and the others sent the players into a total rage. Word spread like wildfire, and everyone rushed to get home as quickly as possible. Inside a hotel, a man hurriedly threw on his clothes and dashed out the door despite his girlfriend's angry and confused look in a KTV lounge. Swearthy dropped the microphone and ran for the door, shouting for her brother Chen. The two follow. Inside a bar, Shu Chen's expression turned heavy. He said a quick goodbye to his friends and left quietly, less than 10 minutes later. Thunder, the guildmaster of the demolition office, shouted in the voice channel, "Brothers, I'm at the front. Charge forward over my dead body." Meanwhile, Shirley, the guild master of the Guardian Angel Alliance, also spoke in the channel. "Tonight we slay Shana. It's to the death." Zhu Chen, the guild master of the Dragon Guild, roared in the channel, "For the glory of the King of Beiqi. For our fallen friends, we die without regrets." At this moment, all the guilds set aside their rivalries and united as one. They launched a frenzied charge toward Ghost General Shana. Even Shana himself was taken aback. More and more creatures appeared before him, their numbers rapidly exceeding 300,000. He had expected a one-sided slaughter, but when Shana saw the player army return, he deeply regretted his actions if it weren't for the lack of resources in the mansion area. And the fact that no power had ever claimed it, he wouldn't have thought to move his base here. But he ended up facing so many outsiders, each one absolutely fearless of death, as if they were an infinite tide. Meanwhile, at the rear of Shana's army, the rhythmic thumping of war drums began to resonate. Lu Wu snapped his fingers. "Shana, you want to boost morale? We can do that too." The next moment, the game's theme song BGM echoed across the entire region. Guo Wu seized the moment and shouted, "Everyone, follow me and slay that old thief Shana. With our BGM playing, no one can defeat us." Soon, the two tides collided once again. The players channeled their rage into power, unleashing unparalleled combat strength with the BGM buff active. The player army didn't retreat a single step, instead pushing Shana's forces back. Being weak isn't what's terrifying. What's terrifying is lacking the resolve to fight to the end. The battle reached a fever pitch, even though Ghost General Shana was fighting personally. Facing such a massive wave of players, he began to feel overwhelmed. What terrified him even more was that the number of players was still rising. Just then, the assassin squad led by Shirley sped to the front lines of the battle. Colossal, godlike shadows began to manifest behind them. This shocked Ghost General Shana as well. "Knight disciples, are you descendants of the cursed clan? That weak clan has actually mastered the power of the Hell Realm." Almost simultaneously, a rune warrior, infused with a speed rune, suddenly leaped into the air. It was Yugu, the guild master of the Myth Guild. He hadn't hesitated to spend a fortune on soul coins to gather the necessary materials, becoming the first rune warrior in the game, moving at extreme speeds. He instantly switched to a strength rune, and the ruby on his right hand flared with light. Yugu channeled all his power and threw an explosive strike that slammed Ghost General Shana's head, Violently into the ground, having taken a massive hit, Shana retreated several steps. His body began to shrink as his power wavered. Rune power. What is your connection to the Nine-Eagle Demon? But as soon as he spoke, 9 spiritual swords suddenly streaked into the battlefield, carving a blooded path through the ranks. It was a Yahoo, Jan carrying 9 spiritual swords, floating in midair. I seek only the way of the sword, now that I have this legacy. Then Sword, Sorrow, is my respected master. My master pledged his life to the king of Beichi. And you rebels are my Aogeon's lifelong enemies. Aogeon's appearance made Ghost General Shana scream in shock. Where did a successor to Sword Sorrow's way of the sword come from? But Shana's horror was far from over. He watched as several swords and streaks of light flashed across the sky, landing right at the rear of his army. It exploded into a brilliant halo, instantly blowing large swaths of Yin soldiers into fragments. Ghost General Shana fell into a panic. He recognized it as the power of the Sun Chaser. At this point, even if someone told him the king of Baichi was still alive, had probably believed them. Qiming, who had recently joined the game, also entered the fray, summoning a massive number of Yin soldiers. To think I would witness such a grand battle in my lifetime? Truly interesting, seeing Shana's army retreating in defeat. Gu, you quickly called over by May the dog since you've joined the Myth Guild. Hurry up and heal our comrades. Soon, a little white dog leaped high into the air. Releasing the legacy skill, Sweet Dew to let the injured players on the front line quickly recover their HP, Wugoi roared. Fight until the end. He led the charge once more, for the players of Conquest Online. This was destined to be a sleepless night. This grand battle lasted for a full 4 hours. Over half of Shana's army was already dead or wounded. 3 hours in, waves of players whose respawn cooldowns had ended kept arriving. Only then did the Soul Ferryman realize something was wrong. Lord Shana, the madness and infinite numbers of these outsiders are unlike anything I have ever seen. Our ghost soldiers are terrified out of their wits. At this moment, Shana was also pale. He never imagined that the power he had accumulated for years would be ruined by these players. Retreat! Everyone retreat! Seeing Ghost General Shana retreat, the player camp surged forward, everyone waving their weapons as they lunged. They gave Shana's army no chance to escape, pursuing them for a full 8 hours. The entire front moved from the Underworld mansion all the way to the shores of the Yellow Springs Sea. Now, Ghost General Shana was backed into a corner he still couldn't understand. Several faces among those outsiders were familiar. I clearly killed them. So why did they reappear later? Could they actually resurrect? I originally thought that killing some of them would intimidate the rest, but they only fought more crazily. Instead, the morale of my Yin soldiers has collapsed. They've lost the will to fight just then. A shout of, "Shana, you old thief!" interrupted his thoughts. Brothers, victory is in sight. Join me in taking that old thief Shana's head, hearing this. Ghost General Shana's body couldn't stop trembling, he thought. If I had another chance, I would never provoke these lunatics. Am I really going to be stomped again? Here on the shores of the Yellow Springs, the players roared in unison, closing in on the remaining Yin soldiers step by step. As more and more Yin soldiers died, the Soul Ferrymen didn't know what to do, Lord Shana. We are about to be wiped out. Please, do something. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he saw Ghost General Shana flying across the Yellow Springs shore alone. My lord, you're abandoning the army to escape alone. At least take me with you. Before he could finish, he felt a foot stomp on the back of his head. Gu, you leaped into the air, power runes flashing on his body. Concentrating all his strength, he threw a punch fiercely at Ghost General Shana. Ghost General Shana roared, "Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Death to all who stand in my way." He swung his fist to meet Gu's. The two fists collided. Gu was killed in an instant. You have been killed by Shana. However, Ghost General Shana wasn't in great shape either. His body rapidly fell from the sky as he gasped, "What persistent trash, but it seems I'm still the superior one." However, a figure suddenly appeared above him. My master's grudge can be avenged today. The next moment, under Aogeon's command, 9 spirit swords pierced through Ghost General Shana's body, pinning him firmly to the ground. Almost simultaneously, nearly 10 phantoms of cursed disciples descended from the sky, suddenly swinging their blood blades to hack at Ghost General Shana. Shana roared to the heavens as his body surged up again, forcibly shattering the 9 spirit swords sealing him, using the last ounce of his strength. He instantly incinerated every living thing within several miles. Ghost General Shana knew his power was exhausted. He had to cross the sea to escape now. This was his only chance. If he failed, there was only death. He struggled to fly toward the Yellow Springs Sea again, leaving behind a threat you ants. Consider yourselves lucky today once I regroup. I will return to devour your flesh and drink your blood, watching Ghost General Shana leap high again. Wu Guo realized something was wrong, not good. That old thief Shana is escaping. A man stood on the edge of the cliff, drawing back a powerful shot. All just to kill the traitor Ghost General Shana? The Chen took a deep breath. The players all mock my marksmanship as luck-based, whether I can clear my name. Depends entirely on this shot. The next moment, the full power of the Sun Chaser was released. This arrow, condensed from the hopes of the Chen and all the players, pierced through the sky. Ghost General Shana suddenly jolted, his body coming to a halt in the middle of Shana's chest. A large hole had been blasted through. I was supposed to be the hegemon of Beichi. I won't accept dying at the hands of these ants. The Chen let out a slight smile. It hit. Fate truly is a mysterious thing. On the other side, Ghost General Shana's body shattered like fragments. A prompt appeared. Boss. Shana has been defeated. Soon a massive wave of golden flashes from mass leveling up covered the entire area. All players gained 5 levels at the same time. Bei Li, who had been watching from behind the scenes, threw herself into Lu Wu's arms. Shana was actually killed. We won. Lu Wu smiled faintly. Yes, and it's time to give the players some special rewards at that moment. A parchment book appeared before every player on the cover was written. The 4 words, Conquest Chronicles, December 25th, 2318. After 9 hours of bloody battle, the Beichi army finally drove Shana's forces to the shores of the Yellow Springs Sea. They killed the traitor Shana and achieved an epic victory. This battle is recorded in the Conquest Chronicles. Then, a server-wide announcement popped up. All players who participated in this battle received the epic title. Unwavering loyalty, dedicated to the heroes who fought to the death. In the Battle of December 25th, 2318, title attribute 2 additional. Free instance trials every day after the battle ended. All players withdrew from the Yellow Springs shore, leaving only Lu Wu and Bei Li. Gazing out from the coast, Lu Wu asked, "The players must be celebrating, right?" Bei Li nodded. Yes. The players haven't gone to grind or hunt for treasure. They're all gathered at the Underworld mansion, bringing out the fine wine, delicacies, and food they collected in the past. They're having a victory banquet also. The players spontaneously built a hero's mound for Lu Mo and the other fallen NPCs, bowing and paying their respects. Should we also resurrect Lu Mo and the other NPCs now? But Lu Wu replied, although we can recraft the souls of Lu Mo and the others, but we don't have the memories of Lu Mo and the others' time with the players. Even if we resurrect them, what we create would just be brand new NPCs, not the friends the players were familiar with. It might be better to let the players remember them as heroes who will forge the souls of Lu Mo and put them back into the game with new identities. Their sacrifices won't be in vain. They will provide the opportunity for the Beichi army to conquer even more distant and vast lands. With that, he posted an update notice, maintenance notice, new expansion, raging waves added, update content, new items in the shop, ghost warship, and ghost ship. Ghost warships are Gildenly, a naval warfare tool built for large guilds, featuring the ability to evolve by devouring spirit materials. Players can choose their own cultivation path. Shop price, 3,000 soul coins. Ghost ship. Build your own ghost ship with over 100 branching evolution paths. Waiting for players to explore, set sail for the open sea. Shop price, 200 soul coins. Ghost Warship Primary Evolution Branches. Phantom Type, a speed-oriented evolution mode. Once this mode is selected, the Ghost Warship will convert all devoured spirit material energy into sailing speed. Focused on efficiency, it can evolve special navigation abilities in the later stages. Colossal Type, a durability-oriented evolution mode. Once this mode is selected, the Ghost Warship will convert all devoured spirit material energy into whole hardness. Later stages can evolve. Dragonhorn's Wrath. Super Armor and other special ramming skills. Calamity Type, a special cultivation path. The Ghost Warship will gain dual evolution paths of both Phantom and Colossal types. Simultaneously, there is a chance to gain a primary consciousness during evolution and master the power of the ocean. Note, please choose the Calamity type with caution. In this state, the spirit materials consumed for evolution will be doubled. See treasure details. Son of the Ocean Fruit, a mysterious fruit blessed by the sea. A priceless epic treasure after consumption, gain the blessing of the Yellow Spring Sea God. And a random talent or ability, Green Forest Wood, a purification material. One of the best spirit materials for ghost warships, chance to grant the ship special abilities. Sea Spirit Fish. There are millions of level 0 fish species in the Yellow Spring Sea. Devouring Lingfish grants attribute bonuses related to the fish's grade. Fish grade classification, Trash, Common level 0, Sea Spirit, Ethereal, Sky Spirit, and Spirit of the Sea. Note, Devouring Sea Spirit grade or higher energy. Gives a chance to obtain special abilities. See ruins across the ocean. Lie numerous islands and legacies left by powerful sea tribes. Details are for players to explore on their own. Ocean disasters. The mysterious Yellow Spring Sea is filled with undercurrents and natural disasters. Players, please stay safe while exploring. New NPCs added: blacksmith, skill trainer, navigator, etc. Maintenance duration, 12 hours. We apologize for any inconvenience. Seeing these update notes, the players on the forum instantly exploded with excitement. Wealthy players scrambled even harder to buy soul coins. At this time, Bailey was looking at her tablet. Lu Wu, the response to the new expansion is huge. All the major guilds want to be the first to build a guild-level ghost warship. They're buying up soul coins in bulk. The price has soared, but no one is selling. Some even posted on the forum with titles like, "Trash game. Still no top-up channel? I strongly protest." However, Lu Wu ignored them and walked toward the portal. Xiao Li, let's head to the Yellow Spring Sea to record the expansion's promotional video. The scene shifted to the Yellow Spring Sea. A massive Calamity-class ghost warship slammed into the water, kicking up a colossal spray. As the warship appeared, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. A hurricane whipped up, and countless fishmen emerged from the sea. They hissed and bowed toward the ship swarming toward it. Boosted by the sea spirits, the ghost warship's sailing speed increased by 30, leaving the fishmen in its wake. But just then, a giant octopus monster suddenly appeared in front of the warship. Fortunately, the warship activated its super armor ram just in time to escape damage. At this moment, Lu Wu, dressed as a captain, walked onto the deck. "Moira, I'll leave it to you," he said. As his voice fell, the hull began to glow with a dark red light. Then, the massive phantom of a monster called Moira detached from the ship and floated in midair. The phantom suddenly turned its head, its eyes flashing with It transformed into a massive tornado and swept toward the sea monster. All the nearby sea monsters were sucked in and torn to shreds. After shredding every monster, Moira's phantom floated back onto the warship and slowly faded away. Lu Wu ran to the edge of the ship, leaned over the railing, and shouted, "Moira, time to eat." The next second, a giant maw beneath the ship opened wide. Frenziedly, sucking in the mangled remains of the sea monsters, it wasn't just a warship. It was a living beast as soon as the recorded CG was posted to the forum. The players went wild again, heatedly discussing the cultivation paths and names for their ships. Luwu teleported back home. We really have the destruction of Shana's army to thank for giving us enough soul coins. To design the ghost warship, then he asked Bailey, "By the way, I noticed that in addition to the ships, you also put fishing gear and bait in the shop." Bailey nodded. "That's to motivate the pro fishers. The lingfish in the Yellow Springs see our top-tier stuff. We can't miss this chance to let the players strengthen their forces." Luwu gave a silent thumbs up. "However, our main storyline, Conquest, will start simultaneously from the sea and the northern region. The ocean path for players is set, but the Rock Ghost King in the northern region is still a big problem. We need to figure out how to plan the development route for the northern region. To cross the Yellow Springs Sea, 2 men were actually building a wooden raft live on stream. They bought fishing gear and bait, then pushed their raft into the sea. Watching them secretly, Bailey asked, "Is it really okay for those 2 players to go out to sea on a raft?" Luwu smiled deviously. "The Yellow Springs Sea is full of danger. A flimsy raft like that will flip in a heartbeat, but that's perfect. It'll show the other players watching the stream exactly why buying a ghost ship is so important. I predict sales for ghost ships will skyrocket. We're going to rake in the soul coins." On the other side, a player named Ba Mu was fishing with a look of anticipation. He hurriedly shouted, "Bro, come give me a hand." "I've hooked something big." His partner was surprised so soon. "You really are a pro fishing master." The 2 of them pulled hard on the rod together. They leaned back, pitting their willpower against the fish. Luwu felt a bit drowsy and couldn't help but yawn. How boring watching 2 players wrestle with a fish. Bailey said, "I'm hungry. Let's go back and eat." But just as they turned to the portal, laughter from the 2 players echoed from below. "I caught it. Ha ha ha. I finally reeled it in." Suddenly, Bailey froze in place. She said softly, "Wait a minute, Luwu. I feel something huge coming." The 2 people on the Yellow Spring Sea yanked their fishing rods back at once, both wearing looks of sheer ecstasy. A large red fish leaped from the surface. It was a red fruit fish, the sea spirit G. The sea spirit G is a docile species. Consuming it randomly increases attributes by 10 to 30 points. There is also a tiny chance to learn sea-type abilities. It can be sold to the shop for 200 soul coins. Luwu was impressed by the sight. That really is a big one. Seems these 2 players are pro anglers, but Bayless's expression was anything but natural. "No. I'm not talking about the red fruit fish," just as she spoke. Beneath the 2 players' raft, a massive shadow, resembling an eye socket, began to take shape. In the next instant, a colossal bloody maw suddenly emerged from the depths. The shadow spanned over 1,000 meters. It swallowed the raft and the red fruit fish together in a single gulp. "System, you have been killed by Taiyu, the overlord of the Sea of Forgetfulness." A moment later, the shadow finally revealed half its body. Just the part of its head poking out of the water was a kilometer in diameter, even through the live stream screen. The players felt that overbearing, terrifying pressure. Taiyu, overlord of the Sea of Forgetfulness, a top-tier marine king who has ruled these waters for tens of thousands of years. Its strength has reached the sea spirit level. Detailed information cannot be identified. Soon, Taiyu dove back into the depths of the Yellow Spring Sea. The players watching the stream went wild with the live comments. Even Luwu was marveling at the sight. He blocked the splashing sea and asked Bailey, the overlord of the Sea of Forgetfulness, "Taiyu actually appeared here. Is that even scientific?" Bailey was also helpless. This can only be called the ultimate coincidence. Taiyu usually lives tens of thousands of meters deep in the Sea of Forgetfulness. It just so happened to come to the surface for a snack and ate the 2 fishing players in the process. These 2 guys have some serious luck. Soon the clip of Tao's appearance was uploaded to the forums. Countless players who watched the video were left in total shock. However, 3 hours later, the player Bamu logged back into the game at the Underworld Mansion respawn point. He realized that when he was being swallowed, he had managed to grab onto something. Rare material, demon dragon skeleton, remains of a fragmented heavenly spirit label marine beast. The ink dragon can be used to craft purple-grade weapons and armor. Selling it to the shop yields 800 soul coins. Lu Wu was surprised. This Bamu guy really turned a disaster into a blessing. To think he got a marine treasure like that while being eaten by Tao Wu? Bailey guessed. It was probably some indigestible scrap. Tossed into Ta's gut that it hadn't processed yet, a servant with a body as hard as iron knelt on the ground. Lord Panchi, my investigation confirms the news. The Glaze district has indeed been occupied. By those newcomers at that moment, a mountain in front of them suddenly trembled. The soil on the mountain crumbled away as a gargantuan figure rose directly from the ground. When we discussed the division of territories back then, we gave the Glaze district to Shana. I figured he'd eventually fall because of it. I just didn't expect that he wouldn't be taken out by the Sea King, but by a bunch of outsiders. How pathetic, the Iron Lion commander at his feet asked. Lord Panchi, shall we launch a war against the Underworld mansion? These outsiders are of unknown origin and pose a significant threat. The Rock Ghost King Panchi said in a deep voice, No, as you said. This faction's origin is a mystery. It's better not to start a war lightly. We must prevent other forces from profiting from our conflict, the Iron Lion commander continued. But what if they invade us? Hearing this, the Rock Ghost King burst into laughter, am no half-baked overlord like Shana. In this land of Beichi, aside from that teacher in the bone burial grounds, who else can stand against my army of treants in my own domain? The Iron Lion commander quickly flattered him. That is certain. No one can oppose you in the Rock Northern region, my lord, not even that teacher in the bone burial grounds. The Rock Ghost King said flatly. Enough, I'd rather know how things are going with the Mulin tribe than listen to your flattery. The Iron Lion commander replied hastily, It's not flattery, my lord, just the facts. As for the Mulin tribe, they are as stubborn as ever. They still refuse to submit to you, the Rock Ghost King snorted. My patience is exhausted. I, Panchi, have given the Mulin tribe plenty of face. But since they don't want it, I shall grant them extinction. As he spoke, the trees throughout the entire forest began to writhe and lash out, seen from high above. The hideous treants looked like a swarm of dancing demons. A few days later, Bailey was shocked to see the game's back-end data. Over 100 guild-level warships had been sold, and tens of thousands of small ghost ships had been bought. It's just as you said, ship sales have skyrocketed. Lu Wu said, Yes, our Beichi army's naval force is beginning to take shape. It's time to officially release the mission for players to march into the sea. The scene shifted. At the entrance of the Ghost Mountains, hundreds of players had gathered. Staring in disbelief, before them were dozens of girls with human appearances, who looked incredibly pure and innocent. The Mulin tribe, a humanoid race that masters the path of the wood forest. Adult members of the Mulin tribe possess special abilities such as growth, healing, and protection. At this time, Chai Lu Thunder, the guild master of the demolition office, called out. Hey, what are you doing coming toward the mansion? Don't you know this is the Beichi? A handsome Malayan man stepped forward from the group. You say you are the Beichi army, from what I know. Lord Baker's army was shattered long ago. Why would a Beichi army still exist? This was a humanoid race that mastered the path of the wood forest, with nowhere left to go. They were forced to enter the Ghost Mountains only to be stopped by Chai Lu and his crew. Don't you know this is the Beichi army's territory? Just then, a burly malign man approached, from what I know. Lord Baker's army was shattered long ago. Why would it still exist today? Upon hearing this, Chai Lu immediately raised his greatsword. With millions of Beichi descendants here, how could the Beichi army ever fall? Now, tell me, who are you, and why are you here? If you didn't look human, my brothers and I would have cut you down already. The man panicked slightly and explained quickly, We are the Mulin tribe, a tribe personally appointed by the king of Beichi after his death. We were besieged in the Rock Northern region, despite the Rock Ghost King's demand for our surrender. We refused to the death a few days ago. He tried to wipe us out. Only a few dozen of us were lucky enough to escape. The players from the demolition office immediately began to whisper among themselves, unable to tell if they were lying. Lu Wu and Bei Li were watching from behind the scenes. Lu Wu thought the Mulin tribe wasn't lying what he said. Matches the report that Du Yan gave me, but Bei Li looked conflicted. Wait. This doesn't make sense without Lord Baek's protection. Those loyal to the king of Beichi should have all been wiped out by the rebels. Why does the Wood Spirit clan still exist? Could that Wood Spirit man be lying? Have they also turned traitor? Lu Wu rubbed her head. Relax, Zhao Li. The Wood Spirit clan is a trustworthy ally. Du Yan, who is undercover with the Rock Ghost King, has already reported to me the reason the Wood Spirit clan has survived until now is because the Rock Ghost King abducted them, hoping to force them into submission. To boost his army's combat power, Bei Li suddenly realized, I get it. Unlike other warrior clans, the Wood Spirits are a support-type race with weak combat power. But they possess incredible healing and restoration abilities, the Rock Ghost King. Coveted their unique utility? Lu Wu nodded. Exactly. However, the Wood Spirits refused to submit, leading to the Rock Ghost King's genocidal retaliation. Bei Li was truly impressed by Lu Wu. You're amazing. Even a low-level soul fetcher like Du Yan has become a vital asset under your command. Meanwhile, the players were still arguing loudly. They were terrified that these newcomers were spies, sent by the Rock Ghost King, but also feared accidentally killing allies. Thunder let out a sinister laugh. Quiet down, even though you claim to be allies. I'm not that easy to fool, boys. Disarm them. Take them to see the mansion steward, if he says they're allies. Then they can stay, if not. Hearing mansion steward, the Wood Spirit man was surprised. We've been in Beichi for years, and we've never seen this faction, let alone heard of a mansion steward. The old man's acting was flawless. He burst into tears the moment he opened his mouth. The king of Beichi has blessed us. I never thought you'd survive the rebels' encirclement and make it back alive. The Wood Spirits were stunned. Who is this old man, they wondered. Why is he acting like he's known us forever? Thunder saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. Since you're allies, there's no problem. It's just a shame that Big Brother Lu Mo and the Fat Chef have already sacrificed themselves. I assume you knew them. Fortunately, we stood united and took down Shana. Consider it revenge for Brother Lu Mo and the others. Shana was nothing, the Sea King of the Yellow Springs, the Rock Ghost King of the Northern region, and all the other rebels. We'll take them all down eventually. That's right, we'll restore Baek's glory and dominate the entire Underworld at that moment. A single thought crossed the minds of the Wood Spirits. These guys are incredible at talking big. They don't even blink while claiming they'll kill the Sea King and the Rock Ghost and unify the Underworld soon. The arrival of the Wood Spirit clan was leaked on the forums, causing a massive stir among players. Meanwhile, Lu Wu had the mansion steward lead the Wood Spirits too. Swear an oath before the statue of the king of Beichi, using eternal loyalty as a pretext. To make them recite the oath of fealty to the war artifact, once the artifact received their oath, it performed a minor memory modification, turning them into a new type of NPC. The Wood Spirits would soon integrate with the players, serving as combat medics to heal and treat them. As for the players wanting to hit on the Wood Spirit girls or boys, Lu Wu had already implemented contact protection in the game, unless both parties are willing. It's impossible only when the intimacy index reaches 100 can more intimate actions be performed. Regarding the Wood Spirit's arrival, Lu Wu and Bei Li discussed it, and decided to have the steward assign them a regent on the border of the mansion and Glaze district. As their new territory, a few days later, in the Ghost Mountains, Chenli and Shirley were with a few Wood Spirit girls, hunting wild monsters, when Chen the First demonstrated his immortality. The girls were heartbroken. Don't die. It's all my fault. I can't heal such a severe wound, but Chen Thee didn't care at all. Don't sweat it. He'll be a new man in 3 hours, Shirley. Help me out. Give me a clean death so I can log back in sooner. The next second, Shirley flashed to his side and delivered a backstab, ending his lingering life. The Wood Spirit girls screamed in horror. This pattern continued for days. Chen the returned to the Ghost Mountains to grind once more, after his lessons in archery. I'm done with arrows today. I'll just use the bowstring to strangle these monsters. Shirley was exasperated. Brother, that's enough. He raised his longbow and charged at a monster. Take this, you beast. Give me back my dignity. But the next moment, the monster, hearing his shout, simply turned around and swatted Chen Di away. The man who wanted to strangle the monster with a bow got crippled. By a casual turn from the beast, Chen Du was bleeding out on the ground. Hey, wood spirit sister over there, come heal me quick. I'm gonna take that monster down, but the girl was very reluctant. What's the big deal, bro? You guys can respawn anyway. You'll be fine in 3 hours. This wound is beyond saving. Just die and log back in. It's faster that way. Another wood spirit added, Hey brother over there, your injury is too much trouble. Why don't you just die and make room for the guy behind you? Can we stop wasting everyone's time with that? She leaped away. I'm going to heal people with minor scratches by Chen, the shouted desperately. Don't leave. I think I can still be saved. Hey, meanwhile. Bailey, watching from her god view, was shocked. The wood spirits were naturally gentle and refined. Yet in just a few days, Lu Wu spoke. As they say, environment shapes character, thrown into this melting pot of players. The wood spirits couldn't escape being polluted. The reputation of the fourth disaster is no joke. Just then, a countdown bell suddenly rang out. Lu Wu looked up to see a golden clock suspended in midair. Xiao Li? What's that? Soon? A game notification appeared. The event is about to begin. Players, please prepare yourselves before the event starts. Any player who leaves the coast and enters the sea will be disqualified. Then the countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7. As the countdown ended, countless colorful fireworks exploded over the coastline. Lighting up the sky, the prompt continued. The New Year's event has officially begun. Duration, 6 hours during this period. All fish caught will earn points. The fishing tournament has officially started. It finally dawned on Lu Wu. This was the New Year's Eve countdown event Bailey had designed with the fire. It really felt like New Year's Eve in the real world. Bailey was also surprised. She didn't expect the players to be so enthusiastic. Even those without ghost ships or rafts were crowding the shore to fish. Just then, a little white dog was happily carrying a fish larger than its own body in its mouth. A notification popped up. Congratulations to player Key's son for catching an Onycadiz. 300 points earned. Shahu, a player nearby, let out a sigh. Endless lucky bastards and never-ending tears of the cursed. I curse you lucky Europeans to be single forever. But just as he said it, Shaihu, who always thought he was a cursed African player, felt a slight tug on his line. A bite already, but the pull is so light. Clearly it's nothing good, but when he reeled the rod in, Shaihu was stunned. What on earth is this? Hanging from the hook was a strange creature with a dragon's head and a fish's tail. A game prompt popped up. Congratulations. Player Shihu caught a special fish, AO fish, Sea Spirit grade, obtained 1,000 points. His ranking instantly shot up to first place. Shihu stared in disbelief. I accidentally became the king of luck. Can I take back that curse I just made? By the shores of the Yellow Springs, a man unexpectedly caught a mysterious creature with a dragon's head and a fish's tail. But instead of selling it for a high price, he set it over a campfire to roast. This fish looks a bit weird, but it sure smells amazing. As he took a bite of the meat, a game prompt appeared immediately. Digested AO fish obtained 15 free attribute points. Shehu exhaled a cloud of hot air. He felt a surge of comfort throughout his body. He had never tasted anything so delicious in his life. This scene left Lu Wu speechless. This player caught a special fish and didn't sell it. He actually roasted and ate it himself, but Bailey expressed her understanding. Probably because eating it gives free attribute points. Besides, sea spirit fish really do taste incredible, just as she spoke. Lu Wu realized something was wrong. Xiao Li, why are you eating too? When exactly did you go into the sea to catch fish? Hey, the event proceeded very smoothly. When the event ended, a server-wide announcement appeared. The leaderboard stopped updating. Then Lu Wu raised the war artifact. High above the game world, ethereal figures dressed in Hanfu began to take shape. Floating in the sky, they began scattering event vouchers designed to look like red envelopes. The treasure hunt event has officially begun. Duration, 6 hours. Event vouchers refresh every 10 minutes. At that moment, Qi Ming had a thought. He began summoning yin soldiers frantically around himself, since the vouchers were falling like a red envelope rain. Then this old man wants stand on ceremony. He commanded the yin soldiers to spread out to his left and right. Pushing forward, his speed in collecting red envelopes was significantly faster than anyone else's. Many mage players on the road started complaining, "This guy is definitely hacking. How can he command his yin soldiers so flexibly while mine act like idiots?" Only knowing how to attack and protect, meanwhile. Other players were even more frenzied, scrambling and pushing each other, just to grab those few red envelopes. Seeing this, the wood spirit race was once again bewildered. Yesterday's fishing was understandable, but what's with them running all over the mountains today? Why are they acting like lunatics? A wood spirit child, about 7 or 8 years old, tugged at her father's clothes. "Big brother? Are they all idiots?" The wood spirit man said gently, "Don't talk nonsense. We must respect the customs of other races." The little girl immediately ran forward. "Then I'll go play with them too." The man quickly shouted, "You are not allowed to play with idiots." Soon, the treasure hunt officially ended. Qi Ming, relying on his formidable ability to multitask, surpassed everyone with a massive lead as the event concluded. A huge crowd of players flooded toward the event envoy in the Underworld mansion. Many cursed Qi Ming for being a cheater. They heard that 300 vouchers could be exchanged for a legacy class. That meant he was practically guaranteed one, and just as everyone expected. As soon as the exchange opened, Qi Ming claimed the hidden class. Congratulations to player Qi Ming for successfully redeeming the top reward of this event. Obtained hidden class, Ghost Beast. Amidst the envious cries of the players, Qi Ming could clearly feel a surge of powerful energy rushing into background of the Ghost Beast class, the strongest phantom, born from the Ghost Mountains. A spiritual entity formed after 10,000 years of cultivation, was once the absolute hegemon of the Ghost Mountains. It later pledged loyalty to the King of Beichi and perished in the Battle of the Abyss. Its soul was placed in the Phantom Spirit Hall to be revered by later generations. Class abilities: Phantom Ghost Beast Power, Destruction Capability, Summon Spectral Forms. To serve you, the number of summons and the strength of the phantoms. Increase with your level, ability to Ghost Beast Might upon activation. You gain a Ghost Beast buff. Your strength attribute is increased by 200, and all attacks are imbued with Ghost Beast power. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown for hours. Ability 3, Annihilation. Unleash the Ghost Beast power within your body. For a massive aerophefic strike within 5 seconds of use, the player's body will explode. Damage range covers 100 meters. Damage. Intensity decreases outward from the caster's position. Seeing the third ability, Qi Ming was momentarily stunned. Wait, isn't this third ability just a suicide attack? It doesn't quite suit my status. After the exchange ended, the game launched a discount event. All items in the shop are 10 off for the next 3 hours. Bailey was shocked as soon as the event was announced. The shop was nearly cleared out. She didn't expect the players to be so fanatical about a discount. Lu Wu had anticipated this. That's only natural, however. These 2 events have put a huge dent in my soul coin reserves. I'm counting on this event to earn it back. Bailey agreed that they should strike while the iron is hot and release the preview. For the planned fashion auction, then the update preview popped up. This update will enable the top-up channel. Exchange rate, 1 RMB to 1 Dragon Coin. Dragon Coins can be used for the auction to bid for limited edition fashion items. Soon, players began complaining about the top-up feature on the forums. What even is a Dragon Coin? I want soul coins. Lu Wu understood their feelings, but the original purpose of creating this game was to accumulate soul power. Suddenly, Bailey cried out in alarm. Lu Wu, why is a player sneaking up? to the cliff of despair? When Luwu heard this, he spat out the water he had just sipped. What did you say? Meanwhile, at the cliff of despair in the underworld, Yugu and Ki-sun, the man and his dog, were preparing to climb the highest peak. Relying on his excellent sense of smell, Ki-sun caught the scent of alcohol nearby. Yugu, guildmaster of myth, was very surprised. Someone must live here, hearing the dog speak. Luwu was astonished. Can't he not talk anymore? Bailey said, I thought he was too pitiful. He's a player, after all. But he lost his ability to speak, so I secretly modified his legacy settings. After trekking halfway around the mountain, Yugu unexpectedly found a wooden cabin. Someone actually lives on this high mountain. Is it another hidden master? Since this was an NPC in the game, he shouted loudly, Is anyone there? Soon, a bearded, white-haired old man slowly walked out. What is your business? The man asked the elder for information about the cliff of despair. But the dog nearby suddenly spoke up. Don't you plan to invite us in for a seat? Hearing this, old man Bai's jaw dropped instantly. Holy crap, your dog can talk? Has it been demonized? These words made Ki-sun grit his teeth in anger. Who are you calling a demon? Seeing this, Yugu held him down. Old man, I'm curious why you live here. Also, just how high is this desolate cliff? I want to reach the summit and take a look. Hearing about reaching the summit, the old man immediately said dismissively, with that scrawny look of yours. You want to reach the top with just a dog? Forget it. Hearing this, Yugu immediately lost his temper. You little. Luckily, Ki-sun grabbed his clothes and held him back. In the end, the old man invited them both. Yugu calmed down and asked, Why did you say that we can't reach the summit of the desolate cliff? Is there some kind of danger? But as soon as he spoke, he noticed the old man's expression turned serious. He thought to himself that he must have triggered a cutscene as an NPC. The old man was about to start the lore dump about the desolate cliff, but the next moment, the old man looked at Ki-sun and exclaimed, Holy crap, the way your dog drinks alcohol is scary as hell. Then the old man turned around and asked, Why do you want to climb to the peak of this cliff? Yugu said, Actually, we heard there's treasure at the top. So we wanted to try our luck. The old man unfurled a parchment scroll. Just you and a dog. Take a look at this first. This is a map of the desolate cliff. Yugu looked at it intently. In the center was a towering peak, but it was divided into several sections. In each section, there was a drawing of a ferocious demon. The old man asked, Well, do you see anything? Yugu nodded and said solemnly, If we head up this desolate cliff, there's a demon guarding every level. It's extremely dangerous. But the old man shook his head repeatedly and gave him a knowing look. These demons are all dead dangerous. My ass. For the first time, Yugu felt completely speechless. Then can you tell me why you're showing us this map? The old man complained again. I'm telling you to look at this line of text in the bottom right corner of the scroll. Was a line of small text. We, the generations of the Bachi clan, guard the abyss, severing evil ties and protecting destiny. Yugu was speechless again. What does that mean? The old man sighed. It's a long story. The dog was stunned. Then make it short. Aside from the useful parts, you've basically said everything else. Seeing them grumble, the old man stroked his beard. His expression turned serious again. Do you know who I am? I am a descendant of the king of Bachi. Look, this is the symbol of my status. As he spoke, the old man pulled a dingy-looking seal out of his pocket. The seal of the king of Bachi, created by the founder of the Bachi Empire, the first king of Bachi. It symbolized the supreme power and glory of the Bachi Empire. Expired, the two of them began to whisper to each other. Ki-sun was puzzled. He's actually a descendant of the first king. But boss, why is his seal expired? Yugu remained speechless. Who knows? It's probably too old to be valid anymore. The old man pulled out the expired seal. He claimed to be the heir of Bachi. My ancestor was the founder of the Bachi Empire. He ruled Bachi for hundreds of thousands of years. This desolate cliff is his burial place. And it's the place he protected all his life. The demons you see on the map were his subordinates who guarded his tomb, carrying out his will after death. They were guarding the northern Keyland's #1 evil god, and this desolate cliff is merely a single horn on that evil god's head. Hearing this, the man and the dog shivered. So your ancestor defeated this evil god, sealed him here, and had his descendants guard him for generations? The old man looked grave. How is that possible? Even 10 ancestors couldn't beat him. I don't know the exact reason why the evil god was sealed. But even though Hayes sealed, he isn't peaceful. Malice frequently leaks out, and my ancestor once fought an incarnation of those evil thoughts, using the last of his strength to slay it. His cultivation was severely damaged as a result, and he didn't last another century. He passed away right here at the summit of the desolate cliff. At this point, Key's son whispered, "Boss?" From the old man's description, the first king of Beichi doesn't seem that impressive. Hayes way weaker than the current one we saw in the game trailer. Yugu replied, "The old man is getting on in years. His memory's probably fuzzy. It's normal for him to remember things wrong." Then he asked seriously, "Old man, have to do with the difficulty of us reaching the summit?" The old man said calmly, "It's not about difficulty. It's that you must not climb. I'm afraid the evil god's malice will corrupt you at the top. Your bodies will be possessed, and you'll become new incarnations of the evil god. The demons on the map were placed there by my ancestor to stop anyone from climbing, in warning you both. Don't climb. Having your body possessed is one thing. But if you become an incarnation of the evil god, you'll bring disaster upon the entire Beichi Empire." The two of them looked at each other. We want, don't worry, for the sake of Beichi. We definitely won't climb. Soon, 8 hours later, the man and the dog, relying on their enhanced bodies, easily broke through the mountain winds and clouds. They spotted the summit of the desolate cliff. Yugu ran with more energy. "Doggy, hurry up. It's getting dark. Let's reach the top before our playtime runs out." But just then, Yugu's eyes suddenly turned red. He slumped to the ground and started gagging. Countless negative emotions flooded his mind. He felt like he was losing control of his body before Key's son could react. Yujiyu suddenly grabbed him by the neck, his fingers tightening. Key-san shouted in a panic, "Boss, what's wrong with you? Why are you even using strength runes? Snap out of it." Yugu's grip tightened further, just as Key-san was at a loss. Yugu suddenly let go and collapsed on the ground again. He panted heavily. "Sorry, I don't know what happened. Just now, a mysterious power surged through my entire body, and my mind was instantly filled with scenes of bloody slaughter. My mind and consciousness almost collapsed. It felt so incredibly real. Even though I know this is just a game, I'm still shaken." At this, Key-san couldn't help but shiver. Maybe that old man was telling the truth. "This place is creepy. I feel like something is watching us." Yuju nodded. "You felt it too. Key-san was scared to death, boss. How about we get out of here?" But Yugu said, "What's there to be afraid of? At worst, it'll just die once. It's not like I can actually die playing a game. Let's go." To the summit. Ahead stood a rusty stupa pillar. Stood at the very center of the mountain peak, beneath the pillar, sat a pitch-black skeleton. Just then, a small white dog circled the pillar twice, before suddenly lifting its right leg and taking a pee. Yuyu glared at him. "Doggy, what are you doing? Can't you see him taking a picture?" Sun-Kiss's fur bristled immediately. He said awkwardly, "I don't know." It felt like an instinctive reaction. To break the awkwardness, Sun-Ki reached out a paw to pat the pagoda pillar. But the moment he touched it, a black light suddenly surged. At the same time, a layer of black light appeared on Sun-Ki's body. Just as he thought head triggered some kind of ability, the two black lights collided, and Sun-Ki was struck by a powerful blast of air. His entire body was sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground. Guyu was shocked. "Doggy, are you okay?" Sun-Ki said, "This pillar is weird. The moment I touched it, a thought flashed through my mind. It was as if it were telling me that it doesn't like me seeing that Sun-Ki was fine." Guyu approached the pillar again, wanting to feel it for himself. He wanted to see if he'd get the same feeling Sun-Ki described, but as his palm touched the pagoda pillar, he felt that surge of negative emotions again, and they flooded his mind. Suddenly, a world with a churning sea of blood appeared before his eyes. Above this blood sea, a small figure was curled up. Drifting along with the waves, whether hundreds, thousands, or even 10,000 years had passed, a beam of light finally pierced the sky. Monstrous waves surged in the sea of blood, and the entire world began to shake. Collapsing and shrinking inward, soon this boy was successfully born. He let out his first cry in the new world, but the tribal priests were that the child was an omen of blood-red calamity. Abandon him. This child is born with intense blood power. He will bring ruin to our giant clan. Just then, a massive hand reached over and picked up the child. No, he is my child. I will never abandon him, no matter what. The priest tried to stop him. My king, he will bring doom upon our tribe. Elsewhere, Lu Wu saw Yu Yu falling into the evil god's malice. He planned to use the war artifact to enter the player's consciousness to see what was going on. But Bailey stopped him. There's no need. The player is being drawn into the evil god's memories. I know what happened back then. The birth of the blood child was an ill omen, but the giant king refused to abandon him. The priests could only stand by helplessly as time went on. The blood child grew up, but he stood out like a sore thumb among his peers. Other giants his age were already over 3 meters tall. While he was still barely over a meter, he suffered constant discrimination within the tribe. But the blood child didn't feel sad. He was quite happy every day. Because his parents loved him dearly, he felt very fortunate. The boy was born crimson from head to toe. The priests called him the blood-red calamity. As he grew, he became even more of an outcast, even among giant children. His height was far below average, despite the discrimination. He remained happy every day because of his doting parents. Then came the day above the city of giants. Burning coffins streaked across the sky and rained down. The entire city was engulfed in fire, even more terrifying. Vicious Hanba zombies crawled out of the coffins that slammed into the ground. The master orders the slaughter of the giants, seize the blood source. War broke out instantly, seeing his father and tribe fighting back. The blood child followed suit. He was an adult now. Standing at 1.8 meters, Father, the other kids I grew up with, have all gone to the battlefield with you. I want to go too, but his father refused. Son, stay here. You are the young lord of the giant clan. If I fall, the tribe's future is in your hands. The battle raged for half a day. The giant clan was forced into a retreat. Half the tribe was dead or wounded, while the zombies continued to multiply. Giant King, hand over the blood source, and I might consider. Letting your people die with less pain, the Giant King waved his hand. If you want to fight, then fight. The giants will never be coerced. At that moment, a coffin 100 meters long and 30 meters wide fell from the sky. The entire city jolted as if struck by a massive earthquake. A raspy sigh echoed the blood source. Give it to me. As the lid opened, a figure 100 meters tall emerged. A burning Hanba zombie standing before the crowd. The giant warriors gasped. This zombie is 100 meters tall. No, Haze a drought demon Hanba. The Hanba glared at them. The Hanba spoke again. Die, you meddlesome ants. Raging flames erupted from the Hanba's body. Turning everything within 100 miles to ash, the giant army was wiped out. The blood child knelt on the ground, his eyes burning with intense hatred. Why? Why? I was born small, without even the right to fight alongside my father and tribe. Everyone looked down on me, so why would you die just to protect me? The priest who had once called him a calamity blocked his path. Because you are one of us. You are our kin. No matter how much we disliked you, we would never abandon our own to outsiders. This is the way of the giant clan. Moments later, the Hanba tore that priest to shreds right before his eyes. He completely broke down. It's my fault. I brought disaster to the giants. It's all because I'm too weak. I can't even fight. Looking at the despairing boy, the Hanba suddenly... As the blood source, you actually have feelings? How pathetic. The blood child fell to his knees, clutching his head and crying, Why am I so weak? Why am I so weak? I want to accept this. The Hanba continued to mock him. So what if you can't accept it? Weakness is your original sin becoming the bloodstone for my ascension. Is your only purpose at those words. The blood child's body jolted, as if something inside him were cracking. A massive power suddenly surged through him, to the Hanba's shock. Blood pillars erupted around the boy in an instant. His height matched the hand, and he continued to grow larger. This world where only I remain is now meaningless. Let it be destroyed. The Hanba realized the severity of the situation. You're not just a blood source. You are the source of the blood sea. The transformation didn't stop. His body continued to expand, becoming a mountain-like entity in seconds. The loss of his parents and tribe filled his soul with pure malice. It also severed his last lingering attachment. He let out another roar. A massive arm, spanning heaven and earth, slammed violently toward the 100-metal Hanba. The punch shook space itself, and Hanba's head was shattered on the spot. Originally, he had only followed the scent of blood, never expecting to find the source of the sea of blood. It was a power that even he could not master. In the sea of blood, he felt his power had nowhere to be vented. He wanted to destroy this world, but just then, a woman no larger than an ant appeared. Big guy, I can't let you destroy this world yet. And this isn't the whole world. My name is Lee. Do you want to be my friend? The evil god did not speak. The immense power in his fist twisted space itself. The woman continued, Big guy, you're too dangerous. Have a good sleep when you become a bit more lovable. He'll let you out again. The woman simply raised her hand. The evil god's body seemed squeezed by an invisible force and was sucked into an invisible dimension. The earth began to crack and crumble as his body sank deeper and deeper. Covered by the earth, only a single horn on his head remained visible. In the present, Lu Wu put on the face of a parent asking a child if they'd finished their homework. Xiao Li, tell me the truth. That white-clothed woman calling herself Li, was that you? Bailey immediately swore. No, it wasn't me, but we know each other. Lu Wu obviously didn't believe her. Know each other. How? I'll give you 3 seconds to organize your thoughts or come up with a better lie. Bailey looked aggrieved. Lying was not her forte. Lu Wu, I can't make anything up. Lu Wu sighed. Then tell me the truth. Bailey reacted strongly. No, if I tell you now, your soul will shatter instantly. You can't handle my secret. Hearing this, Lu Wu was stunned. It's just a secret. Why would my soul shatter? Bailey replied, It would. Anyway, I'll find a way to strengthen your soul power. When you're strong enough to know, I'll definitely tell you. Elsewhere, after the ancient memory ended, Yugu was frozen in place. Ki's son, standing nearby, kept calling out to him. Boss, are you okay? Why are you just standing there like an idiot? Yuju looked at the pagoda pillar. I'm fine, it's just some strange images appeared in my head. They seemed to be the evil god's memories when the evil god was sealed. This pagoda pillar wasn't there, it was clearly placed here later. Could that skeleton be the first king of Beichai? He looked at Ki-san again and fell into deep thought. But why was the dog repelled when he touched it? While I see memories when I touch it just then. A voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Do you crave power? Yugu recognized the voice. Although it sounded much, it was the evil god. Yugu didn't hesitate to sass him back. Crave my foot, speak human, after he said that. The evil god's voice vanished for a while, then reappeared. Do one thing for me, and I will give you infinite power. Help me kill Hanba. Behind the scenes, Lu Wu was confused. Hanba? Wasn't Hanba already killed by the evil god? Bailey said no, he actually escaped. He's the master currently in the bone burial grounds, the most mysterious expert in Beichi. Lu Wu said grimly, since this evil god is so powerful. Will he harm the player's souls? Bailey reassured him. The evil god is only at the level of an ordinary deity. There aren't many like him in the underworld. But there aren't that few either. Compared to the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, Hei's far outmatched. There's no need to worry at all, Lu Wu was still concerned. But didn't that old man, claiming to be the Beichi descendant, say that 10 original Beichi kings couldn't beat him? Bailey got a bit angry. Lu Wu, Do you believe some random old man, or do you believe me? Then she added softly, Actually, Lu Wu, I owe the evil god a favor. Can you help me meanwhile? Yugu asked the evil god, that handbug guy, where is he now? As he finished speaking, an image immediately appeared in his mind. Corpses everywhere. Countless bones were piled into mountains, with even massive dragon skeletons standing tall. Hei's hiding here, the bone burial grounds. Help me kill him, and I will give you ultimate power. Yugu answered bluntly, I can't do it. Because I'm not strong enough, the black mist carried the evil god's voice. Of course you can't, but I can. A cloud of black mist entered the man's body. It was the obsessed will of the evil god, sealed for hundreds of thousands of years. But the evil god passed right through him, unable to seize control. Why is your soul permanently anchored in your body? Yugu was still screaming. The evil god couldn't help but roar. Enough. Stop faking it. Soul anchor? Just whose descendant are you? Yuji looked up and cursed. Am your grandfather? I was actually planning to find a way to help you get revenge, but now we're done. You actually tried to possess me, knowing he couldn't take over Yugu. The evil god's gaze fell on the dog nearby. Ki-sun shivered. Crap, why is he looking at me? Is he really not even going to spare a dog? But the next moment, the evil god turned his head away in disgust. This made Ki-sun curse inwardly. Pa, are you looking down on me? No vision at all? The evil god spoke to Yugu again. Lend me your body. I'll return at once, if killed Hanba. And I'll grant you supreme power. Yugu waved his hand. Lend you my ass? No way. But just as he said that, a chance quest appeared before his eyes. Ancient grudge. Lend your body to the evil god for 3 hours. After the time is up, receive a gift of power from the evil god. Yugu was shocked. There's actually a quest for this. I was too hasty. I just turned him down. I regret everything at the same time. A floating contract appeared in the evil god's mind. Swearing by the name of the god of joy, witnessed by the 6 paths of reincarnation, borrow Yugus's body for 3 hours and grant power to the host after the time is up. The god of joy was also shocked. A supreme reincarnation contract. He really is a descendant of the gods. Watching from behind the scenes, Bailey was touched. Is this really okay? Lu Wu rubbed her head, since you said you owe him a favor. Of course I have to help you pay it back, Bailey reassured him. In 3 hours, the war artifact will expel the evil gods. Once stripped from the player's body, the player will not be harmed in any way. Lu Wu, thank you. At this moment, after hesitating for a few seconds, Yugu spoke awkwardly. Evil god, how about we discuss this a bit more? The evil god replied decisively, No need for more words. I agree to your reincarnation pact. I only need 3 hours. The next moment, the evil god's voice echoed in Yugasa's mind again, while black mist surged and poured frantically into his body. A series of system prompts rang out. Obtained evil god giant clan talent buff. All attributes increased by 300 points. Obtained ancient star buff. HP increased by 20 times. Obtained immunity to negative emotions. Obtained evil god power buff. All attributes increased by 1,000 points. Obtained evil god lineage buff. All attributes increased by 3,000 points. Obtained evil god body buff. Ethereal resistance increased by 60. The prompts continued to ring. In this moment, Yugi felt an absurd sense of power, as if he could crush 10 Shanas with one hand. Then the evil god's voice spoke. It's time to hand over control of your body. Soon, a pair of burning black wings unfurled behind Yugu, and blood-red flames erupted from his eyes. Rest assured, I will keep my promise. I'll return the body once and finished. Descendant of the king, the prompts continued to pop up. Obtained evil god ultimate secret. Sea of blood. Mastered all blood manipulation abilities. Obtained underworld god rank buff. Bestowed the gift of the underworld. Obtained longevity. To obtain the gift of the evil god's power, the man actually handed over control of his body. Ki-sun, standing below, panicked immediately. He shouted in the live stream, It's over, guys. My boss has turned into an evil god. Hei's going to bring disaster to the northern region. What should I do? Waiting online, very urgent. But before he could finish, he was taken into the air above the bone burial grounds by Yugu, who was now possessed by the evil god. Then, his body plummeted, slamming into the earth like a meteor, crushing the bone spirits within 100 miles to dust. Nearby players grinding for levels were shocked. Holy crap! It looks like there was a person in that fireball. Is he a Super Saiyan? At the center of the impact, a massive crater, hundreds of meters in diameter, appeared. The evil god stepped out slowly and roared, "Humba! Come out and meet your death." Meanwhile, in Ki's son's livestream, a flood of comments appeared and some helpful netizens even synced the feed to the forums, seeing no movement from Hanba. The evil god raised his right hand. Black lines appeared on his palm, spinning rapidly around his arm and expanding continuously. The next moment, the evil god gripped the orb of light formed by the black lines and slammed it down. The earth shattered instantly. In the blink of an eye, a vast area of land was pulverized, leaving only a bottomless abyss on the surface. It seemed like doomsday had arrived for the bone burial grounds. But just then, a giant coffin slowly rose from the cracks in the earth, and Hanba's voice echoed from within. "You're down to a single thread of malice, yet you still want to kill me." What a deluded fantasy, seeing the giant coffin soar into the sky. The evil god immediately entered his great evil nether god state and swung a massive fist condensed from blood and ki. "This is more than enough to deal with you." Just then, the giant coffin lid was flung open, and a figure 100 meters tall blocked the massive punch. The awakened Hanba spoke slowly. "You've grown stronger again. Even with just a thread of malice, you possess such strength." The evil god roared again. "It's not over yet." 6-armed Asura, soon, 6 giant arms, sprouted from the evil god's back at the same time. Hanba summoned the muddy river serpents. "Right now, you're nothing more than a thread of malice possessing another person. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Soon the evil god's body was tightly coiled by the tail of a muddy river serpent. Damn it, using someone else's body is indeed too much of a strain. Seeing this, Bailey grew worried. "Lu Wu, although the evil god, he only has a thread of malice left." "I'm afraid, Lu," Wu said. "Don't worry, it'll step in." With that, he raised the war artifact, after the evil god gets his revenge. "I hope you can shed your hostility and negative emotions to become a true god of this realm. That way, my help won't be in vain." The next moment, an invisible force shattered the muddy river serpents coiled around the evil god. The evil god was startled. This is the power of the supreme reincarnation. Hanba was stunned by the sight. "How is this possible? What kind of power is this?" "This doesn't belong to you at all." The evil god looked up, stared at the terrified Hanba, and said with a savage grin, "Hanba, it's all over now." The evil god finally unleashed his ultimate move, the Great Evil Seal. All 8 arms formed seals simultaneously, and his skin turned from red to purple. His body expanded at a frantic speed. The next moment, a massive pillar of blood descended from the sky, piercing through layers of arrays inscribed with mysterious symbols and striking the ground directly. It turned into a tide of blood, facing the further empowered evil god. Fear flickered in Hanba's eyes. He realized that even a Malesklan of the evil god was not something he could withstand. But just then, the phantom of a giant golden cauldron suddenly appeared. Above the two of them, accompanied by a continuous humming and vibrating sound. Hanba's voice trembled. "It's the cauldron of great Emperor Dongyu." As the sound of the cauldron echoed through heaven and earth, the blood tide the evil god had just formed instantly dissipated. He looked up and roared, "Damn this cauldron! Why are you blocking me?" Why now, of all times? As soon as he finished speaking, the giant golden cauldron slammed directly into the evil god. Confusion filled the evil god's eyes. "They block me, and now you block me too." Why? The next moment, the evil god was bound in place by an invisible force and crashed to the ground along with the giant cauldron. Watching the battle, Lu Wu was also stunned. Great Emperor Dongyu. Both the evil god and Hanba seemed terrified of him, and for such a powerful evil god to lose his fighting capacity against a mere cauldron, Bailey explained. He is one of the most powerful gods in the underworld. Presiding over life and death, he stands on equal footing. With Emperor Yudu and Emperor Fendu, they are the class of gods who truly hold divine authority in the underworld, but don't be too surprised. The underworld is vast and divided into east and west. Even gods like the three great emperors are only the rulers of the eastern underworld. Lu Wu was shocked. How can I not be surprised? You're delivering such mind-blowing information far too casually. He then turned his gaze back to the battlefield, but what is the connection between the evil god and great emperor Dong Yu? Bailey wasn't quite sure either. Probably related to the evil god's past life. As for why great emperor Dong Yu stopped him from seeking revenge, I don't understand that either. On the other side, Hanba froze in place, not daring to move. He thought to himself, I've been saved. But what's going on exactly? Why would that supreme emperor stop the evil god? And in his eyes, Hei's probably no different from an ant. Why exactly did he intervene? Regardless, I must seize this opportunity to turn the tables. With that thought, Hanba immediately raised his hand to summon ancient spirits and launched an attack. Watching the battle, Bailey sighed. Lu Wu, the evil god, is going to lose. He won't, Lu Wu replied. Did you forget the evil god signed a 3-hour contract with us? Time is almost up. Leave the rest to the players. Besides, players can respawn. The scene shifts to the battlefield. The power of the Samsara contract was activated. The 3-hour right to use the body had ended. The evil god's blood mist began gradually leaving Ju's body. No, I refuse to accept this. I've suffered for hundreds of thousands of years. Today, I finally have a chance to slay Hanba. I will never accept this. Soon. After the blood mist completely dissipated, Yu's consciousness finally regained clarity. But the scene before him made him pale with shock. Holy crap, what the hell? What's going on? The old man pressed his hand against the stupa pillar. A surge of power flowed into it through his arm. Evil god, the chains binding you are linked to the stupa pillar at this summit? I am guarding it. Cannot break free. The golden chains stopped tightening. A pair of crimson eyes manifested at the summit. I waited so long for this chance. How much longer must I wait next time? 10,000 years? 100,000? Bei Ming, let me go, and I'll give you infinite power. The old man remained expressionless. It's one thing to scam others, but you really think you can scam me? The evil god's tone calmed down significantly. Bei Ming, do me a favor. Bring back the person I possessed. The old man's eyes narrowed. You want to possess him again? Hearing this, the evil god grew agitated, as if, I gave him my word, I'm going to fulfill my promise. The old man seemed surprised. That doesn't sound like you. A scoundrel like you actually fulfilling a promise? The evil god asked again. Are you going to help or not? Just as he finished speaking, the old man's figure began to fade. He vanished from the spot. Fine. It's rare to see you beg ill help. On the other side, you, back to normal, activated a speed rune. He was making a run for it. Holy crap, why are these snake bones chasing me? Sun Ki was stunned. Boss, are you back? Gu, you hurriedly asked. Doggy, where did these snake bones come from? Why are they chasing me? Sun Ki replied. Boss, did you forget what you did? I should be the one asking why they're chasing me too. Just then, a wisp of golden light enveloped the two of them. It was the power of the old man, Bei Ming. In the next moment, they vanished from Hanba's sight. Hanba was dazed. What now? I'm so confused. Is the battle between me and the evil god really relevant to us anymore? The scene shifts to the mountainside of desolate cliff. The man and the dog sat in a daze in front of the hut. Did the evil god bring us back here? The old man pushed open the door and looked at them with disgust. What are you doing here? Why are you back again, Ju? You ignored the old man this time. He said to Sun Ki. Doggy, you stay here. I need to head back up. The old man feigned anger. Oh? You're planning to climb, didn't you hear me say it's forbidden? Q, you made up a random excuse. You misheard me. I was saying I dropped something on the way and need to go find it. I'll leave the dog with you, I promise. I won't climb the mountain. The old man thought, evil god? I'll help you just this once. Soon, Guyu reached the summit again. A mass of black mist surged frantically into his body. Holy crap. Is this evil god burning the bridge and trying to kill me? Is he defaulting on the contract? The next moment he felt a sense of comfort throughout his body. A miraculous feeling of skyrocketing power. Evil god apostle. After completing the hidden quest. You have gained the evil god's recognition and were granted a seed crystal of the evil god's power. Mastered beginner blood power, gained a special energy bar. Vitality recovers 1 per minute after consumption, can devour vitality. To accelerate recovery, evil god apostle, the legacy granted by the evil god. Blessed by a god, recovers 1 HP per second. Evil body beginner, activating this ability, consumes 30 vitality. Base attributes increased by 154 or 30 minutes. Unlocks derivative abilities. Blood burn, summon hellfire. Inflicting burning damage within a 20-meter diameter centered on yourself. This ability can only be cast in evil state, consumes 30 vitality. Blood siphon. Any blood within a 10 to 30 range can be manipulated and absorbed into the body. Recovers vitality and HP. This ability must be cast in evil state. Consumes 10 to 50 vitality. Evil gaze. After activating evil gaze. All targets that make eye contact will be eroded by negative emotions. Chance to inflict confusion, weakness, and other debuffs must be cast. Consumes 40 vitality. The man obtained the evil god's legacy power. Stripping away his original Rune Warrior class template on his muscular back, a tattoo of burning evil eyes appeared, watching from behind the scenes. Bailey asked, "What should we do with the materials used to build the Rune Warrior's body?" Lu Wu smiled. "Back into our own pockets. Of course. To help him successfully inherit the evil god's legacy, I spent a whopping 1,000 soul coins. I need to make that back, don't I?" The evil god gazed at Juyu. "Do you wish to grow stronger?" Q, you immediately asked how. The evil god continued. "What I gave you is a blood seed. If you can successfully cultivate it, then you will master the path of blood, one of the Underworld's laws of nature. Do you know what that means?" You stepped forward. "What does it mean?" The evil god explained. "As long as you master any one of the laws of nature, you gain the qualification for godhood, as long as the land deifies you. You can become a new god." Hearing this, Juyu was instantly intrigued. He reflexively asked, "Become a new god?" How much for the title, he seemed to realize had misspoke. "No, I didn't mean that. Sorry. I'm just used to a lifestyle of absurd extravagance, boss, evil god. You're my big boss now. Quick, teach me how to get stronger." The evil god replied, "Cultivating a blood seed is far harder than you imagine. You might spend hundreds of thousands of years and still fail to grow an evil seed. But I can help you accelerate the process." Gu became excited. He hurriedly said, "Boss, what do you need me to do?" "I'll go through fire and water, whatever it takes." The evil god said Hamba has already changed his hiding place, but I can still sense his presence. Go find him, and help me kill him, as the evil god finished speaking. Class advancement quests popped up one after another, indelible hatred. Quest description, travel to Nightmarish Fiend City and kill the weakened Hanba. Fulfill the evil god's request. This quest has no time limit. Quest reward, obtain the evil god's gift. Class progression, looking at the new quest. Guyu readily agreed. He thought to himself that although this quest was extremely difficult, at least there was no time limit, as long as he kept leveling up. And his guild continued to expand, he would eventually have a chance to complete it. Seeing Juyu agree so readily, the evil god was also surprised. If you go to battle Hanba, it will be a narrow escape. With a 90% chance of death, aren't you afraid? Gu, you replied, what's there to be afraid of? I'm not afraid of death anyway. The evil god was very satisfied. This successor is good. I admire you more and more when I was controlling your body earlier. I noticed that from beginning to end there wasn't a trace of fear in your heart. Goo, you chuckled, thinking to himself. That's only because you don't understand what the fourth disaster is. The scene shifted. At Lua's home, Bailey suddenly brought up that great battle. Since the players watched the live stream of the fight between the evil god and Hanba, everyone's desire to get stronger has become more intense. Luwu leaned over. How do you know that? Bailey said. Because people on the game forum are calling you a dog developer again, especially the mage players. Every other class has an advancement now. They're asking if you've forgotten about mages. Hearing those insults, Luwu was so angry he almost coughed up blood. Fine, stop reading. Xiao Li, don't let those players corrupt you. Don't use foul language. I know what to do. The mage advancement template finally received an update. 5 Elements Warlock. Through comprehending the 5 elements of the world, they discard their physical bodies for the sake of truth and transform into the spirit of the 5 elements. Mastering the elemental powers of heaven and earth, they seek the ultimate secrets of the 5 elements. Class characteristics: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Free switching between 5 element spirit forms. Mastering the 5 elements of heaven and earth, along with the skills were also being showcased. A man in blue robes formed hand seals. Amidst a loud roar, a roaring water dragon shot out like a cannon blast. Crashing into the distance, this was the water-type skill, Water Dragon Cannon. Earth spirit form manipulating the power of the earth. Comprehensive abilities focused on control and self-protection. The man in blue formed seals on the ground. The surrounding clumps of earth began to solidify, turning into sharp earth spears that erupted from the ground. This was the earth-type skill, Earth Prison, Metal Spirit Form. Obtaining immense defensive power for a short duration. This ability has no offensive power in a metal-free environment, in specific environments with abundant metal matter. It can transform into extremely violent metal-based spells subsequently. The Wood Spirit form and Fire Spirit form were also displayed. This new mage advancement with freely changing combat forms made the mage players watching the demonstration incredibly excited. They didn't expect the new mage class to be so well-rounded in offense and defense. Meanwhile, in the game, a new NPC specifically for the mage advancement was added. Deconstructor for 5 elements. Warlock advancement. Players need to find materials of various elemental attributes and deconstruct them at the deconstructor. To obtain the 5 elements points required for the advancement, Lu Wu originally planned to release the 3 mage templates he had designed all at once. But since the players couldn't wait any longer, he had to put out this completed template. To appease them for now, at this time, Bailey said, Lu Wu, come take a look. There's movement in the Void Ocean. I think this might be the opportunity we've been waiting for to develop the oceanic territory. Meanwhile, under the gloomy sky in the game, the sea breeze howled. A black warship broke through the waves and sailed forward. A fat man on the ship said, Boss, look, there's an island ahead. An island. Seeing this, Guildmaster An Sheng ordered them to dock immediately after going ashore. The group discovered a small fishing village covered with wooden huts. In this village, dried fish was hanging on the doors of every household, strange people wielding harpoons. And clubs were currently walking out of the village. The fat man said, Boss, these weird humanoid creatures don't look very friendly. Are they people or mobs? An Sheng immediately ordered everyone to prepare for battle. We've never been afraid of a fight. About 10 minutes later, the camera shifted to a large pot placed over a campfire. Inside, a soup base favored by the gillmen was apparently being heated. The fat man, who had been stripped naked and tied to a wooden pole, was in despair. Damn it, I can't log out while in a combat state? An Sheng said, Exciting, isn't it? We just got here and we're already being boiled for food. Just then, a burly, bare-chested fishman carrying a cloth bag came over to the fat man. He was muttering something like, Woola, woola. Then he grabbed a handful of green powder from the bag and stuffed it directly into the fat man's mouth. The fat man felt like dying. It's bad enough you want to boil and eat me, but you're forcing me to eat the seasoning too. Don't you know a warrior can be killed, but not insulted, you bastards? The man was stripped and hung upside down. At this time, a gillman walked over with a bag of seasoning. Without a word, he stuffed it into their mouths. At first, the fat man resisted, but after being tortured by the gillman, he eventually yielded. "Stop hitting me. I'll eat it, okay? You're too brutal." Then the gillman turned his gaze toward the others. A man nearby was startled. "Well, eat? Well, I'll eat, since our fate of being eaten is already sealed. We don't want to follow in Fatty's footsteps and get another beating." The two people watching behind the scenes were also speechless. Xiao Li, is this opportunity for sea development you mentioned? Just players being stuffed with spices and stewed by gillmen? The scene shifted. A fat man took off his VR helmet, his face full of rage. "This is infuriating. Those fishman monsters actually dared to eat me. Just you wait." Thus, Fatty Lou opened the guild chat and typed, "Revenge. We need revenge, Guildmaster." An Shang immediately said he'd go to the forums to hire some experts and organize a group. "We'll go back for revenge in 3 hours. Night had already fallen. The warship of the God of Joy Guild set sail again. This time was different from before. An Shang had spent a fortune to hire these programmers. Glancing over, there were dozens more people than last time. The arrival of such a large group alerted the gillman in the fishing village. Fatty's eyes locked onto the gillman who had beaten him that day. "Boss, give the order. Let them feel the fear of being dominated by players." Guildmaster An Shang waved his sword and roared, "Kill them all." Hundreds of people charged forward together to raise the village. Meanwhile, a loud horn sounded from within the village. "Fatty had a bad feeling, boss. Are these gillmen calling for backup?" No sooner had he spoken than a large group of gillmen armed themselves and joined the fray, one after another. Their numbers quickly swelled into the thousands, leaving Fatty and his group completely dumbfounded. "Holy crap, how are there so many gillmen on this island? We're screwed again." Half an hour later, over several bonfires, stood multiple large pots boiling soup base at this moment. One of the hired players asked curiously, "Bro, these fishmen aren't killing us. What are they doing tying us up like this?" An Sheng replied calmly, "See those big pots? Things are about to get real intense. You'd better brace yourself." Fatty, standing to the side, was confused. "Boss, why are there so many more gillmen this time?" An Sheng said flatly, "Waste not, want not. They probably called over the neighbors to come and taste us." Just then, an elderly gillman walked over. Every gillman in sight dropped to their knees, clearing a path for him. Fatty asked, "What are these idiots doing?" An Sheng replied casually, "Based on my years of gaming experience, they're probably thanking the gods for the food." Soon, 3 burly gillmen stepped forward, looking at the players like they were prime cuts of meat. Clearly, it was time for the stuffing with spices and stewing phase. Seasoning was shoved into the man's mouth. But instead of spitting it out, he actually started chewing with great relish. Fatty was filled with admiration. "Bro, you're a real hard-ass. Are you eating all those spices to make sure you're thoroughly marinated?" But the next moment, Fatty panicked. He heard the people around him scrambling for the food. "This is delicious." "What are these spices made of? Hey, you jerk, don't steal mine." "Eat your own?" then he asked, "Boss An Sheng. This group of pro players you found, what exactly is their profession?" "They aren't professional foodies, are they?" An Sheng was at a loss too. "This is so damn embarrassing. Where's the anger in these people? Where's the desire for revenge? I'm ashamed to be seen with them." Soon, everyone was tossed into the pots to simmer. An Sheng said to them, "Brothers, let's just pretend today never happened. Whatever you do, don't let this get out. It's too embarrassing." Before long, the player party was wiped out again. Their bodies instantly dissipated into black mist. The previously excited gillmen were left in a state of confusion after dying. An Sheng prepared to gather another crew for revenge. He posted a thread on the forum. "I found the ocean sun. There are ocean suns on this island. And there are tons of them. Normally, a post like this would be ignored, since rumor threads pop up all the time, but somehow this post got mysteriously bumped to the top. Consequently, a massive wave of tricked players began sailing toward the Gilman's island. The forum was right. These island natives really are hospitable. Look, they're all standing on the shore, waving to welcome us." Meanwhile, On Crocodile Island, the Gilman looked incredibly grim. "Chief, they're here again and again and again." The chief was speechless. Lately, they couldn't go out to see two fish or hunt in the jungle. Because they knew these creatures would show up at any time, they came in the day, the night, and even at midnight, it was non-stop after this batch of players landed. They reached out in a friendly gesture. "They're here. So many people meeting us. They're so welcoming." However, the chief was trembling from hunger. He thought, "Are these creatures sick? They know they're coming to their deaths. So why are they so resolute? Who gave them this courage?" Bei Li, observing secretly, said, "Lu Wu, ever since that group failed their revenge against the Gilman, they've been posting on the forum, putting on a real performance. They've tricked wave after wave of players into going to Crocodile Island. The tragedy of players being eaten repeats constantly. But instead of speaking up, these players chose silence and even kept the thread pinned to the top. This has become the biggest scam in the history of Conquest Online." Lu Wu chuckled to himself. "It's fine. Soon, they won't be able to take it anymore." Bailey was confused, but players are still flocking to Doo Island in waves. "There's no sign of it ending at all," Lu Wu laughed sinisterly. "No, I wasn't talking about the players. I meant the Gilman. The Gilman are about to break." The scene shifts. In a crystal palace at the bottom of the Wangshu Sea, the Sea King looked oddly at the old man prostrate before him. "You're saying there's a type of creature that comes to Dugu Island every day just to die? And you can't stand it? That's not right. Your tribe doesn't have many resources. If they're coming to die, you should be welcoming them with open arms. With all that food, you could easily expand your tribe." But the Gilman chief said, "Your Majesty, the problem is, we can't actually eat them. They just vanish after being boiled for a while." Hearing this, the Sea King was taken aback. A race that disappears without leaving a corpse. He then ordered the humanoid tiger shark beside him, Iron Hammer, "Take a group to protect the Gilman for a while and find out exactly what those things are." Lu Wu walked toward a teleportation portal, Xiao Li. "The timing is about right. It's time to guide the players to pull in the net. Bring your snacks. We're going to Duju Island to watch the show." Soon, the forum exploded. Fatty and Sheng and the others finally decided to reveal the truth, organizing all the resentful players to head to Duju Island for a final revenge mission. Back on Duju Island, a lobster ran over in a panic. "BI boss, it's bad. They're back again and again and again and again." Iron Hammer immediately slapped him. "All you do is yell. Damn it, it's been how many days now? I haven't slept a wink. Can't you let me rest for a second? Didn't the king already send us reinforcements? Can't you deal with those weaklings yourselves? Let me close my eyes for a bit." The lobster sat on the ground, trembling. "But boss, they've brought so many people this time. They're everywhere. We definitely don't have the numbers to hold them off." Iron Hammer's expression tightened. He thought back to when the Sea King first stationed him here. He had been happy since the Gilmen were responsible for all their food and drink. And in return, they just had to help hunt down whatever weaklings invaded the island. But he gradually realized things weren't that simple. Those noobs had no pattern at all, just came in non-stop waves. It gave him zero time to rest. They were basically a suicide squad, and they always smiled when they came to die. Sometimes they even waved politely at him. What's that supposed to mean? Am I, Iron Hammer, not scary enough? Soon, the players' warships approached, forming a massive steel barrier. They sailed toward Duyu Island without slowing down, seeing so many warships. Iron Hammer and his men were stunned. "I increased our troops. And your suicide brigade increased too. You're clearly picking on me. Do you think I don't have a reputation to uphold?" But Iron Hammer didn't believe that the Sea King's army he led could possibly lose. He charged forward, leading the way. He was met hidden by a standard warship, and the two collided. The hull shattered instantly, and a massive amount of seawater poured inside. Just then, the Great Dragon, piloted by Chen Zhu and other pro players, charged forward. At the same time, he issued a command, "Great Dragon, super armor." A low dragon roar echoed from within the ship. A golden light flashed across the hull, as if it were being coated in a metallic film. By now, Big Hammer had closed in and slammed right into the warship. Farewell to this noisy world. Am finally free. I can finally get a good night's sleep. System, you have used your ghost ship to kill Hammer, the squad leader of the Sea King's army. All members receive experience rewards. The members of the Dragon Guild on board all leveled up 3 times. Reckless Wong even clutched his stomach, roaring with laughter. Holy crap. This mini-boss actually rammed himself to death. Is he really that pathetic? Watching from his god view, Lu Wu smiled. Xiao Bei. This opportunity for sea expansion you mentioned is working out quite well. Not only are we gaining territory, but the players having to repair their damaged ghost ships will bring us extra revenue too. You really have a head for business, don't you? Bailey giggled. Lu Wu, stop acting innocent. That predatory post on the forum. You're the one who stickied it, aren't you? Meanwhile, an old turtle had just offered a casual word of consolation to his superior. Please accept my condolences. It instantly invited disaster. Iron Hammer's fury had nowhere to go except them. Except my ass. Have you ever lost a son? Guards sentenced Turtle Six's son to death? Confer upon his son the posthumous title of Junior Commander of the Sea King's Fin Branch. He then stared at the catatonic Turtle Six and asked, I feel much better now. So how does it feel to lose a son? The old turtle's gaze went hollow. He never imagined a single word of comfort would bring a death sentence to his own son. After Iron Hammer's order was announced, Turtle Six returned home with the news of the execution. My child, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? The son was stunned. The good news, I guess, Turtle Six replied. You've been promoted to Junior Commander of the Sea King's Fin Branch. Hearing this, Turtle Six's son was overcome with joy. And the bad news? Turtle Six sighed. You'd better sit down for this. Meanwhile, on Crocodile Island, smoke curled up from the village. Water was boiling in massive pots, but the players couldn't find any seasoning anywhere. Several bound gillmen were screaming curses at them. Seasoning, my ass? Don't you know why the seasoning is gone? Do you not have a shred of self-awareness? The raid on the village had been a success. The players had wiped out the gillmen and seized a significant amount of supplies. But just as they were preparing to leave, dark clouds suddenly blotted out the sky. A bolt of lightning struck the ocean nearby. Lu Wu, watching from above, gave a devious smirk. Quite the spectacle, but this might just be a massive loot crate delivering itself to our door. Beside him, Bei Li began to worry, seeing that familiar smile on his face. She actually started to feel sorry for the Navy. Soon, a massive wave rose in the distance. Chen Zio's expression turned grim as he shouted to the players behind him, Brothers, prepare for battle atop the crest of the wave. Sea monsters began to emerge. Iron Hammer's heart was filled with rage. Tear them apart. Avenge my son. Following the commander's order, countless sea monsters began swarming and climbing the warships. Facing the Sea King's navy, the players didn't flinch. They steered their ships and charged straight at the fleet led by Iron Hammer. However, Iron Hammer quickly realized that the players were poor swimmers compared to them. He concentrated his fire on the ships, smashing most of the smaller vessels into splinters. Surely realized the situation was dire, Guildmaster. The players falling into the water because their ships were destroyed had become easy prey for the Sea King's army. Chen Zhu saw this and yelled, Great Dragon, charge that elite mob. Take the pressure off our comrades. Seeing the Great Dragon ship charge in with its super armor active, Iron Hammer's teeth ground together. That's the ship that killed my son. I'm going to smash it into a million pieces. Iron Hammer's eyes turned blood-red as he hunched his body. Then he lunged violently at the Great Dragon. You dare challenge? Me? You're asking for death? This humanoid shark tried to avenge his son by ramming the ship, but he was instantly sent flying by the impact. The golden light of the ship's super armor dimmed slightly as the bow pitched up and slid. Iron Hammer's explosive temper was ignited. Damn it! Again, I won't stop until I've crushed you and avenged my boy. I will not rest. He gathered his strength again and shot forward like a projectile. repeatedly slamming into the great dragon. "Break, you bastard." Reckless Wong, on board the ship, was speechless. I just checked his stat panel. This idiot is actually a general in the Sea King's navy. Shirley's expression was complicated. "Doesn't that hurt him?" "Because it looks painful to me." Chen Shu shook his head. As long as Hay's having fun after being hit dozens of times, Iron Hammer was baring his teeth in pain, his head ringing like a bell. "Break, damn you," with a roar. The hot-headed Iron Hammer poured every ounce of his strength into one final massive ram against the great dragon. This time, the golden light of the super armor shattered completely. Chen Zhu was startled. "Not good. The great dragon's armor is down. Brothers, get in the water and take him. Don't let him destroy the ship." He then activated the rune. "Warrior strength buff, I want to see exactly how hard your head is." Chen Zia's punch collided hidden with Iron Hammer's skull. Does this elite mob have a thorn effect? No wonder he keeps ramming the ship. His head really is made of iron. A powerful recoil force surged from Iron Hammer's head. Chen Ziu was sent flying back by the force, and damage numbers appeared as blood sprayed. Iron Hammer was dizzy now, his brain feeling like complete mush. He couldn't tell north from south. Shirley was shocked. The guildmaster used a strength rune and still got repelled. Reckless Wong chuckled. "So what if he has an iron head? No matter how good your kung fu is, everyone's afraid of a blade. Taste my god-tier blade. It'll cut you in two, but facing the dual assault." Iron Hammer instinctively flailed his arms, instantly catching Reckless Wong and Shirley, and smashing them away. Death notifications from the system began to pop up. Seeing this, Chen Zhu immediately ordered all ships to retreat. Save whatever ships you can, although the ghost ships could self-repair. The process was incredibly slow to speed it up. They would have to spend a fortune on rare materials. Fighting on would be a losing game. Seeing the warships preparing to flee, several shrimp and crab soldiers shouted, "Genera! Those ships are trying to escape." Iron Hammer was completely out of it. He didn't even register what his subordinates were saying, the collision with Chen Zia's fist earlier. He still hasn't fully woken up at this moment. Bailey looked confused. "Lu Wu, the player faction lost? Where's that big gift package you mentioned?" Lu Wu replied, "Don't worry, the real gift package doesn't refer to this Sea King army. Casting a long line to catch a big fish using the rebel army? The great sucker cultivation plan has just begun." Upon hearing this, Bailey was startled. "It's not the rebel army casting a long line to catch a big fish. Wait, was your target from the start the Sea King himself?" Lua's smile grew even more devious. "More than that. Our Beichi army must develop on both land and sea simultaneously. Can't have any weaknesses." A post on the Conquest forum was pinned. "Want spirit materials? Come chop trees in the Rock Northern region. The tree demons here are all spirit materials. Tree demon wood, grade 2 spirit material. Tree demon essence has multiple uses such as healing and alchemy. Ghost ships can be upgraded and repaired by consuming tree demon wood." Zhu Chen even encouraged everyone to head to the Rock Northern region to scavenge for spirit materials. Thus, a few days later, Bailey was looking at the content on her tablet in shock. Surprisingly, just as Lu Wu had predicted, that naval battle made the players realize the gap in strength between them and the Sea King's army. So, they all focused on strengthening their warships. Now, most players are rushing to the Rock Northern region to chop demon trees. By some strange coincidence, development progressed on both land and sea. Just then, Lu Wu suddenly received a phone call, usually, besides bill notifications. Hardly anyone ever called him. After picking up, it was a girl's voice. "Hey, Dogdad, you asleep? If not, Lu Wu said flatly, "Hang my ass." "It's the middle of the night." Mong Mong An was a bit disappointed. "Bro, your man's finally made a trip to Jialan. I called you the second I got off the plane. If you're going to have that attitude, I'm telling you, you're going to get a beating." Lu Wu didn't have many friends to begin with. Seeing as she had just arrived, he felt bad about refusing. So they agreed to meet after 2:30, right after hanging up. He saw that the look in Bayless's eyes was a bit off. "Who's mom, man?" Lu Wu explained, "A childhood friend. We were neighbors. Our families were close. Later, Mang Meng's family did better for themselves. And they moved out of Jialan when I was in elementary school." After explaining, he stood up. At that moment, Bailey grabbed his arm. Him going to Lu Wu was helpless. Him picking up a friend, him not going out to play. Bailey said, "I'll protect you. I'm afraid you'll run into danger." Hearing this, Lu Wu was speechless. Outside of road and eating, you're a total scrub in a fight. It's debatable who'd be protecting who. Besides, I'm just meeting a friend. There won't be any danger. Bailey was a bit angry, but she called you dog dad. If she insults you, I can help you insult her back. But before Bailey could finish, Lu Wu immediately escaped out the door. "Be good and stay here. Wait for me to get back." Regarding the nickname Dog Dad, it was actually the biggest stain on Lua's life. They had gone to kindergarten together to teach the children about boundaries. The teacher told them, "Children, when you're playing together, boys and girls aren't allowed to kiss. If you kiss, you'll get pregnant." As luck would have it, Lu Wu was licked by a dog while he was playing with it. Mang An happened to see it. "He kissed you," teacher said. "That makes you pregnant." As it turned out, the next day, that female dog gave birth to a litter of puppies. Thus, with Mang An as the witness, Lu Wu naturally became Dog Dad. The scene shifted to a cinema near the Jialan airport. Lu Wu dialed Mang An's number. "I'm here. Where are you at that moment?" Mang An suddenly popped out from behind him. "Dog Dad, long time no see." "You look like you haven't changed at all," Lu Wu said flatly. "You've certainly gotten prettier. Too bad your personality hasn't changed a bit." A familiar feeling filled both their hearts, causing the distance from years of separation to gradually fade. Just then, Mang An's phone rang. She stepped aside to answer it. Guiwa's voice came from the other end. "My secretary just told me that you called wanting to collaborate with Conquest on tournament broadcasting." Mang An replied, "Yes, Uncle Wu. I came back to the country specifically to make this happen." Gui Wu said, "Your father and I are old friends. I'll be blunt with you. I've talked to the head of Conquest online several times about a partnership. He gives me the impression that he doesn't care about profit at all." Hearing this, and Mang found it a bit hard to believe. A game dev who doesn't care about profit. How is that possible? "Just what kind of big shot is he?" Gui Wu said. "As long as a collaboration doesn't fit his game's development philosophy, even if I offer a sky-high price. He remains completely unmoved. Even I can't figure him out. So, if you want to get the tournament broadcasting and commentary rights, it'll likely cost you a lot," Mang An said with confidence. "Uncle Wu, I still want to talk to the person in charge of Conquest Online in person," Gui Wu said. "In that case, I can help you get in touch. As for whether Hei's willing to talk to you, I can't guarantee anything." After hanging up, Mang An made a face at Lu Wu. "Sorry about that, Dog Dad. An important call just came in," Lu Wu said. "It's fine. Let's go. Let's get something to eat." But Mang An grabbed his arm. "Don't be in such a hurry. I finally walk around with me for a bit first." Lu Wu was a bit surprised. "Didn't you say on the phone you were starving and wanted a big meal?" Mang An blinked. "You're still such a straight man. A woman's heart is a needle at the bottom of the sea. You don't understand? A man just went out to meet a friend. A childhood friend he hadn't seen in years. When he got home, Bailey was looking at him strangely. "Xiao Li, why have you been staring at me like that?" Bailey said in all seriousness. "Because spring is almost here. I want to see what changes animals go through during mating season." Lu Wu was about to say something. Just then, his phone rang. Seeing it was Gui Wu, he picked up. "Brother Wu, it's so late, why are you calling?" Gui Wu said, "Brother Lu, are you free tomorrow? I'll treat you to dinner." But Lu Wu said, "Brother Wu, I'm quite busy lately. Let's do it another day. I'll treat you then." Then came Guiwa's anxious voice. "Wait, don't hang up yet? It'll be direct. I actually have something I want to discuss with you. Have you considered live streaming game tournaments?" Lu Wu was a bit surprised. "Brother Wu, I recall your platform doesn't handle tournament broadcasting." Gui Wu got straight to the point. "Have you heard of Shark Broadcasting? They're one of the top 3 tournament broadcasting platforms in the country. They want to talk to you about tournament authorization for Conquest Online. As for whether you're willing, it's entirely up to you. I'm just asking for them, Luwu replied, as he immediately agreed. He thought about the guild championship he was developing, which was already in preparation for its first season. Shark Broadcasting reaching out at this moment. Couldn't have come at a better time. After Goi Wu informed Lu Wu of the hotel's location, he ended the call. Bailey said flatly, "I want to go to." The scene shifted. Inside the hotel room, Lu Wu and Mong Mong An stared at each other. Mong Mong, the person who wanted to talk business was you. Mong Mong An was also surprised. Dogfather, you're the person in charge of Conquest Online? Then her eyes fell on Bailey and she began to shake uncontrollably. When did you have a child? Bayless's expression instantly became menacing, and a thick, murderous aura filled the air. Lu Wu explained, "She's not my child. Her name is Bailey. She's my friend." Goi Wu was completely baffled. He remembered Lu Wu saying she was his sister. How did she become a friend now? Something was definitely off. At this moment, all 3 of them focused their attention on Lu Wu. Lu Wu had no other choice because he didn't actually have a sister. Man Mung obviously knew that. Ma Mung An walked up to Bailey and asked, "Little girl, where are your parents?" Bailey said casually, "My parents are gone." Mong Mung An froze. It turns out such a cute little thing was an orphan adopted by Lu Wu. How heartbreaking thinking of this. Mong Mung An was overwhelmed with sympathy and wanted to hug Bailey. But Bailey raised her small fist and took a fighting stance. Fair competition, no sneak attacks. Lu Wu was incredibly embarrassed. He told the fuming Bailey, "Be quiet. What fair competition? Stop talking nonsense." Seeing how messy things were becoming, Mong Mung An quickly got back to business. So, is the partnership for the tournament broadcast happening? As a game developer meeting with a partner, he found out that the other party was actually his childhood friend. He didn't even wait for her to state the conditions before agreeing immediately. "Uncle An was very good to me, and you're my friend. Partnering with you helps promote the game, so no special conditions are needed. However, all the expenses and venue arrangements for the tournaments must be covered by you, seeing them collaborate so smoothly." Goi Wu was stunned. They hadn't even been sitting for 5 minutes. Yet the talk was already over, Bailey muttered. Lu Wu quickly covered her mouth and apologized. "She's just a child, don't mind her." Then he continued, "Mung Mung, I'm actually planning a guild championship soon. I'll be counting on you then." Ma Mung An nodded as she walked, while handling the live streaming. "I'll also manage the commentary and the opening show. Consider it a way of saying thanks for giving us the authorization without any strings attached." Hearing Lu Wu's words, Goi Wu was shocked. Guild championship. What a coincidence. I actually got to hear such exciting inside info. Now my Avengers Guild can prepare ahead of time. When the time comes, I'll show them what I've got. The dinner went well. Everyone chatted happily, while only Bailey stayed focused on her food. She could only vent her frustration through her appetite, feasting like a maniac. The scene shifted to the shrubs in the void ocean. A 10-man team from the demolition office was quietly lying in wait. Their guild master, Chai Lu, peeked through the leaves to observe the situation outside. The guards for this spirit field rotate every 2 hours. There's a 2-minute gap during rotation. That's our chance. Dozens of meters away from the shrubs, there was a field of about 100 square meters. Many beast-like creatures were patrolling around the field, guarding it. Ocean's sun, a mysterious fruit blessed by the sea, a priceless epic treasure. Consuming it grants the blessing of the Yellow Springs sea god and a random Talenteer ability. Moments later, the patrolling beastmen began heading east. That was the moment Chai Lu instructed his brothers. "Move now, quickly." Chai Lu and 10 others leaped out of the bushes and ran frantically toward the ocean's sun just as he had planned. No beastmen appeared to stop them during those 2 minutes. Chai Lu Isli picked the ocean sun. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Chai Lu for obtaining the epic treasure, Ocean Sun. At that moment, a small dog nuzzled his trouser leg. Chai Lu cursed inwardly. I hate dogs most. The husky at my house is a home demolition expert. It's cost me a fortune in renovation fees. If my wife didn't like it, I would have stewed it long ago. And that damn dog Sun Ki from the Myth Guild. We've had several conflicts over resources. But because Sun Ki has a group heal, we always lose the guild wars. Thinking of this, he kicked the dog away. Scram dogs are all bad luck. He hated dogs more than anything. After stealing the precious material, he kicked it away. But the barking alerted the nearby beastmen. Chai Lu immediately shouted, "Run! We've already been slaughtered by these powerful beastmen several times." We're absolutely no match for them hidden, just as he spoke. The members at the back who were slow were pinned down by the beastmen. Desperate, Chai Lu picked up the dog. "Don't come any closer, or ill kill this puppy dog egg, the son of the Lord of Shangming Island." Howling sky at this time. The leading beastman said menacingly, "Don't forget your companions are in our hands too. Hand over the ocean's sun and release the young master." He'll let you go, but Chai Lu wasn't buying it, because his teammates could respawn infinitely, so he decisively choked Dog Egg. The beastman flinched but still tried to bluff. "I'll give you one last chance. Release the young master. Boss Howling Sky doesn't have just one child. But you and your friends only have one life. Think carefully." Hearing this, Chai Lu glared at them. "You actually think you can threaten me? Fine, he'll count to 3. And well, all move together." But he started his count at 3, and immediately squeezed Dog Egg's neck. A sharp crack was heard. Several beastmen were instantly stunned. "Do you even know how to count? Where did 1 and 2 go? You're doing this on purpose." Inwardly, they were panicked. The young master just died for no reason. Boss Howling Sky will definitely make me join him in the grave, before the leader could speak. One of the men held in his hands said coldly, "Beastmen, brothers. Go ahead and do it, don't be polite," at these words. The orc leader was completely livid. What is wrong with these outsiders? Are they insane? How can they be so reckless about a life and death matter? Soon, 3 hours later, Lu Chai had just logged back on. He immediately consumed the ocean's sun. A server-wide announcement popped up. "Congratulations to player Lu Chai for obtaining the server's first talent, Body of the Sea Spirit. Body of the Sea Spirit. Under the Sea God's blessing, this talent grants the passive ability, Body of the Sea Spirit, and the special ability, Sea of War." He also gained an unlearned skill, Tidal Trap. The passive effect restores 1 of max HP every 2 seconds. This ability scales with level. The Sea of War talent comes with its own special effect. When activated, all members of the user's faction receive a 5 movement speed bonus and 2 points of healing per second. Duration, 10 minutes. Range, 100 meters in diameter. Lu Chai didn't expect the ability to be so powerful. He had already class changed to Rune Warrior. He already had a massive health pool, and with this Body of the Sea Spirit, he was basically a human tank. Plus, Sea of War was a powerful group buff. The guild's strength would definitely see a massive boost because of it. Just then, a few guild members pulled some spiritual materials from their inventory. "Boss, check these out. Origin Rice level 5, nourished by spiritual fields and the aura of the ocean's sun." This special spiritual material was cultivated due to its unique nature. It cannot be used for ghost ships or alchemy, even though it was a level 5 material. The item description strongly recommended selling it to the shop. Lu Chai knew that at this stage, level 5 was top-tier stuff. However, what confused him was why its only use was being sold to the shop. After hesitating for a bit, Lu Chai eventually sold all the Origin Rice. After all, at 500 soul coins apiece, he was making a killing. Seeing this, Bailey breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, this player is easy to trick. He actually believed the fake description we added. Lu Wu was puzzled. "What is that stuff actually for? They sold it all to the shop, which cost me a fortune of 6,000 soul coins," Bailey explained. "If you want to become a deity like the Emperor of Mount Tai, your starting point must be high. Ordinary materials are useless to you, but Origin Rice is different. This is a special material that's half step into the king rank, in other words. Your cultivation is about to begin. Luwa's grin grew excited. So what are you having me practice? Any god-cheer techniques? As soon as he spoke, Bailey reached into thin air and pulled out a sheet of black paper. Just practice this. Lu Wu was stunned. This pitch-black thing. What exactly am I supposed to learn from this? Bailey didn't waste words. She tapped the paper against her war artifact. The black paper dissolved instantly. Soon a massive wave of data flooded Luaz's mind. Bayless' voice echoed in his head. Codex of the Darklands. Comprehend the laws of heaven and earth through a beast's form to forge an indestructible dark body. The great dark heaven. Lu Wu, pick a divine beast in your mind to be your initial do-seeking beast form. As the words fell, ancient beasts began roaring in his mind. Each was as massive as a mountain, their bodies stretching across the land. Even rivaling gods, Luaz, gaze landed on a divine beast with snow-white fur, and a body radiating shimmering light. I choose you, Swanee. Soon, the black paper reappeared in Luaz's mind, and began to burn rapidly. The divine beast slowly faded from that world, seeming to be absorbed and assimilated by the paper before long. Lu Wu realized everything in front of him had suddenly grown larger. Even Bei Li seemed much bigger. Bei Li, grinning from ear to ear, staring at the white kitten in the mirror. Lu Wu's expression went blank. What did you do to me, you jerk? Bailey replied, It's the beast form due seeking. You picked it yourself. This is the initial form. You need to stay like this for a while. Before you can return to human form, Lu Wu was annoyed. Why didn't you say such a big thing earlier? You kept me in the dark, but Bailey just scooped Lu Wu into her arms and squeezed him tight. Hey's so cute. Time to eat. This origin rice will help you turn back into a human sooner. She shoved the origin rice right in his face. Lu Wu was helpless enough. Give me some dignity. Am not a pet? Lu Wu's pride was taking a beating. It's over. My cat life is a mess. My human life is hopeless. And this cat life has only just begun. When will it end? A treant with half its body missing was struggling to crawl out of the rock northern region. It turned out that players were coming here to logwood every single day, wave after wave. It was non-stop, as if they wanted to drive the treants to extinction. Elsewhere, the Iron Line commander sent a battle report, Lord Panchi. Lately, those outsiders have been logging like crazy on our turf every day. They're advancing in a full sweep. It's sheer madness. The Rock Ghost King felt he had given them enough face, even though they had occupied the mansion and the glazed district. He hadn't taken any action against them. I didn't pick a fight. But these guys are coming for me. They've even formed a devious encirclement, intending to swallow my rock northern region bit by bit. Such an insult to my boundaries cannot be tolerated. He then gave the order to all his subordinates, prepare to counterattack. Let those newcomers see exactly whose territory the rock northern region is. Duyan, acting as the spy, sensed something was wrong. The mansion is in trouble. I need to report to the king immediately. Soon. He arrived before the phantom of the king of Beichi, played by Lu Wu. Greetings, my king. I have urgent military intelligence. The Rock Ghost King is planning to purge your majesty's forces, but Lu Wu just said indifferently. Got it. Now go back and keep spying, seeing that he didn't care at all. Duyan got anxious. My king, the Rock Ghost King, is not like Shana. In terms of both military strength and personal power, he is several times stronger than Shana. You should prepare the mansion immediately, in case he invades. But Lu Wu was certain the Rock Ghost King won't directly attack the mansion yet. If he wanted to, he would have seized this territory the moment Shana was wiped out. Right now, he just wants to use swift and overwhelming force to eliminate some of my people, to showcase his power and intimidate us. Duyan only half understood if that's the case. Then I shall take my leave. Watching Duyan leave, Lu Wu dissolved the phantom. He knew the Rock Ghost King was extremely cautious. He would never rashly start a war without knowing the enemy's strength. But Bailey was still worried. She feared the Rock Ghost King would actually come. With the player's current strength, they were no match for him. Lu Wu told her not to worry, as long as we have the war artifact. Even if the mansion fell again, he could simply pull all these important buildings into the subspace, leaving the Rock Ghost King no opportunity to loot them. Hearing this, Bailey finally breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of you, you've already planned everything out. But this backup plan is seriously dog. She wasn't sure if she was praising or mocking him. Lu Wu suddenly became annoyed. When exactly will I be able to turn back into a human? Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Rock Northern region, a layer of emerald light swept out from deep within the dense forest. It enveloped the entire area in the blink of an eye shortly after. A 10,000-year-old ancient tree demon with strength close to a ghost general appeared before everyone. However, the players didn't show any fear. It's just a slightly taller tree demon, right? How about we give it a chop and see? Right after the words, a small squad was sent flying into the sky by the ancient tree demon. Only the shouts of the players remained. Holy crap, trying it really meant dying. The Rock Ghost King finally couldn't hold back and dispatched a pride of iron lions to surround the players. Want to run? Don't think about leaving now that you're here. Leave your lives behind. That is the price for trespassing on my territory. Instead, the players grew excited. Since we can't escape, we might as well. Kill a few more ordinary tree demons to get some spirit materials, farming small mobs while surrounded by a boss. Is so thrilling hearing this. The Rock Ghost King's smile instantly froze. He wondered what was wrong with these outsiders. Clearly surrounded and facing execution, why didn't they show a hint of despair? Instead, they were getting more and more excited to figure out what was really going on. The Rock Ghost King couldn't sit still anymore. His 100-metal massive body landed directly in the center of the players who were preparing to resist, instantly crushing them to pieces. Rock Ghost King Panchi, Rock Northern Region. An ancient giant tree that is cultivated for 100,000 years. Mastering top-tier wood-type spells and the path of nature. Cultivation level at mid-stage Ghost King. Upon death, it can be converted into king-tier spirit materials. After reading the introduction, the players were all stunned. It clearly says it's a $100-year-old ancient giant tree. But it looks like a stone golem, hitting rocks to get spirit wood? That's hard to believe. At this moment, the rocks on the Rock Ghost King's surface began to fall off. How long has it been? Because I had no rivals. How long has it been since I last moved? So long that even my true appearance has been forgotten by the world, mortals, before my majestic true form. Tremble, the scene left everyone in awe. It really was a tree demon. It turned out that because so much time had passed, the giant tree had developed a crust of stone. But if my ship eats a king deer tree like this, wouldn't it turn into an aircraft carrier, seeing the players at his feet getting even more excited? The Rock Ghost King became even more confused. What is going on? Shouldn't they be feeling fear and despair? What kind of perverted freaks are these? At this point, Bailey actually felt a bit sorry for the Rock Ghost King. Although the players certainly couldn't beat him, they would definitely leave. An indelible psychological shadow on him. There was no doubt that the player camp lost this battle. The Rock Ghost King was nearly invincible within his domain. He wasn't like Shana, who could be worn down by sheer numbers back at the mansion entrance. A man named Watermelon Taro was dejected. He was already poor. And now he didn't even have the right to grind for materials. When would he ever be able to kill this giant rock tree? Crayon Shinsha next to him told him not to be reckless. Playing it safe and farming was the way to go. At that moment, the top-tier player surely gave a suggestion. Did you forget? The Ghost Mountains actually lead to the Rock Northern region as long as we don't go hidden. We can still sneak in and chop a few small trees. The two of them froze upon hearing this. That's a great idea. It'd be even better if we brought an assassin class along. On the other side, a player named Assassin Heartbeat was carrying a bundle of wood shavings. Intending to sell them to players at a high price, rock tree shavings. Level 5 spirit material, wood shavings that fell off the Rock Ghost King. They still contained powerful wood-type spiritual energy. The wealthy Yugi immediately said he would buy them all. However, he was curious how the other guy had obtained them. Assassin Heartbeat didn't reply. Demongwang couldn't wait any longer and shouted to all the players at the entrance. All right, Everyone, get ready. We'll follow Shirley's plan. We'll take a detour through the Ghost Mountains and keep stealing trees from the Rock Northern region. If you want to sign up, do it now. From his God's eye view, Lu Wu didn't stop them because the Rock Ghost King was currently very wary of this new Bocce power, so there likely wouldn't be a major war at this stage. The most important thing now was to have the players obtain more derivation rice, so he could recover his human form as soon as possible. Thus, Lu Wu issued a special quest. There are many special islands within the Wangshu Sea. Search for the unique spirit fields on those islands. Gather the special spirit materials from the fields after selling them to the shop. You can receive high soul coin rewards. This giant werewolf is one of the Sea Kings for generals, and his strength has even reached the peak of the Ghost General rank. He came to Chongming Island this time specifically to find the missing ocean and to investigate which race the thieves belonged to. Just then, an orc suddenly came running from a distance. Boss Xiao Tian. Several large ships have arrived. A group of people landed, claiming to be traveling merchants, who want to barter. Hearing this, a shadow of doubt appeared in Xiao Tian's eyes. The sea chambers of commerce in the Yellow Springs were all established by powerhouses like the Sea King or even stronger beings. Sea merchants would often appear in various sea regions to purchase treasures and spirit materials, and then hold treasure fairs at specific times to sell these items at higher prices. 2 cultivators in other sea regions. But why would these sea merchants come to Chongming Island? We shouldn't have anything they need here. At the Chongming Island dock, Lu Chai and the others were encased in heavy armor. With their faces largely hidden by helmets, they planned to bluff these orcs first, and then find a way to get some spirit materials back shortly after. A burly giant werewolf slowly approached, followed by hundreds of muscular orcs. Coming closer, Xiao Tian swept his gaze over them. Which chamber of commerce? What is your purpose? Lu Chai replied calmly. The demolition chamber. We're here to barter. We heard that Chongming Island has derivation rice. We happen to need this material. I wonder if Island Lord Xiao Tian is willing to trade. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes. You're quite well informed. My Chongming Island indeed has derivation rice. But what do you have to trade for it? Regarding sea chambers of commerce. Xiao Tian knew a fair amount. He knew that if they bought his spirit rice and sold it elsewhere, the price would certainly double or triple. So he felt an urge to make a profit, looking at the others' boxes of spirit materials. He said, the best you have here is only level 5 materials, though your equipment quality is decent. For sea merchants, this stock is a bit too poor, isn't it? Lu Chai had paid a heavy price to put this stock together. He didn't expect to be looked down upon by this big dog, he asked calmly. Island Lord Xiao Tian. Since we've traveled a long distance, a large portion of our goods has already been traded away. So these items are all we have left. How many stalks of derivation rice can we get for them? Hearing that they had traveled from afar, Xiao Tian felt it would be rude not to show some respect. Tell you what'll give you 4 stalks of origin rice. You just leave these goods here. Chai Lu quickly offered his thanks. Thank you, Island Lord. I will certainly bring even better goods to trade with you next time, my lord. Then Xiao Tian turned and walked deeper into the island. All of you, follow me. Chai Liu gestured behind him and followed with a few of his brothers. After walking for about 10 minutes, the group reached a long bridge woven from vines. Chai Lu and the others were surprised to find that inside the heart of Chongming Island, there was actually an inner island, and it contained several spiritual fields. Every single spiritual field had an ocean sun growing within it. As they walked along, Chai Lu counted them in his head. 4 in the inner island, 1 in the outer island. This tiny island actually possessed 5 spiritual fields. Just then, Xiao Tian stopped at the front and ordered his subordinates to harvest 24 stalks of origin rice. A flash of doubt crossed Chai Lu's mind. Wasn't it supposed to be for stalks? It was indeed 24. This box of goods was only worth 4 stalks of origin rice. Yet the werewolf leader, Xiao Tian, was offering a sky-high price of 24 as it turns out. He wanted their help with a bounty mission. Chai Lu hesitated for a moment. Island Lord Xiao Tian, What kind of commission do you have in mind? Xiao Tian gritted his teeth. Even mentioning it infuriated him. I won't lie to you. Chongming Island recently lost a treasure. I want to commission your demolition merchant guild to help me find it. I need to know exactly which race or faction those little thieves belong to. Chai Lu feigned composure and asked calmly. I wonder what treasure you lost, Island Lord, that you'd need the Ocean Merchant Guild to investigate. Our bounty fees are quite high, you know? Xiao Tian's hideous face contorted. He muttered, An ocean sun. Chai Lu acted profoundly shocked. What? An ocean sun? Those thieves are certainly bold to dare. Steal such a treasure at this moment. Both men were nursing their own hidden. Seeing his expression, Xiao Tian thought he had a chance. These ocean merchant guilds were powerful. Their informants were spread across many seas with their help. He would surely find the thieves. Meanwhile, Chai Lu had other plans. The thieves you're looking for are literally us. Just watch me play you for everything you've got. A moment later, Xiao Tian spoke. Is your guild willing to take this bounty? You only need to identify the race or faction responsible. As for the aftermath, I will handle it myself. Chai Lu immediately asked about the commission fee. Xiao Tian quickly handed over 24 stalks of origin rice. 4 are for your goods. The other 20 are a deposit for the bounty. Once you find the group behind this, it'll give you another 30. After accepting the quest, Chai Lu left Chongming Island. Actually, he had originally planned to use the guise of the Ocean Merchant Guild to negotiate a price, then stash all the items in his inventory during the exchange, leaving Xiao Tian with a total loss. But now, compared to just 4 stalks of origin rice, Chai Lu wanted these 50 stalks even more. Furthermore, he knew that the others' trust was built entirely on this ghost ship. A ghost ship of this level was something only members with significant influence within the Ocean Merchant Guild could possess. The next day, Chai Lu's ghost ship sailed toward the island again, leaving Xiao Tian amazed as he watched from the dock. If they hadn't found the thieves who stole the Ocean Sun, the Demolition Merchant Guild wouldn't have returned the very next day. But could they really be this fast after the group landed at the dock? Xiao Tian anxiously asked if they had found the thieves who stole his Ocean Sun. Chai Lu immediately brought forward several players who were not wearing heavy armor. Not only did I find them, I've captured them and brought them to you personally, Island Lord. Soon, a bruised and battered werewolf came forward to testify, boss. It's them. There's no mistake. They look just like the thieves from that day. They must be from the same race. Xiao Tian glared at them and spoke viciously. So you're the ones who stole the Ocean Sun, right then? He grabbed one of them by the hair. He smirked. I think you're just taking the fall. There must be someone else behind you, right? Tell me, who was the mastermind who ordered you to steal the Ocean's Sun? But the player, knowing he was immortal, shouted back instead. The mastermind is us, you sons of bitches. You killed our comrades who covered our retreat, but it was worth it. We killed your son. What was his name? Godon, right? The man's head was gripped by the werewolf leader, yet he remained defiant. It turned out that when they took advantage of the guard shift that day, they hadn't just stolen the treasure. They had also killed his son. Xiao Tian's rage was instantly ignited. He raised his hand and delivered a massive slap. Damn it, it really was you. I'll beat you into a bloody pulp first, then interrogate you about where the Ocean's Sun is. The man continued to provoke him. The Ocean's Sun. Sorry, our boss already sold it off. If you want it, go find him yourself. Xiao Tian changed his interrogation tactic. A slip of the tongue, I knew there was someone behind this. Tell me who your boss is, and I might consider letting you go. The man continued to curse. You'd better worry about your other 4 Ocean Suns first, nearby. Chai Lu was full of praise. Beautiful. That's Oscar-worthy acting. Make him think there's a huge organization behind you. He'll give you a cut of these spiritual materials later. Meanwhile, the man's words startled Xiao Tian. What's with this kid? Hayes facing death, yet he won't budge regardless of threats or bribes. Hayes, so arrogant even now, it seems the organization behind him is no joke. Xiao Tian quickly issued an order. Do you really think I have no way to deal with you? My inner island has plenty of ways to force a confession. Take them away and torture them. Then he turned to Chai Lu. The reputation of the Demolition Merchant Guild is indeed well-deserved. I am impressed. However, would you be willing to accept another commission hearing this? Chai Lu thought to himself, this idiot actually fell for it? Well-deserved reputation? As if Hayes ever heard of us before. Then, he put on a deeply thoughtful expression. To be honest, Island Lord, in order to catch these, I mobilized a vast network of our guild's informants to find clues from the smallest traces, and I went to capture them personally. Hearing this, Xiao Tian became even more anxious. He immediately offered 100 stalks of origin rice as a reward. Just find the mastermind. And I Zhao will certainly not mistreat you, seeing this. Chai Lu seized the chance to shake hands. Since you are so sincere, Island Lord, the Demolition Merchant Guild will certainly do its best. A smile appeared on Xiao Tian's face. In that case, I shall await the return of the Demolition Merchant Guild after returning to the mansion. Chai Lu found Yu Gu of the Myth Guild and told him that he had found an island full of high-grade spiritual materials, but the guardian force there was very strong. I want you to cooperate with me, well, split the rewards after it's done. But Yu Gu immediately demanded a 5,050 split. Unexpectedly, Chai Lu just turned to leave. After all, there were many guilds in Conquest Online. You didn't necessarily have to work with them. Yu Gu quickly called out to him, I agree, but how do you plan to cooperate? Chai Lu said, my plan is simple, when the time comes. You guys will play the part of the masterminds behind the theft of the Ocean Suns. Go wait at Fallen Fish Island, which we've already captured. It'll give your coordinates to Xiao Tian. He'll lead his army to corner you, meanwhile, the demolition office, and the other reinforcements I've invited will act as the main force to invade Chongming Island. We'll plunder the spirit fields while their defenses are at their weakest. Yu Yu was stunned. You invited others? Can they handle being the main force? Why don't we do it instead? Before he could finish, Zhu Chen of the Dragon Guild interrupted him. Who are you looking down on, kid? Gu Yu instantly froze. He knew that this guild master of the Dragon Guild was one of the top-tier combatants among the players. Soon after, the guild masters of the Guardian Angel and Avengers Guilds also arrived on the scene. Clearly, they all wanted a piece of the pie. Gu Yu was beyond frustrated. Damn, he called in so many people, but Chai Lu spoke up. Chongming Island's defensive strength can't be underestimated, for safety's sake. We must stay united once we take the island. Our 5 guilds will take 20 of the Ocean Suns. The demolition office gets 1 guaranteed. As for the remaining 3, the 4 of you will draw lots. Ki-sun couldn't help but interject. You already have one. Can't you show some modesty? Chai Lu looked back and glared at him. As the initiator, I naturally get preferential treatment. Whether you're in or out is up to you. Since only Chai Lu knew the location of Chongming Island, the 5 guilds quickly reached a consensus. 4 ghost ships followed the demolition ship, sailing toward Chongming Island. Chai Lu stood before Xiao Tian, claiming he had found the masterminds. He said there were tens of thousands of them, which was why he couldn't capture them this time. Xiao Tian immediately asked where they were. A mere tens of thousands in this Wangshu Sea region? The Sea King army still calls the shots here, Chai Lu told him. That the forces were currently stationed at Fallen Fish Island. Hearing this, Xiao Tian grabbed his shoulders, overly excited. He even dealt a critical hit by mistake. Thank you for the Demolition Chamber of Commerce's help. Wait for me here, once I capture the masterminds. I will deliver those 100 stalks of origin rice to you. Chai Lu wiped a trace of blood from his lip. Feigning composure, he said, right, Island Master, that force is very mysterious. Their strength is also fathomless. You should be as careful as possible. Xiao Tian's gaze sharpened. I've noticed that too. Those 3 little thieves you brought me, I used every method imaginable. Yet I couldn't force any useful information out of them. What surprised me even more is that those creatures, whatever race they are, dissipate into black mist upon death. They didn't even leave a soul behind. It's simply unbelievable. Wanting to egg him on, Chai Lu said, to ensure you capture the masterminds. Should I lend you some of my troops? Xiao Tian immediately turned away in the Wangshu Sea. Our Sea King army fears no outsider. Even a dragon has to bow down in my presence. I can handle it, he then roared. Toward the distance, guards. Mobilize the orc army to set out with me. Capture the mastermind thieves. Chai Lu couldn't help but smirk. That's it. I just wanted to trigger you. So you'd personally lead more people away. Before long, in the waters by a massive sea beast appeared, riding atop it. Xiao Tian said, Friends from the demolition chamber, wait here. I'll return immediately after capturing the masterminds. Soon, a massive orc army, mounted on whale-like sea beasts, set out toward Fallen Fish Island. Once he was sure Zhao Tian's army had vanished from sight, Chai Lu turned to an orc. Brother, could you invite us inside for a seat? But the orc shook his head repeatedly without the master's orders. No one is allowed into the inner island. Chai Lu gave a wicked smile. Are you sure? The orc answered bluntly. Of course, these are the master's rules. What's there to be sure about? As soon as he finished, the two warriors behind Qi, Liu struck simultaneously, splitting the orcs before them with their axes. Almost simultaneously, the other guilds received the signal and steered their ghost ships to provide support. As the commander of several major battles, Gui Wu yielded his command. You know the inner island best? Well, follow your lead this time. Chai Lu raised his fist toward the Sky Brothers. Wealth and glory are right at our fingertips. Charge, he led the crowd toward the inner island. The two orcs guarding the vine bridge shouted, Hurry, sound the alarm regionally. There was a garrison stationed at the vine bridge, however. Xiao Tian had mobilized so many troops that he clearly took these main forces with him. Thus, Chai Liu and his men broke through with ease. Soon, they collided with the only 300 orc patrols left on the inner island. The battle was explosive. Lai Chen stayed in the back with the 5 elements warlocks and mages to provide long-range damage. Meanwhile, Zwir and Shirley took all the assassins and fanned out on the enemy's flanks, activating Shadow Step. They looked for an opening to strike. Chai Lu led over 1,000 men in a sneak attack, breaking into the forest of the inner island and clashing with hundreds of orcs. However, every one of these orcs possessed Herculean strength for a moment. Even the skilled Tiangsha Li found it hard to hold his ground. He finally understood why the demolition office needed to gather all the major guilds of Conquest online. Fine, if that's the case, orc brother. Don't blame me for not fighting fair. He lunged straight into the orc's chest, clung to him tightly, and tackled him right off the cliff. A life for a life, I might not profit. But you're definitely taking a massive loss. This scene gave the surrounding players an epiphany. Man, I get it now, everyone. Copy his method. This is definitely the most efficient way to kill mobs. Thus, a ridiculous scene appeared on the cliff edge, trading 1 for 1 for the player camp of several thousand people. A few hundred orcs weren't nearly enough to trade after one fierce offensive. The orcs were almost entirely annihilated. Chai Lu roared toward the spirit fields. Quick! Seize the first spirit field, meanwhile. On Fallen Fish Island, Xiao Tian's army had already crushed the Myth Guild. Speak. Where have you hidden the ocean suns? Yugu, covered in wounds, looked up at the werewolf before him. This boss is too strong in less than 30 minutes. He wiped out our entire guild. Chai Lu really gave me a great job, didn't he? Right then, the communication gem on Xiao Tian's body suddenly flickered. He immediately realized the inner island was under attack, recalling the recent battle. He realized these masterminds were incredibly weak, and their numbers were nowhere near the tens of thousands the demolition chamber claimed. It was all highly irrational. He suddenly shuddered and roared at the orcs behind him. Everyone, move out. Sea beasts, return to Chongming Island immediately. We've been hit by a diversionary tactic. Zhao Tian's reaction made Juyu's expression change. How did this boss know that Chongming Island is being invaded if he was allowed to rush back now? The entire plan would likely fail. He had to find a way to stall him as long as possible. He struggled to his feet and said, Xiao Tian, don't you want to know where the ocean's suns are? I can tell you. But the opponent didn't follow the script and killed Ju on the spot with a single punch. You have been killed by Boss Howling Sky, entering a 3-hour respawn wait. Then he turned his gaze toward the other players, brandishing his sharp. Black streaks of light flashed past. The players Howling Sky had intended to torture were all killed instantly. However, Ki Sun was not killed. Instead, he was snatched up by Howling Sky. Together, they leaped onto the back of a sea beast. Ki Sun was confused. Why didn't this boss kill me? He wouldn't actually think him a dog, would he? Holy crap. Doing this will make my teammates think I've defected. Damn it, if a player defects to an NPC, do you have any idea how that makes me feel? The scene returns to Chongming Island, where the other beastmen stationed on the island were rallying once more. Both sides were locked in a total stalemate, with neither side holding a clear advantage. This gave Chai Lu a massive headache. The remaining beastmen guards had actually wised up. They stopped charging at us, and instead hunkered down completely, focusing their defense around the spirit fields. So far, we've only managed to seize one field. Of special spirit materials, if this drags on any longer, the situation will turn very much against us just then. A horn sounded in the distance. Chai Lu froze instantly. Could that be Howling Sky's army returning? The Beastman army made a powerful return to Chongming Island. Fury flickered in their eyes. Behind them, the sea. Beasts roared at the sky, seeing the enemy reinforcements. Chai Lu immediately issued orders. Everyone, scatter, follow the coordinates, and seize the spirit materials. Take whatever you can, Howling Sky is back. As his voice fell, the crowd scattered. The entire front line was instantly breached by the beastmen. The berserkers at the very front fell one after another. At the same time, a resonant wolf howl echoed over the island. Soon, 3 giant blue wolf phantoms appeared above the island lord, Howling Sky. What demolition office? What mastermind? It was all a lie. The real mastermind is that SoCal demolition office. Kill every last one of these bastards within moments. The players were completely unable to withstand the fierce assault of the Beastman army this time. One by one, they were killed and turned into black mist as they logged out. A Beastman reported to Howling Sky, "Boss, the thieves on the island have all been purged. Not a single one escaped." But Howling Sky turned around and slapped him. Purged? The spirit fields have been completely ruined by them. What's the damn point of purging them now? How did you useless trash guard Chongming Island? He knew all too well that with the spirit fields in this state, Lord Sea King will definitely not let me off, but fortunately, I accidentally caught a white phantom. This is a divine beast of heaven and earth. Eating it can increase one's cultivation. Its value is definitely not lower than an ocean's sun. I hope that by offering up this white phantom, I can gain Lord Sea King's forgiveness. Suddenly, Ki Sun spoke up. Hey, what are you looking at? When are you going to kill me already? Howling Sky was stunned. You can actually speak. Are you some kind of mutant? But Ki Sun said, we're both dogs. Hurry up and give me a quick death. Howling Sky was speechless. Who the hell is a dog? I'm a sea wolf demon, okay? Are your eyes broken? But since you can talk, do you know where those creatures hid the spirit materials? Just tell me. And he'll let you go, but the white phantom only wanted to enter his respawn cooldown quickly. Just kill me already right then. A beastman approached. Report, boss. Another large ship has arrived at the dock. They say they're members of the Ocean Merchant Guild. They've even brought Lord Sea King's token. But having been tricked once, Howling Sky didn't believe it for a second, still trying to scam me. That same trick won't work on me twice. The scene shifts to the dock. A cuttlefish monster said, Island Lord Howling Sky. I am Moyu of the Shizhou Merchant Guild, with the Sea King's permission. I've come to collect the ocean's sun. He then held out a lethe grass. The Sea King said that you were holding the ocean's sun, and that if I presented the token, you would hand it over. Please take a look. But as soon as he spoke, Howling Sky reached out and grabbed Moyu by the throat. Lifting him up slowly, you little brat. You even managed to get Lord Sea King's forget-me-not grass. You're really determined to pick every last spirit material from my Chang, aren't you? Moyu was stunned. What do you mean pick? Our Shizhou Merchant Guild paid a high price to settle this with the Sea King, and I clearly brought the token he gave me. Why want you before he could finish? The muscles in Howling Sky's right hand bulged, with a loud snap. Mo Yu's neck was instantly snapped. First, it was the demolition office. Now, it's the Shizhou Merchant Guild. You're quite clever. With one scam after another, you really want to see me dead, don't you? This cuttlefish monster from the Shigo Merchant Guild intended to use the Sea King's token to collect the treasure. Who could have guessed Island Lord Howling Sky would mistake him for a rebel and snap his neck with one hand? He even issued an order to kill all the merchants who had come with him. Leave no one alive soon. A giant blue wolf phantom slammed into the merchant ship. Instantly snapping the entire ghost ship in half, the scene shifts to Lu Wu. According to the statistics, the players plundered a total of 428 stalks of origin rice. In one ocean sun this time, despite such a massive harvest, Lu Wu also spent over 200,000 soul coins to buy them back. However, Hayes still a bit short of turning back into a human. Bailey told him not to worry. Take a look at this analysis thread a player posted. On the game forum, although it looks quite absurd, on second thought, it actually makes quite a bit of sense on the game forum. A tech geek posted an analysis thread on the value of soul coins. The gist was that, based on the appreciation rate of the game's soul coins, once the game blows up globally in the future, it might evolve into a stable, appreciating global currency. This currency could then be exchanged for any country's money once this post was up. It immediately sparked a heated discussion among players. They initially wanted to argue against it, but realizing they weren't smart enough, they could only reply with 666. Seeing this post, Lu Wu was speechless. It seems the player's thirst for soul coins is indeed terrifying. And I've also discovered a bug, that is, in our game. There is no mature soul coin trading protection system, so, Zhao Li, hurry up and build one. We'll just charge a one transaction fee. Bailey nodded. Lu Wu, the transaction fee is the main point, right? Don't underestimate that one, with such a high volume of trades. It'll be a massive harvest every single day, just then. Lua's phone suddenly rang. It was Mong Mangan calling. When he picked up, Mong Mangan's voice came through. Dog Dad, we here at Shark Broadcasting have already entered the tournament preparation phase. You over there? Can start on the early promotional work. I'll notify you once everything on my end is ready. Lu Wu said politely. All right, thanks for your hard work. Mom Mung, however, after hanging up, Lu Wu was left speechless by Bayless gaze. Hurry up and roll out the tournament promo CG in the promotional CG for this game update. The camera pans over a brown-soiled Gobi desert, showing 100 majestic cities, burning incessantly in raging flames. Then, the camera zooms out to a high-angle shot. A man played by Lu Wu sits upon a throne, leaning on a colossal sword. Born to achieve greatness and slay on the battlefield. He who slays millions across the fields is the hero among heroes, this supreme throne. Will there be a place for you, as his voice fades? Banners of various colors are raised atop the 100 cities, snapping in the wind amidst the swirling yellow sand. The requirements for the first 100-city guild hegemony tournament are displayed to the players, along with the tournament rules. This event also removes the 3-hour respawn timer, changing it to a 10-minute respawn at the center of the map. In this tournament, the guild that emerges as the hegemon of the 100 cities will receive 3,000 soul coins, and a unique red title, 100 City Elite. Equipping the title grants bonus EXP, and extra dungeon entry attempts on the final notice. It also states that this event will be live-streamed and cast by our partner, the Shark Tournament platform. The man had white hair, yet his face looked exceptionally. He looked at the Ghost Kings and Ghost Generals bowing below and let out a soft sigh. He waved for them to withdraw once all his subordinates had left. He pressed the golden scepter beside the throne. I've been planning this meticulously for so long. The final moment is finally upon us. But before that, I should go see her first, as the secret chamber opened. A woman in tattered clothes appeared, bound by numerous iron chains. The man said flatly, "I'm ready, and putting everything on the line this time. If I succeed, it'll set you free. We'll have a wonderful future ahead of us." But the woman's expression was complicated, though you've planned for 10,000 years. You are no longer the same Kung Su who sought power for the sake of power. So you are destined to fail, after all. You were never meant to sit on this throne. Hearing this, Lord Kang Su immediately pinched her face. You wench. You wench? Why must you degrade yourself? Is this how you repay me? But the woman replied, if not for my sacrifice, how would there be a Lord Kang Su? How would there be a master of this vast land if my lips hadn't been tasted by 10,000? How could you be the king worshipped by 10,000? Those simple words caused Lord Kang Zu's heart to ache. Everything you've done for me. I remember it all, but have been a blade in others' hands my whole life. This time, I will be the one wielding the blade. Even if I'm crushed to pieces and my soul is scattered. After saying this, he turned and left. The woman shed silent tears. She whispered, transcendence is so difficult. If you fail, I will simply follow you in death. On the other side, Bailey was carefully flipping through a book, mumbling to herself, no way, no way. Luwu couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? After a long silence, Bailey replied with a serious face, someone wants to defy the heavens. Luwu looked dazed. Defy the heavens? What do you mean? Bailey pointed upward. Since you've started cultivating. There's no harm in telling you a few things. Do you know what lies in the sky? Luwu was puzzled. The stars, the moon, or the sun? But Bailey told him to be serious. Do you remember the first time we met? What you promised me, Luwu began to reminisce. Thinking back to that day, he said, are you talking about the time I said I'd borrow troops from Qin Shi Huang to attack the Underworld, Bay? Li got quite angry, no. Back then, you asked me if I wanted to help you. To be your right hand, you said. Once we finished with the Underworld, we'd take on the heavenly realm and become the rulers of the three realms. Luwu had just been joking at the time. Wait, does the heavenly realm actually exist? Bailey nodded firmly. Since the Underworld exists, and there are cultivators in the mortal world, naturally there is a heavenly realm. Do you remember when you asked me where all the Earth immortals from the mortal world went? I pointed to the sky. I actually meant the heavenly realm back then. Luwu pressed further. Then what do you mean by defying the heavens? Is someone actually planning to attack the heavenly realm? Bailey shook her head. I don't know what his goal is, or even who he is. But since he activated the rune, it signifies that he has become a member of the Anti-Heaven Alliance. Luwu started to freak out. Wait. It seems I also got that rune that lets me travel between yin and yang. Oh my god, am I a member of the Anti-Heaven Alliance too? Bailey explained. Of course not. Your rune was merged into the war artifact long ago. The rune has become a part of the artifact itself. So naturally, you don't have the mark of the Anti-Heaven Alliance. Luwu finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I thought I was about to go to war with all the gods and Buddhas. My poor heart almost skipped a beat, then Bayless's expression turned mischievous. She smiled and said, however, your ancestor was once a member of the Anti-Heaven Alliance. His ancestor was a member of the Anti-Heaven Alliance because the Heavenly Tao was unfair. That's why he joined such an underdog organization millions of years ago. The Heavenly, Mortal, and Underworld realms were the three major realms supporting the world. The most powerful was the mortal realm. Every century, geniuses would attain enlightenment through cultivation. Becoming Earth immortals, there were even several human sovereigns who suppressed and were peerless. That was the true golden age of cultivation. In the mortal world, everyone was like a dragon, drinking deeply of the world's spiritual energy. It was the strongest power in the three realms. But do you know why spiritual energy is so scarce in the mortal world now? Making cultivation so difficult, it's because those celestials realized that if they didn't curb the mortal realm's growth, it would eventually rule all three realms. So they did something despicable. They dispatched powerful beings into the underworld to seal the spiritual energy passage from the underworld to the mortal realm, the gates of reincarnation. As spiritual energy grew thinner, many Earth immortals in the mortal realm naturally noticed and went to the underworld to investigate personally. However, the despicable celestials were prepared. They disguised themselves as underworld experts to intercept the investigation, and the Earth immortals who came were all slaughtered in the underworld. The process was complicated, so I won't go into details anyway because of this. A world-shaking, epoch-defining war broke out between the mortal and underworld realms. This war nearly tore the entire underworld apart, if not for several underworld emperors. Invoking the 6 paths of reincarnation at the last moment, the underworld might have been wiped out completely. The great mistake was already made. By the time the truth was discovered, it was too late. The gods of the heavenly realm were like chess players, calculating every single move, and at that very moment, the true mastermind behind the scenes appeared. The first thing they did was sever the heavenly gate, blocking the mortal realm's other source of spiritual energy. By this stage, even if the heavenly realm's plot was discovered, what of it, after the Great War? The mortal realm had also lost a massive amount of its fighting force, and could no longer stand against the heavens. Furthermore, the heavenly realm even cut off their hope of rising again through cultivation. With both sources of spiritual energy severed, as the mortal realm could never return to its former glory. It became even more impossible for a peerless powerhouse like the human emperor to be born again. After that, the spiritual energy in the human realm withered away. This triggered countless wars over resources, and the cultivation factions eventually reached their end. They gradually faded from public view after hearing Baylis's explanation. Lu Wu became even more confused. Then why did you say before that those earth immortals went to the heavens? Bailey muttered, under the great terror of spiritual depletion. Some earth immortals chose to betray the human race and join the heaven realm. They became dogs of the heavens. As for the other earth immortals who refused to live in disgrace, they headed to the outer realms to seek an opportunity for the revival of humanity. Lu Wu continued to ask, what about the human emperors? Aren't they as eternal as the heavens? Where did they go? But Bailey said, I've told you everything I can. You shouldn't know what comes next. Listening further won't do you any good because your soul strength is too weak? You simply can't handle the secret then. She leaned in close to Lu Wu's ear. But I'll tell you one thing, if you want to become the ruler. Then behind the immortal realm, Lu Wu, who was listening intently, suddenly shuddered and collapsed on the sofa, wailing in pain. He felt waves of stabbing pain in his soul, as if a brush covered in sharp thorns was sweeping over him again and again. So Zhao Li wasn't lying to me. Knowing too much will definitely get me killed. Just by hearing the secret behind the immortal realm, he immediately felt a wave of soul-piercing pain. But Bailey had another secret she was ready to share. Lu Wu immediately interrupted her. No need. If it's a secret, then please keep it to yourself. Curiosity. Killed the cat, I don't want to die over some gossip. Bailey nodded. All right then. But don't worry too much. Just focus on making the game. You have to understand that what you control now is the most talented human race in the 3 realms, a race that once terrified the heavens. With the help of the war artifact, your future can shake the heavens. So you don't need to fear any faction, Lu Wu. Continue to ask about defying the heavens. Bailey stated it should be some faction in the underworld, although she wasn't sure what they planned to do. You'd better stop this dangerous behavior. The current strength of the human and underworld realms cannot contend with the heavens, nor can they withstand a major war. His idea is far too naive. Not only is it destined to fail, but it will also drag down the other 2 realms. Then what should I do? Bailey replied. If he wants to defy the heavens, he'll surely rely on the yin marks to come to the human world and look for an opportunity. The moment he passes through the 6 paths of reincarnation, he'll be able to sense it. He'll let you know then, and help you come up with a plan. Meanwhile, at the bone burial grounds in the underworld, after the earth-shattering battle between the evil god and Hanba, this resting place for the dead had been reduced to ruins. At this moment, the silhouette of a player was walking across the cracked earth. Thanks to the collateral damage from the battle between the evil god and Hanba, a lot of ancient souls were killed. That's why I have so many ancient soul remains to scavenge. He then pulled an ancient book from his inventory. This is a treasure my grandfather left me in the real world. I didn't expect that after inputting its contents into the game. It would be perfectly replicated. My grandfather was a cultivator. That's why I'm different from most young people. I believe there are gods watching over us. In my memory, Grandpa was very eccentric and antisocial. He spent his whole life at the mass grave behind the village. where he built a small thatched hut. He wouldn't leave unless there was a family emergency. However, once when I went back to the village to visit, Grandpa completely shocked me during the summer vacation that year. Grandpa didn't know ID come to see him yet. ID left my parents far behind. I intended to sneak up and scare him, but as I got closer, I realized Grandpa was actually holding several severed limbs and was gesturing excitedly with them. I thought Grandpa had murdered someone, but soon, those limbs actually joined together to form a corpseman over 2 meters tall. Just then, a fierce glint flashed in Grandpa's eyes. He realized someone was hiding in the shadows and immediately commanded the corpseman to pounce in my direction. Just as those dark fingernails were only a few centimeters away from me, Grandpa stopped the corpseman just in time. Still, I burst into tears from the fright. It was because of that experience that I realized my grandfather was no ordinary man. Grandpa told me that his lineage were once cultivators of the corpse spirit sect, mastering secret techniques like corpse illusion, corpse awakening, and corpse assembly. As a child, I didn't understand a thing and thought Grandpa was a superhero. I even wanted to learn cultivation from him to become a superhero as strong as he was. However, no matter how much I begged or what tricks I tried, Grandpa steadfastly refused to teach me, that is, until I turned 18. I had just started university when I received news that Grandpa was critically ill and wanted to see me one last time. I rushed over from another city when I saw him. Grandpa's face was ashen, like a dying tree about to rot. He radiated an aura of impending death. Grandpa said to me, "Xiao He, this is why I wouldn't let you cultivate. I didn't want you to follow me. Down this path of no return, you must pay a price for everything you desire. Now you've seen the consequences. As for the answers you've always wanted, you've hidden them beneath the thatched hut. You're an adult now. It's up to you to choose. This time Grandpa won't stop you." After saying that, Grandpa closed his eyes and passed away. Later, while I was sorting through Grandpa's belongings in the hut at the mass grave, I found this book, Secret Records of the Corpse Spirit Sect. I followed Grandpa's warning and never practiced the sect's secret techniques. But yesterday, I discovered something strange in this game. Yesterday, while my team and I were exploring the Hell Path dungeon, I noticed a fiery red orb at the bottom left of the elite monster's corpse fire. In the ancient records of the Corpse Spirit Sect, this is called the Blood Orifice Trial, a weak point intentionally left by the refiner. And I actually succeeded in killing the monster by attacking that vent, since I can't cultivate in reality. There shouldn't be any problem trying it out in the game, right? If this game is truly that advanced. Then I can consider this as inheriting Grandpa's legacy in another form. He used the ancestral secret manual to piece together a corpse, but he still couldn't wake it up, just as he was about to give up. A game notification rang in his ear, so my guess was correct. There really is a hidden Easter egg, although my original goal was to become a cursed disciple. To inherit Grandpa's legacy, I have to give this a try. Soon, a server-wide announcement popped up. Congratulations to player Huhi for creating a new class. Hidden Easter egg found. Reward, 500 bound soul coins. As soon as the announcement appeared, the players across the entire server went wild. Creating a new class was something no one had even dared to imagine. A corpse refiner is a death walker who can create new life within soulless bodies. A powerful corpse refiner can master techniques such as corpse severing, corpse control, awakening, transfusing, assembling, refining, spirit parasitism, and spirit feedback, among many other dark abilities. Seeing this class description on the panel, he knew he had made the right gamble. This class was incredibly strong. No matter how low my level is, as long as I can get the bodies of the strong and successfully refine them, I can totally kill enemies way above my level. But do I have to walk the path of grave robbing and excavating tombs to find strong corpses from now on? That's so unethical, but whatever. It's just a game anyway. Let me try out my class abilities first. Soon, thin wisps of black mist appeared over the remains. Then a faint flame flickered on the skull. It was a corpse soldier. This was a failed refinement product, pieced together from the remains of 3 types of creatures: gray bone-edged, bone crusher warrior, and and Lu Walker. Seeing this, who he shouted excitedly, it worked. From this day forward, I'll be the game's gravedigger. I'll search for the corpses of the powerful and make myself a powerhouse right after that big battle. Shana's dog head is still hanging on the city gate. If I steal it, wouldn't that be the best material? I can piece together a body later. Maybe I can refine an extremely powerful corpse spirit. Soon, after a 5-day wait, the long-awaited 100 cities hegemony finally kicked off. A total of 881 guilds and over 630,000 players participated. As the host Fang Ping finished speaking, the Underworld mansion scene appeared on the big screen. Server-wide announcement to all guild players registered for the 100 cities hegemony. Please note, teleportation starts in 30 seconds. Please get ready. Following the game prompt, the players already waiting in the Underworld mansion all turned into streaks of white light and vanished. In the central area of the hegemony map, as the white lights appeared, all the participants gathered right here. Wugoi was amazed. For such a massive number of players to appear on one map at the same time, the server didn't even lag. Conquest Online really doesn't disappoint. He then issued a command: Avengers Guild, assemble, open the in-game map, and find Beiqi City. But Li Tiangsha said, "This isn't good, Brother Wu. There are 33 cities each in the east, south, and west of the hegemony map. But there's only one city in the north, Beiqi City. With it being so conspicuous, everyone's going to fight over it, right?" Before long, the game prompt appeared again. Safe time is over. The battle has officially begun. Rush toward the peak of glory. Indeed, this was a game tournament with 630,000 players online simultaneously. Guildmaster Chai Lu directly activated a team-wide speed buff skill. Seeing their speed surge, Reckless Wong was stunned. They're heading north. I didn't expect a skill like that to exist. On the other side, Yu Gu of the Myth Guild also gave an order. All members, drink up. As he spoke, the guild members all swallowed haste potions bought from the shop. Reckless Wong grumbled. Everyone's popping potions. How much money are they whaling on this? Beside him, Shirley looked at the guildmaster. Master, some are using hacks, some are whaling. You've got to think of something. Hearing this, Chen Zhu looked calm on the outside, but he was panicking inside. What can I do? We're all regular working-class people here. Compared to those guilds, we're the poorest. The battle for Beiqi City was the most intense. 38 guilds were already heading north. The remaining 21 guilds had all been recruited beforehand to help one of the major factions win. After about 10 minutes of sprinting, the majestic Beiqi City appeared before them. Yu Gu, the first to reach the gates, immediately commanded his guild members to launch a fierce assault. The demolition office arrived a step late. This is inhuman. Myth actually whaled their way ahead of us. Brothers, ram our way in, Yu Gu immediately ordered. Rear guard, hold them off. Just 5 minutes, and the vanguard can take the city. Doggy, heal the teammates. But just then, an arrow interrupted Ki Sun's healing and triggered an explosion. Ki Sun cursed, "Holy crap, who's the bastard firing from the shadows? Lucky I have the White Phantom inheritance and high HP." But as soon as he spoke, the power of the Obliteration Master erupted. It instantly killed Ki Sun in midair. Yu Gu was heartbroken. Doggy, you can't die. You're our raid's main healer. At this moment, Wu Gui patted Li Lin, who was putting away his longbow. Good job, since Myth took the initiative and formed a defensive barrier at the gate. Our common enemy is Myth. Yu Gu's expression suddenly turned savage. Cold arrows one after another. Don't blame me for getting rough. Hey brothers from those 6 guilds, the Infernal Affairs Act is over. Time to show your cards and strike. Chai Liu immediately sensed something was wrong. What the hell, you guilds? Didn't we agree you'd help us take the city? What's the meaning of this? The others replied, Sorry, we didn't want to betray you either, but Myth offered us too much to refuse. The massive battle was about to erupt. Chai Liu immediately issued orders. All brothers in the safe zone, rush back to support once you reach. Everyone else, group up, carve out a path. We're definitely taking Beiqi City. Yu Gu thought to himself, even with 6 allied guilds helping, Myth is still under extreme pressure. The city's defense value is already down to half. We can't fail now. I have to find a way to stall those 6 guilds. Ling Tian pick off their damage dealers, relieve the pressure on the front line. Luo Ling Tian was the runner-up in the archery trial, possessing genuine, formidable archery skills. He wasn't a lucky amateur like Chen Ni. With every flame arrow he fired, the key damage-dealing mages in the enemy backline were instantly killed. Chai Lu immediately flipped him off. Don't let him keep picking off our ranged mages. Assassins, go now. Soon, several stealthy assassins suddenly appeared before him. Luo, Ling Tian, I'll be taking your head. The man had obtained the sun-chasing inheritance, becoming the server's #2 archery expert. Facing the ambush of several skilled assassins, he used a slide to dodge all lethal strikes. Then, spinning around, he activated the skill, sun-chasing scattershot. Instantly, he riddled those assassins with holes. His mobile damage style made it impossible for them to pin him down. His formidable sniping ability left the spectators outside in awe. This is the true #1 in the archery trial. So badass Chen, they really can't compare. But just then, an arrow suddenly appeared from the front, but it didn't seem to be aimed at him. It landed 3 meters away from him. Luo Ling Tian instantly activated Eagle Eye. His vision expanded, allowing him to manually adjust his focus and zoom. He soon spotted Chen, the server's archery trial champion, sprinting toward him with a longbow in hand. Luo Ling Tian's eyes were full of disdain. I pride myself on my extraordinary skills, yet I lost to Chen the last time. If Head beaten me with actual skill, that'd be fine, but Hei's just a whatever-happens archer. But the Myth Guild offered way too much. The Great War is about to break out. Lu Chai immediately issued the order, after all the brothers in the safe zones respawn. Come to support us immediately. The rest of you, gather together. Carve out a path. We are definitely taking this North 7 city. You thought to himself, although 6 allied guilds are already assisting. Our Myth Guild is currently facing the fierce assaults of so many other guilds. The pressure is still immense. The city defense value is already dropped below half. We must not fail at the last moment. I have to find a way to stall the other 6 guilds. Ling Tian sniped their damage dealers. Try to help reduce the pressure on the front line as much as possible. Luo Ling Tian was the runner-up in the archery trial and possesses truly formidable archery skills. He is definitely not a guy who relies on luck like the Chen, with one flaming arrow after another. He shot several main damage-dealing mages in the enemy backline, killing them instantly. Lu Chai immediately raised his middle finger. Don't let him keep killing our long-range mages. Assassins, go soon. Several assassins who had approached in stealth suddenly appeared in front of him. Mulin Tian, I'll be taking your head. The man obtained the Chasing Sun legacy and became the second-rank swordsmanship expert in the server. Facing the sneak attack of several skilled assassins, he dodged all fatal attacks with a single slide. Immediately after, he turned around and activated the skill, Sun-Chasing Scattershot. He instantly riddled those assassins with holes. His mobile damage dealing made it impossible for the assassin players to accurately locate his position again. His powerful sniping ability left the spectators outside the field in awe. This is the real #1 of the archery trial. Hei's truly impressive. The Chen really can't compare, but just then, an arrow suddenly emerged from ahead, but it didn't seem to be aimed at him. It actually landed 3 meters away from him. Mulin Tian suddenly activated his Eagle Eye skill. His visual capability was enhanced, allowing him to adjust the focal length of his pupils. He soon saw the Chen, holding a longbow and sprinting toward him. Who was ranked first in the server-wide archery trial, Mulin Tian's eyes were full of disdain. I pride myself on my extraordinary swordsmanship, yet I lost to the Chen last time. If he had won by real strength, I could accept it, but he just happens to be a purely luck-based swordsman. I, Mulin Qin, refuse to accept this loss. It's a disgrace to my pride as an archer. Seeing the arrow coming, the Chen, who was rushing from a distance, decisively activated a slide. He narrowly dodged the shot. Mulin Qin wasn't surprised by this. After all, the sliding ability of this class was specifically designed for dodging skills. You'll want be so lucky this time, you'll predict the distance of your slide. But this time, The Chen stood frozen in place, and the arrow landed directly in front of him. Inside, the Chen was panicking. Holy crap, that came out so fast. I didn't even have time to react to that Good thing he missed. Mulin was instantly stunned. What? He didn't use slide this time. Did he just outplay my outplay? While he was distracted, the Chen suddenly appeared above Mulin. He smashed his longbow right into his face. System. Target stunned by skill. Target entered a 1-second stun. This notification left Mulin baffled. Isn't that a skill for melee classes? Why would an archer learn that? Before he could figure it out, the back of his head was struck hard by the Chen again. Immediately after, the Chen used his slide skill to charge at Mulin. You think you're the only one who can slide? Take this chaotic face-mashing flurry. Accompanied by a frenzy of red damage numbers, the arrogant Mulin was actually beaten into a pulp. The Chen gave him no room to breathe. He strangled him directly with the bowstring. Ever heard the saying that archers have always loved melee? I've pushed the usage of this weapon to its absolute limit. Now, die. Soon, Mulin's HP bar was emptied, and he turned into a beam of white light. As he vanished from sight, the Chen smiled calmly. As expected of the server's #1 sun-chasing archer, this scene left the entire audience speechless. An archer who doesn't need arrows, relying instead on smashing faces with his bow. This playstyle shattered many players' understanding of the game, however. At that moment, the gates of Betrayal City were violently breached by the Myth Guild. Gu, you gave the order. Warriors, keep holding the line. Everyone else, get into the city and capture the flag. Congratulations to the Myth Guild for occupying Betrayal City. You have obtained a 5-minute safety protection period. Guild respawn point changed to Betrayal City. Please select the flag to represent your guild.
Ow.
In the eyes of the players outside, a golden flag slowly rose from Betrayal City. Lu Chai couldn't help but curse. In the end, the Pedawin players still beat us to it. A player assisting the Myth Guild spoke up. Brothers, since the Myth Guild has taken the city, and they have 5 minutes of protection, let's call a ceasefire for now. But Wu Goi didn't care, brothers, since we have nothing else to do for these 5 minutes. How about we clean out these 6 guilds that turned on us? Lu Chai agreed. Kill them. Kill them all. I don't care which of our guilds eventually takes the city. But first, let's slaughter these traitors. As soon as he said that, the players from the 6 defecting guilds turned pale with fear. Wait, mercy. Big bosses. This 100-city hegemony war, after 5 hours of bitter fighting, the total player death count had reached a staggering 5.32 million. Countless weapons and armor sets were damaged. The gear repair costs, in the shop alone, reached a terrifying 500,000 soul coins. Other consumed items like various potions were beyond counting. The flags of these 100 cities had been raised over 3,000 times in total, on average, every hour. The city flags were swapped more than 10 times now, with only 1 hour left. The situation was bound to become even more intense. At this moment, Guyu was staring blankly from the city wall, because the Bachi city beneath his feet had already been snatched by other guilds several times. It hadn't been easy to take it back. No one could guarantee that they could take it again if they lost it to another siege. So, he passed down an order. Tell everyone not to worry about wasting potions. Keep your health full. Defend Betrayal City to the death. There isn't much time left until the event ends. However, the Demolition Office Guild soon launched another offensive. Everyone, wedge formation. It'll be the tip, archers, fire from behind. Kill our way in, as his voice fell. The well-coordinated guild members quickly gathered behind Lu Chai. They formed an offensive line like a sharp blade. This formation sacrificed 200 million defense points, but its advantage was significantly increasing the frontline damage output almost simultaneously. Lu Chai activated a group buff skill, Sea of War. With the help of healing and haste, the Demolition Office Guild exploded with unprecedented power. They forcibly tore a hole right through the Myth Guild's defensive line. This sudden raid was too unexpected. You hadn't anticipated such a fierce assault. Everyone, gather with me in the city center. We must protect the guild flag at all costs. Chug all your recovery potions like crazy. All guild expenses for today will be covered by me, Gu. Soon, all members of the Myth Guild formed a massive circle at the critical moment. A figure suddenly descended from the sky, blocking the front of the... In an instant, he blew back the demolition office members and over a dozen others who were about to collide with them. This person was none other than Lu Zan, the guild master of Heaven Cleaver Brothers. Kill them all with me. While breaking the Myth Guild's line, he also blocked the demolition office's advance. He wanted to plant his flag before any other guild could just then. Several other defensive lines of the Myth Guild were also torn apart. Wu Gua. The Zhuir and other guilds also charged into the central area. The 6 guilds instantly erupted into a final chaotic melee. The scene before him left Gil, you stunned. Damn it, there are no allies this time. Everywhere I look, there are only enemy guilds. Can we really hold out? As the battle grew more heated, a monk suddenly appeared. Boss Liu, let this old man clear the way for you. Go take the flag. He slammed his staff onto the ground, and overwhelming ghosts emerged from the earth. They instantly formed a swirling ghost whirlwind that swept forward. It forcibly carved a path through the crowd. This left a bewildered Lu Chai even more dazed. He turned and bowed to Qiming. Thank you so much. Then, the gems on his body lit up simultaneously, and he pounced forward like a fierce tiger. Qiming finally activated his ghost beast power. The battle between the 2 cultivator players began once again. Just now, Lu Chai exploded with extreme speed, rushing toward the city flag, but a figure suddenly flickered into existence, and a scarlet spirit sword slashed down fiercely, knocking Lu Chai back in a single blow. Then, Aogian's figure hovered in midair, blocking Lu Chai's path. I am here. Who dares to pass? It turned out that the Myth Guild had provided Aogian with a massive amount of materials to nourish his spirit swords. So, in this final struggle, this master of swordsmanship finally made his appearance. Lu Chai slumped on the ground. Feeling that things were going south, it's over. It's over. Isn't this that level 0 op cheater from before, with him guarding? We'll never break through, no matter what. However, at that moment, Qiming stood in front of Lu Chai. I am your opponent. Lu Chai was overjoyed. Great! We have an op monster on our side too. Now it's a battle of the broken characters. Hujian frowned. He recognized Qiming. It's you, my former defeated opponent, Qiming chuckled. It is indeed this old man. Victory and defeat are ever-changing. This time, you might not necessarily defeat me. As soon as he finished speaking, Qiming activated his ghost beast power, his stature growing taller. Muscles bulged on his arms. Qiming's skin was covered in pitch black, like a black demon statue, yet Aogian remained unfazed. He formed sword fingers again, and 9 spirit swords instantly circled his body. The 2 cultivators clashed hidden. This time Qiming had also obtained a legacy. Naturally, he didn't fear Aogian under his command. The manifested phantoms rapidly swarmed toward Aogian, seeing them coming. Aogian swung the crimson sword in his hand, sweeping out a wave of sword light. The phantoms were instantly cut down. Then, with a flash of his body, he lunged at Qiming, but Qiming didn't back down either. His right fist smashed down, colliding with Aogian. A swordsman not using his sword, are you looking down on this old man? This time relying on the double stat boost, Qiming crushed Aogian in terms of strength. Aogian was knocked back over 10 meters, his face full of shock and doubt. How he actually managed to overpower me in melee strength. This scene was captured directly by the tournament's live stream. The audience below erupted into a frenzy. A melee mage. This is too insane. Hayes even fiercer than that melee archer Chen. On the other side, Lu Chai took the opportunity to sprint toward the flag. The entire assassin squad activated stealth. Ignore your other teammates. Just take the hits for me. I'm taking that flag. The demolition office's tactic was undoubtedly a success by sacrificing all their combat power. And leaving only the vanguard squad, they once again bypassed the front lines. They launched their final charge at the flag, but just then, in the area less than 10 meters away, a ball of burning dark flame appeared. It was Yugu, activating his legacy ability, Evil Song. A single horn slowly grew from his forehead. His body expanded at a visible rate, turning into a three-turtle crimson giant in the blink of an eye. His strength increased significantly, with a horn growing from his head. His body continued to swell rapidly within moments. He had become a crimson giant 7 or 8 meters tall, yet Lu Chai didn't retreat. Instead, he channeled his power runes and struck out. The flag was right in front of him if he could just break through. He could successfully capture it, unfortunately. The gap in their strength was massive. Lu Chai was quickly sent flying with a single punch. Yu Chai, you can't break through. Yu Chai steadied himself after being knocked back. He launched another attack on Yu Gu. I can break through. Seeing this, Yu Gu activated. Bloodburn. Crimson flames surged up, instantly enveloping and burning Liu Chai after pushing him back again. Yu Gu turned to instruct his guild members, "Ill-handle Liu Chai. You guys block the others. There are only 25 minutes left." Liu Chai struggled to his feet and said to the Crimson Giant, "Yu Gu, I admit you're strong, but in a Wu no Yun, you're no good. Ever heard of thunder?" Looking at his confident face, Yuji suddenly found it a bit laughable. Thunder I've honestly never heard of. He raised his fist and suddenly lunged at Liu Chai. But this time, Liu Chai stopped trying to match him in raw strength. He stepped aside, dodging Yu Gus's heavy punch almost simultaneously. The rubies on Liu Chai's body began to glow. Your weakness is in your lower left abdomen. Then, he landed a fierce uppercut right in Yu Gus's gut. Caught off guard, Yuji stumbled and reeled back several steps. He thought he had just been careless. I need to keep my cool. There's no way hell hit me a second time. He swung at Liu Chai again, but Liu Chai was unexpectedly agile. With a quick slide, he dodged the attack again. Then, he leaped into the air and threw a left hook, smashing it into Yu Gus's face. You're full of openings. Your right side defense is weak. Refusing to believe it, Yu Gu scrambled up. He roared and attacked again, but to his surprise, Liu Chai could predict his every punch and counterattack at the perfect moment. Before long, Yu Gu was completely on the defensive, helpless against Liu Chai's flurry of punches. He was getting pummeled, facing those vicious techniques. You just suddenly remembered someone. You said you're Thunder. The king who once dominated an era of combat, Thunder, Liu Chai, didn't deny it. In this game, you're the first to know this secret. So, whatever tricks you've got left, bring 'em on. In a duel, you're no match. This time, Yuju didn't argue. Instead, a fire lit in his eyes. I didn't expect you to be a real-life fighting king. Too bad we're in a game. I still have my final trump card. Then he activated Evil Child's Gaze. Anyone who met his eyes would be eroded by negative emotions, suffering from confusion and weakness. Caught off guard, Liu Chai was instantly affected. His eyes went dull. Standing frozen, you are under the Evil Child's Gaze debuff. This gaze belonged to a malevolent child. Those who looked into it would inevitably be overwhelmed by negativity. Liu Chai had looked by accident and froze on the spot as all his negative emotions flooded his mind. In his evil song form, Yu Gu took the chance to land a punch. Maybe in reality you're a heavy hitter, but in this game, you're just going to stand there and take it? The battle shifted in an instant in this final stage. The audience's emotions went through a roller coaster just when they thought Yu would win. Liu Chai had shown his prowess, only for Yu Gu to unleash a killing move at the last second. Turning the tables again, now Liu Chai lay on the ground. His mind in a mess, images that made him angry began to surface. Memories of grief and despair. His parents had abandoned him when he was left to fend for himself. Liu Chai was extremely rebellious, roaming the streets with other kids his age. He fought and stole often. His childhood was undeniably dark. He was frequently sent to juvenile detention and was seen by everyone as a piece of human trash. Back then, Liu Chai thought his life would just be a series of failures, just scraping by to survive. But then, one day, he met an old man who changed his fate. It was the day he had just been released from detention. It was raining and starving. He went to a supermarket to steal. but he accidentally bumped a shelf, making a noise that the owner heard. Faced with the old man coming to check, Lu Chai's eyes turned fierce. He spun around and threw a punch at him. The blow landed, sending the old man reeling back while clutching his chest. But to Lu Chai's surprise, the old man didn't call the police. Instead, he signaled for Lu Chai to calm down and handed him some food from the shelf. That was the first time they met. After learning about Lu Chai's history, the old man said something that Lu Chai would never forget. "Let me adopt you." The old man's appearance was like a ray of light in the dark, illuminating the Lu Chai who had been curled up in the shadows from then on. The old man treated him like a son, and the once taciturn Lu Chai. He also became more cheerful through his constant interactions with the old man. But the environment Liu Chai grew up in had instilled a deep sense of inferiority in him. Even after he started school, he still couldn't fit in. Getting mocked and then beating the crap out of whoever mocked him was what Lu Chai did most often at school. Finally, under the collective petition of many parents, he was advised to withdraw from school. Even though the old man pleaded again and again, the outcome remained unchanged. Lu Chai still clearly remembers the old man's shaky figure. Every time he walked in and out of the principal's office, he thought the old man would be furious when they got home, but the old man just kindly patted his shoulder. "Don't look down on yourself. You have a talent that others don't." Young Lu Chai lowered his head, completely confused by the old man's words. In Lu Chai's own eyes, aside from being fierce and aggressive, he was good for nothing. But the old man smiled and said, "Become a fighter. It'll teach you." The boy had been abandoned by his parents at a young age. Living on the streets, he often fought with other children and stole things. Because of this, being sent to juvenile detention was a frequent occurrence. But one day he met an old man who changed his fate. Not only did he adopt the boy, but he also taught him how to box. It turned out the old man was a former fighter who had retired due to injury. The greatest regret of his life was that he could no longer step onto the fighting stage. Coincidentally, Lu Chai had possessed incredible strength since childhood, and he was peerless among his peers. Because of this, he could resolutely face high-intensity training in the old man's eyes. He was a natural-born fighting genius when he was 15. After years of rigorous training, Lu Chai finally, with the old man's support, registered for amateur fighting competitions. His fierce, storm-like boxing style made him a young prodigy in the eyes of others over the next 3 years. He went on to win 3 gold medals in the amateur masters tournaments. That was how he earned the name Thunder as his fame grew. Lu Chai's life gradually improved, but back then the old man wasn't by his side. He became deeply mired in that world of vanity with no one to guide him. Finally, after 5 months, without any training, he entered a professional fighting match. Unsurprisingly, his first match ended in a crushing defeat. For his second match, Lu Chai stepped into the ring under immense psychological pressure. Just as the outside world speculated, he suffered another crushing defeat. The third and fourth matches were all losses. By the 5th match, his contract was terminated before he even stepped out. His career was over. At that time, the media was filled with negative news about him. This caused Lu Chai immense suffering, and the blow left him utterly demoralized. However, the bad news didn't stop there. A few days later, Lu Chai received more devastating news. The old man had caught an illness and was in emergency care. He rushed back. When he finally saw the white-haired old man, he had already passed away. Until the very end, he didn't get to see his father figure one last time. For the first time in his life, he cried. It felt like this world no longer held anything worth staying for. Luckily, the doctor handed him a slip of paper. It held the old man's final words to him. "Child, do you remember what I told you? You have a gift that others don't. Losing isn't scary. What's scary is losing the will to win back. Remember what you promised me?" Those words woke the grief-stricken Lu Chai. He remembered the old man once said that one day he wanted to see him become the national fighting champion. After the old man's burial, Lu Chai tattooed before his gravestone. He made one statement: "I will never lose again." This was for his father. And his final promise to the mentor of his life, from then on, Chai constantly increased his training intensity, pushing past his limits. Every day he threw punches at the sandbag over and over, countless times, until he finally became the reigning champion of the fighting world for 8 years. The uncrowned king of the fighting world, whose name, Thunder, echoed across the country. And throughout the world, unfortunately, the old man wasn't there to see it. At this moment, within the phantom spirit hall of the artifact space, a heroic spirit was shaking and roaring, clearly resonating with Chai. This man was the reigning champion for 8 years, the uncrowned king of fighting. Now his will was resonating with the heroic spirits in the phantom spirit room. But the resonance soon stopped. This scene surprised Bei Li. The heroic spirit felt its own legacy was unworthy of this player. His will and heart of the strong had already surpassed the original heroic spirit. Lu Wu was stunned. To think the will of a mortal could make a ghost general, or a ghost Kinglevel spirit feel inferior and even voluntarily give up the legacy. Bei Li explained, there are 2 types of powerful beings. One is strong in power, but lacks the mindset of the strong. The other possesses the heart of the strong, no matter their actual power. They possess an unyielding combat will as solid as a rock. Chai belongs to the latter. There are 10,000 ways to gain power, but the heart of the strong isn't something that can be forged in a single move. On this side of the battlefield, Yugu, in his evil god form, was shocked. My move has never failed me. I've never made a mistake. How on earth did you break my evil god gaze? But as soon as he spoke, Chai's eyes filled with a primal ferocity. Like a tiger about to pounce on its prey, he made Yugu's heart tremble. Knowing he was no match for Chai alone, he called for reinforcements in the guild channel. Soon, dozens of members charged at Chai all at once. Chai let out a savage grin, activating the hidden attribute of Tide Sacrifice. His willpower surged immensely. Then he lunged forward, charging at Yugu and the others. In this moment, he demonstrated the formidable strength of a fighting king. Facing over 30 people alone, he still held a clear advantage. This scene caused an uproar among the spectators. Chai's movement and boxing style were quickly recognized. The atmosphere reached a new climax, faced with Chai's violent punches. Even Yugu, in his evil god form, couldn't withstand it. Meanwhile, the 100-city hegemony tournament entered its final 10-minute countdown. Before long, Yujiu was completely defeated. Congratulations to the demolition office for capturing Beichi City. Gained 5 minutes of safety protection, guild respawn point changed to Beichi City. The other major guilds were absolutely stunned. At the final moment, they formed an alliance, and all charged at Chai, the only one blocking their path almost simultaneously. Chai sacrificed all his equipment, soul coins, and levels. Soon, a massive blue wave descended from the sky. It crashed down where Chai stood, slowly extending to arms. Transforming into a humanoid form, it was a massive body, 5 meters tall, composed entirely of translucent blue energy, holding a sea god scepter glowing with blue light. At this moment, Chai was like a god of war, an insurmountable mountain for the players. I've gambled everything on this battle, but I have no regrets, because I am Thunder, as his voice. A surging wave rose from nothing and slammed forward, instantly sweeping away a massive number of players. The man activated the Sea God's blessing, making him immune to 10,000 types of magical attacks. Holding back the combined attack of 6 guilds single-handedly, he was like a dungeon boss. The attacking players were left completely helpless in the final 5 minutes of the event. The kill notifications of players being struck down filled the entire screen. Watching the countdown, Wugua slumped into a daze. It's too late, we've already lost. As the countdown hit 0, a server-wide announcement popped up. Congratulations to the Demolition Office Guild for becoming the champion of the 100 Cities battle. They now claim the Northern Key Capital. Soon, the Chronicles of War manifested above the city. This battle would be recorded in history for future generations to admire. Luwu was quite surprised, given the scale of the event. He had prepared for a massive drain of soul coins. He never expected that after just 6 hours, His soul coin reserves would actually increase by 1 million the player's consumption during the fight. Had far exceeded his initial budget, Bailey explained. That guy Chai Lu possesses an extremely rare heart of the strong. It's a hidden talent and ability that even ghost generals and lords like Shana and Rock Dant have. Suddenly, Luas's phone rang. It was from the manufacturing company. That partnered with them for the virtual gaming pods, but once the call connected, they delivered some bad news. It turned out GID technology was starting to play dirty. Because Lu Wu had previously rejected their collaboration agreement, GID planned to issue a demonstration boycott against Conquest Online after the official release of the pods. But Lu Wu wasn't scared at all, because he knew that players of Conquest Online wouldn't abandon the game just because of the gaming pods. Meanwhile, in the Lord Protector's hall, at the center of the Kangsu prison, Lord Protector Kangsu awakened a wandering soul from the land. It was I who allowed you to be reborn in the Underworld. Now, I need you to do something for me. You know what needs to be done, right? The man quickly prostrated himself on the ground. Lord Protector, you gave me a new life. I will do my absolute best to serve you. A look of determination flashed in Kangsu's eyes. Go. I will give you the chance to return. Complete this task, and you shall be handsomely rewarded. On the other side, Bailey sensed something as well. A dead person has returned to the human world from the underworld. Hearing this, Luaz's hair stood on end. Are you saying it's a walking corpse? Bailey replied, No, that guy who wants to defy the heavens has taken action. We must stop him, or the human world will face a great catastrophe. At a residential complex, a man named Qin Yu was looking for his best friend Wu Hao for a meal as usual, but was blocked by a man with a goatee. The man forced a kindly smile onto his face. You're back. Come on in. Qin Yu felt it was very eerie. Not only had he never seen this man before, but the man's words were also bizarre. Was he one of Wu Hao's relatives? But why was the house so quiet? The curtains were all drawn too. It wasn't at all what a house should look like when a guest arrives. Thinking of this, unease inevitably rose in Qin Yu's heart. He instinctively called out, Wu Hao, where are you? But as he entered the room, he saw his best friend Wu Hao tied up by the man with the goatee. Uncle Jin, who had already passed away, had suddenly come back to life and tied up both his nephew and his friend. He then used their blood to draw bizarre patterns on the floor. It turned out the man had been beaten to death a month ago because he couldn't pay his gambling debts. After death, he was resurrected by Lord Protector Kangsu and sent back to the human world. To help him collect mortal souls, he used a knife to slit his own nephew's wrist. Watching this, Qin Yu was filled with despair. What is your goal in doing this? Before he could finish, the knife had already slit his own wrist as well. The man finally explained, Originally, I only wanted Hao's life, because his soul is unique as for you. Let's just say you have bad luck, but you can still contribute a bit of value. Go, strip their souls, and bring them back. Then a hideous phantom ghost lunged toward Qin Yu. But unexpectedly, the moment the ghost phantom touched his body, it dissipated and vanished. The man was beyond terrified. Why is the soul harvesting array bestowed by Lord Kangsu unable to strip this kid's soul? The ghosts even suffered a backlash while he was still wondering. The silhouette of a cat with horns suddenly rushed out. It slammed into the man's chest, knocking his soul clean out of his body. At the same time, Lu Wu faced the soul floating in the air and took a deep breath. Let's see me devour you. On the other side, Qin Yu's consciousness began to fade due to blood loss. He could faintly hear the sound of sirens. It seemed he was about to be saved. But was it a cat that saved me later? Lu Wu returned home, through a portal, and devoured the man's soul, which left him feeling quite satisfied. It turned out that Lord Protector Kangsu wanted to collect mortal souls and refine them into war puppets to fight the heavens using human talent. This was clearly very similar to the power of the war artifact in Lua's possession. However, relying solely on sacrificial arrays was undoubtedly much slower in terms of efficiency. But Bei Li felt it was different. Their method was too evil. If not stopped, he would definitely turn the mortal world into a Shura bloodbath. Lu Wu suddenly remembered that when he arrived at the scene, he didn't see the souls of those two being taken. They were very likely players of Conquest online, whose souls had already been bound by the artifact. But how should they stop Lord Protector Kang Su? Bailey let out a devious grin. We just need to expose his existence. Naturally, someone will come to settle the score with him, meanwhile. Kang Su was furious in the underworld. He had planned for 10,000 years, and finally developed the blood-colored array to harvest souls, only to be inexplicably targeted by some faction. At this moment, a subordinate asked, "My king, should we go capture more initial souls to keep the plan going?" Kang Su remained firm. Continue the plan. Contact the Shadow Dragon and Water Splitter forces. Have them send their most elite subordinates to assemble here. Since I've been discovered, I might as well stop hiding. I've planned for 10,000 years for this, now that it's started. How can it be interrupted? But just then, streaks of blue light appeared above the Lord Protector's hall, sensing the surging aura outside. Kang Zu's expression changed instantly. The subordinate beside him looked even more terrified. The Immortals? They're here soon. Kang Zu's figure appeared in the sky above the hall. Friends from the Heaven Realm, this is the Kang Su prison of the Underworld. Why have you come to invade? As soon as he finished speaking, 8 figures appeared in the sky, each surrounded by immortal mist. Kang Su, you've crossed the line. We are here by order of Heavenly Lord Beidou. We are to take you back for judgment. But Kang Su remained defiant. Crossed the line. Do you have any evidence, then? In the hand of the lead immortal, a blood-colored array diagram appeared. This map is located exactly at the Lord Protector's hall in the Underworld, and linked to this diagram. It is precisely that yin seal you possess. Do you still dare to argue? Kang Su flicked his long sleeves. I am a dignified lord of the Underworld. Even if I were guilty, I would be answerable only to Emperor Fendu of my realm. He then cast a disdainful look at the Immortals. Since when is it your turn to interfere? These words undoubtedly enraged the 8 Immortals. Kang Su, you used the Yin Seal to enter the human world. That is a violation of the Triple Realm decrees. As the makers of those laws, Heaven has every right to summon you. Kang Su gave a faint smile. I truly find it strange, since you are so afraid of the human world rising again. Why not simply wipe them out? You truly are a bunch of hypocrites. After several rounds of cold mockery, the 8 Immortals could no longer restrain themselves. They worked together to perform hand seals, and blue immortal swords manifested in the air one by one. As the formation suddenly expanded, countless blue swords merged together. They formed a massive blue sword that pressed down toward the top of Lord Kang Zu's head. Kang Su was not flustered in the slightest, holding a simple, ancient... You don't even look at whose territory this is, to come to someone else's turf and act wild. Is that your underworld, Lord Kang Su? In order to refine war puppets? Had dared to order his subordinates to collect the souls of living people in the mortal world? When Heavenly Lord Beidou learned of this, he sent 8 Immortals to the underworld to capture Kang Su. They collaborated to summon a demon-slaying sword hundreds of meters long to press down on Kang Zu's head. Facing the forceful suppression of the Immortals, Kang Su did not panic at all. An ancient long sword slowly appeared in his palm. Soon, the two energies exploded upon impact, and the escaping energy turned into ripples, spreading outward with a thunderous boom. Kang Su could not withstand the power of the 8 Immortals and fell straight from the sky to the ground. He staggered to his feet, unwilling to drag the entire underworld into war. My actions have nothing to do with the rest of the underworld. At that moment, Kang Zu's 3 fierce generals arrived at the scene. My king, your subordinates Sun, Moon, and the water-splitting evil dragon are here to help. But Kang Su told them to step back. I didn't call you here for this. This battle's no concern of yours. Go back, all of you. But the 3 froze in place, unwilling to retreat. Kang Zu's face turned cold instantly. I ordered you to leave. Do you not understand? He then flicked his hand. A wave of yin ki followed, knocking the 3 ghost kings and ghost generals flying. He thought to himself, this battle is a contest between me, a traitor to the underworld, and the Immortals. Your loyalty is enough. Do not become criminals of the underworld alongside me. After saying that, a thick layer of yin qi appeared on his body and his clothes were completely corroded by it. I've long been sick of you, high and mighty, arrogant immortals. Today is perfect. Let me see what you immortals are truly capable of. Soon, the dense yin qi solidified into a suit of purple-gold battle armor. At the same time, the massive blue sword erupted with brilliant light. It pressed down hard on Kang Zu's head again. Kang Zu's long hair whipped about. He met it once more with his ancient longsword. Soon, countless cracks appeared on the massive blue sword, spreading upward with a sharp splintering sound. Before long, a violent gale swept over the Lord's palace, and a brilliant, magnificent mushroom cloud bloomed in the sky. Kang Su mocked coldly. Immortals. You're nothing special, facing the mockery. The immortals' faces looked terrible. How detestable. It seems we underestimated Lord Kang Zu's strength. But if we return like this, we will surely be mocked by our peers before they could think further. A giant golden arm suddenly appeared in the sky. The massive wind pressure shook the 8 immortals. It's the Heavenly Lord. His Eminence has actually come in person. Then everyone immediately turned and knelt, giving a respectful bow. We pay our respects to the Heavenly Lord. This giant hand carried the might of heaven and earth. Descending like a mountain, Kang Zu's face was extremely grim. He didn't expect that for his sake. Even a Heavenly Lord would appear. At this moment, the giant golden hand slowly pressed down. The immense wind pressure swept across 10,000 miles, yet the tiny Kang Su still met it hidden. Soon, the longsword shattered and scattered the moment it touched the palm. Kang Su was struck directly by the golden hand, and his purple-gold battle armor shattered at that moment. He fell and crashed violently into the ground. At this moment, a voice rang out in the air, incorrigible. I grant you death. Kang Su was filled with resentment and struggled to resist. But he found that the space for miles around was locked, and he could not move at all. Am I going to die? I've been planning for 10,000 years for this. But in the end, it has to end in such a pathetic way. How laughable. Truly laughable. Forgive me, I have lost, and I have lost completely. I didn't even have time to react, let alone say goodbye to you. At this time, the figure of that woman appeared in his mind. Back then, Great Emperor Kang Su wasn't called Kang Su, but Great Emperor Yuan Su. And he wasn't Lord Kang Su, but just a young man who only wanted to become strong. Young man, what is your name? Why are you here alone? Are you lost? Don't be afraid. I have no ill intentions. Take this and eat. The girl in tattered clothes clung to him. Xian K. My name is Xian K. Please don't leave. There are wolves in the mountains, and I'm afraid it was this day. That began a romance that would last 100,000 years. He kept Shan K's secrets from heaven. And through their gradual contact, Shan K fell in love with this man, who was passionate about cultivation. Later, during a recruitment drive for the Yuan King's army, Kang Su crossed a ghost king's child. He was beaten to within an inch of his life and nearly died. It was also that time that the importance of strength became more firmly established in Kang Zu's heart. He wanted to change his fragile destiny. Shinkei saw it all and supported him silently in her heart. At that time, Kang Su was stubborn and hit walls everywhere. He was often bullied and nearly died several times. If Shinkei hadn't been taking care of him, he probably would have died long ago. The man offended a ghost king's son and was beaten to near death. He nearly lost his life to make his path to becoming stronger smoother. The woman decided to sacrifice herself and became the ghost king's woman. The naive Kang Su thought the ghost king appreciated him and promoted him directly to ghost general. By the time he found out, everything was too late. He could only drown his sorrows in wine, drinking for 3 days. He remained drunk for 3 days. 3 days later, Kang Su charged into the Ghost King's palace alone. He was also seriously injured and found it difficult to escape. Then Shinkei knelt again and begged bitterly before the Ghost King. Only then was Kang Zu's life saved once more, but his fierce pride was wounded again. He swore he would reclaim his beloved woman one day, step by step, from Ghost General to Ghost King. To Lord Kang Su, he actually did it. He even personally cut off that ghost king's head, but now Shanke refused to marry him. She simply said, "These lips have been tasted by 10,000. I am unworthy of a lord such as you." At that moment, Lord Kangsu felt both angry and helpless. Why? Now that I am the regent lord, ruling over Kangsu, am I still not qualified to marry you? Shanke gave a poignant smile. If these lips had not been tasted by 10,000 men, how would I ever have met you, the regent king, a severing of 100,000 years? An unending romance that ultimately bore no fruit. It wasn't until the end that Lord Kangsu learned Shanke possessed an immortal body. Having stayed in the underworld for tens of thousands of years, her immortal essence had long been depleted. She didn't want to become a burden, which was why she rejected Lord Kangsu. Wishing to pass away in peace after learning this, Lord Kangsu searched frantically for spiritual materials, but even after scouring the entire Kangsu territory, he still couldn't find the medicine to save her in desperation. He sought out Emperor Fendu, one of the supreme rulers of the underworld, and learned from him. To save Xian Kes's life, she must be sent back to the Heaven Realm. Search for an immortal-level powerhouse to extend her immortal fate. Rekindle her immortal body, or consume the divine essence of the Heaven Realm. Only then is there hope. So, Lord Kangsu set off for the heavenly court with Shanke, but the arrogant immortals ignored them, believing Xianke had been corrupted by yin energy and was no longer fit to be an immortal. Just as they reached the peak of despair, an immortal appeared before the heavenly gate. He asked Lord Kangsu if he was willing to betray the underworld and become a blade in his hand. If he agreed, he would save the woman. Helpless, Lord Kangsu had no choice but to agree. As long as he could save Shanke, he didn't care if the entire underworld reviled him in the future. It was a sacrifice he was willing to make, unfortunately, 30,000 years ago. That immortal refused to extend Xian Kes's life any further, he believed. That the Heaven Realm and the underworld would no longer go to war. So Lord Kangsu had lost his utility. From that moment on, Lord Kangsu's hair turned white overnight. He swore that one day he would storm the Heaven Realm and seize their divine essence by force. This was why he thought of using living human souls to create an army of puppets. Shanke did not want to be a burden and attempted to escape several times. I had no choice but to imprison her. I have plotted for 10,000 years for this. How can I let it all fail now? To hell with the immortal. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven, as his voice fell. The golden palm immediately pressed down right at that moment. An old ethereal voice echoed in the air. "Bedo, you have crossed the line." The golden palm asked Emperor Fengdu, in return, "Kangsu has violated the rules we established." "Why are you protecting him?" Emperor Fendu said. "Mistakes must be punished. But since he is in my territory, I shall handle it myself." The golden palm lifted, and violent winds erupted all around. Thunderbolts struck down from the sky. Emperor Fendu roared, "Do you want to fight?" The man had faced 8 immortals alone, only to be suppressed by the Heavenly Lord's golden palm. At this time, Emperor Fengdu, one of the rulers of the underworld, suddenly appeared. He forced back one of the high-ranking Heavenly Lords. "Fine. I will give you face, Fengdu. But you must give us an account of this matter, after all. His crime was no small mistake." Without a satisfactory answer, a war between the two realms is inevitable. After the immortals left, Emperor Fendu sighed at Lord Kangsu. "I did not expect you would go this far," Lord Kangsu knelt. "On the ground, Great Emperor, I know I have committed a heinous crime. I am willing to take responsibility for everything I've done, even if my soul is scattered. I will not drag the underworld down with me." Emperor Fendu disappeared into the horizon, leaving behind only a sigh. "Settle your affairs." "Go," Lord Kangsu was immensely grateful. "Thank you, Great Emperor, for granting me this." Returning to the regent's hall, Lord Kangsu donned his embroidered royal robes. Holding his beloved in his arms, he asked, "Do you know how to write it?" The historian held his brush ready. With a slight hesitation, he asked, "My king, must it really be like this?" The fall of the regent lord of Kangsu was due to his reign after seizing the throne. oppressing the beings of Kang Su and spending his days in debauchery, attempting to single-handedly provoke a war between heaven and the underworld. Such evil deeds led the factions of Kang Su to deliberate and strip him of his title as regent. Lord Kang Su nodded. Notify all regions of King Su. Warn future generations. Let the heaven and earth celebrate the removal of such a wicked man. Shen Ke leaned in his arms. After struggling for 10,000 years, he was to become a reviled ruler. Do you regret it? Lord Kang Su's eyes were filled with love. As long as you do not abandon me, what does it matter if tens of millions revile me? This life has been worth it. Xian Ke poured a glass of wine. Don't leave me behind this time. A long-averred wedding toast. I shall marry you. Will you take me? Lord Kang Su replied. I will. Then their arms entwined. They drank the wine together. Immediately after, their bodies turned to stone. At the moment before death, their hands remained clasped together. Soon, two souls disappeared into the air. Perhaps leaving together was the best release from these 100,000 years of struggle. The scene shifts to the Bridge of Forgetfulness. Madame Meng tells Xian Ke that Lord Kang Su has already crossed, and he only drank one bowl, but Xian Ke drank bowl after bowl. Another bowl. I must catch up to him. We must be together in the next life. However, she had already drunk over 10 bowls of the decoction from Madame Meng, yet she still couldn't forget Lord Kang Su. If one cannot forget, they cannot cross the Bridge of Forgetfulness, much less enter reincarnation. Madame Meng couldn't bear it, and brought out a pure essence of the river of forgetfulness. I will help you forget him. Drink this, and you will forget to keep up with Lord Kang Su. Xian Ke, sobbing, drank the essence in one gulp. Soon her expression became blank. I seem to have lost something important, but I can't remember. Why am I crying? After Xian Ke crossed the bridge, Madame Meng suddenly spoke. Have you decided then? A man stepped out from behind. The fault in this matter lies entirely with me. If I am sent into the 6 paths of reincarnation, how is that different from a pardon? The mistake has been made. I will take full responsibility. Only the scattering of my soul can atone for this. I do not want to involve Emperor Fendu, nor do I want to trigger a war between the 2 realms. The man and his wife had drunk the poisoned wine together, and their bodies had turned to stone instantly. But at the bridge, he had let his wife drink the water of forgetfulness. While he threw himself into the 6 paths alone, Madame Meng couldn't help but sigh. What can be done? It is unavoidable. The gate of forgetfulness beneath the river has opened. Once you go, you will dissipate into nothingness. You will exist no more. Lord Kang Su, but I, Madame Meng, will remember you. Lord Kang Su nodded, looked down at the gate of forgetfulness, and jumped in without hesitation. Madame Meng's voice rang out again. 100 lives of ill-fated love. Lord Kang Su, I will help you awaken your past memories. Take a look at your past romance. This is the last thing I can do for you. In the first life, I was a king, though I ruled the world. And the lands were like a painting. They could not compare to the cinnabar mark between her brows. A peerless beauty in the second life, I was a general. Though I spent half my life in glory amidst iron horses and weapons, it could not compare to her silken black hair and her flower-like smile. In my third life, I was a wandering hero, traveling the world with my sword. Though my name was renowned across the land, I could never compare to the grace of her dance. In my 7th life, I was a scholar. Though I achieved great success and fame amidst worldly splendor, I was no match for the elegance of her calligraphy, like ink falling on reed-mottled paper. But in this life, I was a minister, even with 1,000,000 undead soldiers, and thousands of brilliant generals. I was no match for her single smile. Like fleeting water through the years, through 100 cycles of reincarnation, it turns out she has always been by my side. 100 lifetimes of love. This is enough for me, Kang Su. At the very moment Kang Su's soul was being torn apart, a mischievous little hand suddenly reached out from the depths of the void and grabbed him. The scene shifted. Bei Li was hugging Lu Wu and crying loudly. Lu Wu looked confused. What are you doing? Bei Li said. The mastermind behind the puppet army is dead. I saw his memories. He was so pitiful. Lu Wu sighed as well. It is quite sad. But he brought it all on himself. Now the Kangsu territory is a land without a master. It won't be too hard for foreign players to develop there if we can wake him up. Then Kangsu himself will be ours. Bailey then summoned a ball of light in her hand. This is all that's left of him, Lu Wu lamented. The mighty Lord Kangsu, reduced to just this? Bailey said with a sob, yes, I've already engraved the artifact's brand on him. Even if he regains consciousness, he won't be able to betray us. However, it's very difficult to fully restore him right now. He needs a massive amount of soul power. Lord Kangsu is incredibly powerful. A conservative estimate is 10 million soul coins, though the actual cost might be even higher, hearing that astronomical figure. Lu Wa's hair practically stood on end. What the hell? 10 million? Damn it, I thought I was about to get a legendary general. But it seems I can't afford to maintain him at this moment. I finally understand the pain of players who wail on their ships. In that case, let's increase the intensity of the exploitation, make the players suffer a bit more. Only then can my own pain be eased. This immediately left Bailey speechless. Lu Wu, you're really something. He was once a Ghost King in the illusion realm of Beichi, with strength surpassing even the Rock Ghost King. But now, facing a group of foreign invaders, he was being pelted with rocks. Zan Lu hurried forward to investigate, only to see a snow-white goose collapsed on the ground. Tonggua's pride as a Ghost King was instantly wounded. He argued, I'm a crane, an immortal crane. Zan Lu didn't waste words and directly lifted a rock larger than a cow. Tonggua was scared out of his wits on the spot. Wait, goose? I'm a goose. Seeing him being compliant, Zan Lu. Put down the giant rock. Goose, how can you talk? Are you here to bring me some kind of lucky encounter? Tonggua complained inwardly. When the king of Baichi was still alive, I was a ghost king, respected by everyone. Now I'm being bullied by such weak creatures, seeing he hadn't reacted for a while. Several guild members also lifted rocks. Hey, our boss is asking you a question? Tonggua scanned everyone with a resentful gaze. There are no lucky encounters. This is the illusion realm and the only immortal. As soon as he said this, another giant rock came flying at him. You guys are throwing rocks too. It hurts so much. This king will fight you, just like that. Ghost King Tonggua was surrounded and beaten up by the Heaven Cleaver Guild, then left lying on the ground half dead. Zan Lu didn't believe he was a ghost king. A weakling like you, I'd find you too clumsy even as a mount. Spit out the truth already. What hidden treasures are in this illusion realm? Tell me, and it'll spare your life. Tonggua was in total despair. Back then I was treated as an honored guest by the king of Beichi, who even gave me this realm. To think of fallen to this, I hate this so much. Just then, a prompt popped up. Tonggua, Ghost King, Master of the Illusion Realm, Avatar of the strongest guardian spirit of the great Emperor of Beichi. Strength, Peak Ghost King. Note, this creature is extremely dangerous. Players should stay as far away as possible. Zan Lu found it hilarious. Extremely dangerous, Hei's about to kick the bucket. A few hours later, Bei Li and Lu Wu also discovered the situation. A player was live streaming the slaying of a Ghost King, with the viewer count reaching over 200,000. Zan Lu grabbed Tonggua by the neck and struck a victory pose. Players flooded the chat with comments. Hei's really a Ghost King? But why does he look like a useless goose? Zan Lu's vanity was satisfied. He replied, this is an immortal crane, not a goose. Now I will perform a one-handed Ghost King kill for everyone to create more hype. Zan Lu tried to squeeze Tonggua's neck, facing death. Tonggua struggled with all his might. However, his strength was currently less than that of a common ghost. Damn it, my current power. Can't even break this bastard's chokehold. It's over. This king is going to die such a pathetic death. King of Beichi, if only you were still here. King of Bachi. Oh, King of Bachi. Right at that moment, Tonggua's body jolted. A streak of cyan light descended from the heavens, enveloping his body with this surge of energy. Tonggua's body glowed brilliantly, and his size restored to its former robust state. Aha, this great one's power has returned. You dare try to kill this king? You've got some guts with that. He flapped his wings violently. He appeared right in front of Zanlu and gave him a one-sided savage beating. This fierce pummeling left Zanlu completely dazed. Stop! Stop for a second. Brother, let's talk this out. A flash of satisfaction appeared in Tonggua's eyes. Sorry, I prefer solving everything with violence. I'll beat you to death, but before he could finish, he felt his power rapidly draining, and his size shrunk back instantly. Clearly, these were symptoms of losing his power. Tonggua, falling to the ground, immediately changed his tune. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Brother, don't move. Let me help you up. The man was live streaming a Ghost King kill to 200,000 viewers, only to have the Ghost King's magic suddenly return. He got slapped across the face several times in return, just as Tonggua was about to deliver a killing blow. The light on his body vanished. Clearly, he had lost his magic again. He changed his expression in a second, dusting off Zanlu's clothes. Brother, the ground is too cold. Stand up and let's talk. Zanlu paused after thinking carefully. His expression gradually turned menacing, and he slapped Tonggua to the ground. I get it now. When the light disappears, it means you've lost your magic. You've turned back into a weakling. Tonggua, with a large bump on his head, gave a fawning smile. Brother, let's consider ourselves even. Call me if you need anything in the future. It'll definitely help. The name of Ghost King Tonggua is absolutely solid in this region of Beiqi. But as soon as he finished, Zanlu slapped him again. Solid. More like a solid target for death. Then go to hell. He then grabbed a massive sword with his right hand. At this life-or-death moment, Tonggua craned his neck and started screaming, Murder! They're killing a crane! Help! A crane can be insulted but not killed. You can beat me, curse me, or humiliate me. But please, just don't kill me. A special quest suddenly popped up. Subdue, make Ghost King Tonggua recite an oath of fealty. To become a new NPC in the game, reward 10,000 bound soul coins. And an epiquality weapon. Such a generous reward convinced Zanlu to stop the slaughter. He pressed the massive sword against Tonggua's neck. Hey you, if you want to live, recite this oath after me. Zanlu then read nearly 500 words from his interface. Hearing it, Tonggua was instantly enraged. Damn it. This is a self-sacrifice oath, isn't it? You really want to catch me and make me your mount, you bastard? Zhonglu didn't care about soul sacrifice. He just raised his weapon. Are you going to say it or not? Tonggua immediately changed his tune. I'll say it. Master, I'll say it. Saying it. A few minutes later, Tonggua finished the 500-word oath of loyalty. A rift formed in the sky and instantly sucked him inside the artifact space. Lu Wu stared at Tonggua. He knew this Ghost King was a top-tier blacksmith. The #1 blacksmith in Beiqi, who had researched the rune warriors, was actually his disciple, so Lu Wu planned to make him a new special NPC to allow players to forge their own high-difficulty custom weapons. Bei Li said with disgust, Big guy, you're really pathetic. A crane can be insulted but not killed. You've disgraced every Ghost King. Tonggua recognized her. Wait, that's Xiao Li. Get over here and pay your respects to this king. Hearing this, Bei Li immediately manifested a massive hammer in her hand and gave him a meaningful smile. Zhao Li sends her regards to Ghost King Tonggua. As she spoke, the massive hammer slammed down hard on Tonggua. Then she manifested a 40-meter-long blade. Ghost King Tonggua, do you still need my regards? Tonggua waved his hands frantically. Crying, he said, Xiao Li, let's talk this out. Put the hammer and the giant blade down first. Lu Wu thought they had some old grudge, but Bei Li said, he used to bully me when he was stronger and stole my snacks several times. He was once a powerful Ghost King of Beiqi, but now he was yielding to Bei Li's 40-meter blade. Bei Li was curious why he had become so weak, Tonggua explained. In practicing the celestial law of serendipity. When destiny aligns, my cultivation can rival Dao Wu. But if not, I'm weaker than a wandering soul. Hearing this, the two burst into laughter. Tonggua explained indignantly, don't laugh. If this celestial law of serendipity is mastered, No one had ever seen such a lazy game NPC. Players banged on the door for a full 5 minutes. Before he finally staggered out, blearied, "What's all the racket? Didn't you see the rules on the board?" The player was dumbfounded. Every NPC they'd met in the game before had been polite. It was the first time they'd seen one this arrogant just then. A familiar voice came from behind. "Old man, I finished my task. Hurry up and forge an epic weapon for me." Tonghua was about to turn around and curse. "I'll curse your hole," but he turned and saw Zanlu and broke out in a cold sweat. "It's you again," he thought, "if not for this bastard." He wouldn't have been forced to become a wage slave. Seeing him silent, Zanlu pointed at him and barked, "What? You got a problem?" Tonghua immediately bowed. "Of course not." "This way, sir." And so, 3 days later, a complaint thread was pushed to the front page by players filled with insults for the new NPC. Lu Wu was helpless. Just let him be. He was a ghost king after all. As long as he hits his quota, well, just turn a blind eye. Meanwhile, by a cliff on the shore of the underworld, Ghost King Tonghua was getting wasted with 2 players. Chenla had really hit it off with him. "They were even calling each other brothers," Tonghua said, "since you're my little bro now. I can't let you leave empty-handed. Practice the celestial law of serendipity with me." Chenli immediately refused, terrified his sword style would become even more random. Tonghua insisted, "Little bro, don't look down on this law. If you master it, you can become a god once we've learned it. We can show off however we want then." He noticed Chai Lu. "Bro, what's wrong? Why are you drinking all alone?" Chai Lu was full of regret. Showing off felt great for a moment, but now, "I can't even enter a dungeon 2 months of hard work. And now, I have nothing left." Chen the knew. That in the guild hegemony tournament, Chai Lu had sacrificed all his gear and levels. "Bro, you really did go all out with that stunt, my condolences." Tonghua had also rewatched that battle in the history records. "Brother Chai Lu, you're my brother too, since little bro V is learning my celestial law. I'll show you a path forward as well." At those words, Chai Lu sobered up slightly. "What path forward are you talking about, big bro?" Tonghua said, "In the Wangshu Sea, there is a prison island. A master with peerless boxing skills lives there, if your talent impresses him. You might receive a powerful legacy. He once fought the king of Beichi and narrowly lost, but I feel he wasn't even using his full strength. Anyway, Hayes many times stronger than I used to be, but Hayes got a weird personality, and he doesn't feel like a living being to me. Hayes more like a puppet. There's not a trace of soul power in him, or maybe Hayes just good at hiding it. In short, Hayes a tough nut to crack. You need to be mentally prepared." This was a skeleton that had been dead for nearly a century. The man just glanced at its description and was instantly overwhelmed by emotion. These words seemed to have a magical power. "This is too creepy. Better get out of here while I can." But just then, the skeleton suddenly appeared and blocked Chai Lu's path. Chai Lu jumped in fright. Hello, am looking for someone?" A strange green light flickered in the skeleton's eyes. "You're quite polite. Unfortunately, you're late." "Hayes already dead." Chai Lu was shocked. "The boxing master is dead." Still unwilling to give up, he asked again. "Can I go in and take a look?" The skeleton didn't answer, but instead grabbed Chai Lu's right hand. The heart of the strong, a promising seedling. Chai Lu felt the pain in his wrist and quickly shook off the hand. What heart of the strong? "Let go." But the skeleton said, "Don't you want to learn boxing? I can teach you. But you have to do one thing for me." Chai Lu was stunned. "Didn't you say he was dead?" The skeleton said flatly. "Do I look like him alive?" Chai Lu was both shocked and delighted. "So you're the boxing master, the powerhouse who narrowly lost to the king of Beichi. Quick, teach me." The skeleton nodded. "You're not as dumb as you look. But first, you must promise to help me find Muzhiguang's lost memories." "Promise me and I'll teach you." Chai Lu froze. What on earth is a Muzhiguang? As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw the skeleton shove a beam of eerie light into his head. A wave of information surged within this sea of vanishing void. Once, there was a top-tier power called the Kingdom of Mut-Si. At its peak, it ruled the entire Sea of Vanishing Void. Mu Jiguang was born into the most noble family, the Crown Scepter. Since childhood, he believed the power of death was the most evil thing, and mastering it would lead to corruption. But as he grew up, he discovered he was different from his clansmen. He actually possessed the most wicked talent for death. This threw him into deep anxiety and fear. His people went as far as to imprison him, even wanting to execute him. But shortly after, a power wielding the strength of death incited a war. The Mud Empire was no match for them, and gradually fell into decline. At this time, Mu Jiguang stepped forward, using the very power of death his people loathed to protect them. It was a vortex of death surging from the seabed. Not only did it swallow the enemy nation, but it also tore the kingdom of Mut-Si to pieces. His clansmen were infected by the power of death. Their bodies began to rot, turning into mindless ghouls. Mu Jiguang was unwilling to kill his own people, so he could only imprison them. This castle was the spiritual solace constructed by the skeleton based on his memories. He only remembered that his people were imprisoned in a castle. Chai Lu caught the main point. So, you are Mu Jiguang. But the skeleton denied it. I should be a part of his body. I am not the complete Mu Jiguang, so I cannot recall the full memories. Chai Lu was surprised. Then, how am I supposed to find him? The skeleton said, go find the rest of Mu Jiguang's remains. Retrieve the lost memories, and let me know the final answer. Chai Lu fell into thought. I came here to learn martial arts. This doesn't align with my original goal. The skeleton leaned in. Are you willing? Soon, an apocalypse inheritance quest popped up. Son of Death, find Mu Jiguang's remaining body parts. Quest rewards? Unknown. He had obtained the inheritance quest for the Son of Death. But the person who could teach him was long dead. Now, only a bag of bones remained. Just as he felt despair, a game notification appeared. Fragmented inheritance obtained. Son of Death. Then Chai Lu's right arm was filled with a violent power. Under Mu Jiguang's blessing, his right arm was strengthened. Furthermore, after death, he would transform into a king's body. All attributes would be reduced by 50. But he could continue fighting for 10 minutes. However, along with the power came Mu Jiguang's curse. If the quest wasn't completed within the time limit, the right arm of the prime god would automatically shatter. Another game notification popped up. For every body part collected, he would receive a corresponding portion of Mu Jiguang's inheritance. However, regarding the total number of parts, no detailed information could be obtained. Chai Lu toyed with his right arm. He thought, this quest to find the body parts is a bit too difficult. There isn't even an indicator. I have no idea where to look. If I don't finish the quest, my arm will explode. Looks like I'll have to go ask the NPC blacksmith, Tonghua. At this moment, atop the summit of Desperate Cliff, the skeleton sitting cross-legged by the pagoda pillar seemed to sense something. A faint red flame was suddenly born inside its skull. Meanwhile, in the wooden house halfway up the mountain, Old Man Bai, who was dozing off, suddenly opened his eyes. Oh ho, it's getting lively. Even Mu Jiguang's inheritance has appeared. Interesting. Very interesting. After saying that, Old Man Bai closed his eyes again, and soon the room was filled with thunderous snoring. On the other side, Chai Lu entered the castle on Imprisonment Island. But the interior was empty, the only thing of note. Were the many carvings on the walls? Recording the history of the kingdom of Mut-Si, Chai Lu wasn't interested in these. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a familiar figure. Holy crap, isn't that the Sea King in the carving? He was swearing an oath of loyalty to the person in front of him. Is the Sea King a surviving descendant of the kingdom of Mut-Si? Just as he finished speaking, the eyes of the Sea King on the mural suddenly flashed with a blue light. Who is calling me, and why do you possess the communicative intent? Exclusive to the kingdom of Mut-Si, Chai Lu shook his right arm. I don't just have that. See my right hand. I've even got your ancestor in my palm. Hearing this, the Sea King was furious. You're looking for death. Believe it or not, it'll slap you to death with one hand. Chai Lu continued to provoke him. Do it then. If I don't see you within 5 seconds, you're a coward. Then the two began a long-distance shouting match. insulting each other's friends and family, as well as the ancestors currently in eternal slumber? How could the Sea King be a match for a top-tier gamer? He smashed the armrest of his throne with one punch. "Men, assemble the army. Set out with me." Chai Lu raised a friendly, international gesture. He brought up the past. "Remember to bring an ocean sun when you come. Don't keep me waiting too long with that." He waved his right arm. He swiped away the blue eyes and cut off communication with the Sea King. Chai Lu jogged away, leaving the stone castle. "Ha ha ha! That felt great. Flexing and then running away is so